right? So it's not difficult if you are a reasonably modern armed force to organize a unit level encrypted radio net, right? This is something that you can do at the company level, the squadron level, without having anybody particularly specialized in signals in the mix, right? It's something I trained on. It's something that anybody who has to use a radio will be fairly comfortable with organizing and operating. What we've seen with Russia is we've seen an awful lot of talking in the clear, an awful lot of using insecure means to communicate. Would you say this is incompetence, or would you say this is just a symptom of Ukraine having broke Russian codes, therefore Russian encryption is useless?
Well, you know, and I know that at least some of it is incompetence, but I also think this, you know, in the last 20 years, the West has been fighting wars continuously for the last almost 3 decades. The Russians came into the Ukraine invasion with very limited combat experience, and I think that they found that the communications modalities and their communications plans, etc. They had plans, but they were not up to managing a highly dynamic battle space. So they had to cut these corners using cell phones and broadcasting in the clear. And you know, sometimes it's okay to broadcast in the clear if you've got an opaque system of changeable call signs, and you've got brevity codes, and you have offsets for your grid reference communications. You can make an open radio work, you know, as you know. But why even these simple precautions weren't taken? I mean, it's astounding to me. We've got transcripts daily or concurrent, literally as it happens. The Russian commanders trying to communicate with their units. I don't know. I mean, what I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this. It seems a bit incredible to me, but it's happening.
Well, I mean, maybe they've given up, right? Because you can build a pretty decent picture of what's happening on any given battlefield without having to tell what individual units are actually saying to other individual units, right? You don't have to be able to understand what they're saying. You just need to look at their patterns of broadcasting, how long their messages are, you know, if they're sending data or not. That's fairly crucial. You can work out pretty much who's who and what they're doing, even if you can't actually understand their messages. And another thing perhaps is brevity codes. I'm not old enough to have used BATCO, but with the utmost respect, Chuck, I think you probably are. So there's perhaps, sorry, Axel is looking daggers at me because he is also old enough to have used BATCO. But yeah, you know, you speak about using jargon. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a little sloppy, because I would imagine that Ukrainian voice procedure, coming from a Soviet tradition, is probably much the same as Russian voice procedure. I mean, perhaps it's evolved in different directions, but I mean, they will probably recognize each other across a radio net, right? So yeah, I don't really know what to think about this. You know, we have to think about Operation Unifier, of course. Perhaps they adopted NATO standard voice procedure, you know, courtesy of our Canadian friends, and indeed our British friends at the time. The UK was on Unifier, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. No?
Canada plus a couple of Swedes.
Canada plus a couple of Swedes. That's really all you need. It's all the Moose people.
Ukraine had the benefit of the Americans and the Brits also with separate operations.
Right. Okay. Separate operations. But yeah, I mean, maybe Russia have reached the conclusion that encryption has become irrelevant simply because of the detailed battlefield picture you can build up by judging, you know, who's saying what and when and for how long. and how exactly they're saying it.
Yeah, traffic pattern analysis is, I agree with you completely. You don't have to understand a single word that the enemy is, and you're right. I mean, I'll expand on this a little bit for the non-war fighting audience. If you're getting a lot of incredibly short, loud voice transmissions from a location, say a crossroad, you can virtually assure yourself that the enemy is in contact and they're trying to react. Or, for example, you're bombarding you have your artillery working a target, maybe even over the horizon, and you start getting transmissions on a certain frequency. They're short, they're frantic, you can pretty much start doing your battle damage assessment because the enemy is telling you that he's got a problem. And but these are also the things that you would expect any competent battle staff, and now I'm talking about the Russians, that they should be able to do this as well. I think in this war, we have a very complex electronic warfare battle going on the battlefield. And by now I'm speaking of the Ukrainians. I think that they have been extremely capable in establishing localized electronic warfare superiority at points in the battlefield. They are able to affect local GPS signals where they want to. The introduction of these Ukrainian attack drones, swarming drones, their swarming capabilities are impressive, but the Ukrainian drones are dependent on your target, their target, staying where they think it is. These things can swarm a target, but they cannot attack a moving target. They also depend on either GLOMARS or GPS signals. The Iranians had to do this because dual-use technologies are embargoed for them. It doesn't mean they can't lay their hands on product, but they do. But these are things that the Ukrainians are doing to inflect the battle space, and they've been incredibly good at never fighting the war the Russians want them to. They only use maneuver warfare elements after thoroughly preparing the battle space, weakening the enemy, making sure that his logistics, command and control, ammunition, fuel supplies, that those are all negatively inflected before they engage. And there's one more thing that's going on here, and it might explain a lot of what we're talking about, and that is the abysmal morale of Russian units. And it's happening for reasons that are now becoming understandable. That the units on paper that the Russians think are in Kherson, these units are becoming terribly attrited. They're losing their equipment. They're losing their vehicles. They don't have ammunition. Russian commanding officers do not report their casualties for a couple of reasons. They don't want to look bad. And the other thing is there is this tradition in military to not report a man known to be killed. You report him as still on the duty roll, so his family will continue to receive his pay and benefits. But what that means is your unit could be down 10, 20, 30, 40%. And your superior officers don't know that your unit is at half strength. And being at half strength, if you are in a defensive posture, that means you're not manning all the defensive positions that you should be. We've also got the thing I bang on every time here, and that is if Russia loses 10 vehicles on the battlefield, 3.8 of them were simply abandoned by their crews, walked away from, just leave the doors open and walk home. And that has had an effect. I mean, every time I turn around, there's a trainload of T-62 tanks headed for the front, folks, those things should be parked in front of VHW and Canadian Legion halls and painted colors, because they are not. This is not a weapon you want to put on a 21st century battlefield.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a conversation about this yesterday. You know, it's like rocking up to a war in a Centurion tank. You know, you get points for style for sure, but you know, these you get points for style. You know, it's like, I don't know, turning up in an M60 Patton. You know, cool, well done you. You've got some nuts on you, but yeah, you're not going to get much done warfare wise. I'd like to jump to a question, please, from Raila, who's been very, very patient, but he has to disappear to work. So I'd like to take a question from Raila, please, because I know he has to go, if that's okay,
Chuck. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. And Chuck, it's I haven't met you before this, but it's been an absolute pleasure listening to you. I gave you a follow. I'm actually looking forward to hearing more on your thoughts about the Ukraine war. But the question I wanted to ask is, if you look at the Kharkiv region, you know, it's pretty obvious that the Ukrainian military is advancing through that oblast, and I was wondering what your thoughts are on actually taking all of Kharkiv, because you know, I was looking at how long that would extend the front line, and I was wondering if it makes sense to sort of recapture the entire area, because, like, you know, the difference between the Kharkiv and the Kherson region is Kherson has the Dnieper River, and that's like a natural defensive barrier. So it makes sense to sort of push up to that river, take Kherson before the winter kicks in, and then hold the line and wait for summer to push. But if you look at the Kharkiv region, I don't know if it, and I could be totally wrong, maybe it does make sense to push all the way through, but if they do take all of the Kharkiv region, then there's like essentially like over 100 additional miles of front line that they would have to defend and man. And I was wondering if you have maybe thought about that or have an opinion on extending the front line in that way.
Yeah, that is a great question. And just conceptualizing it so people don't have to run to maps, in the Kherson area, the Dnipro River basically runs. It runs from the northeast to the southwest. It makes kind of a 90-degree turn. The 49th Combined Arms Army occupies Kherson. There are constellations of brigade task groups and other units that are subordinate to their operational control. The city of Kherson is across a river that all the crossing points have been interdicted by Ukrainian long-range precision strike munitions. The 49th is stressed logistically. They just lost approximately, in this last week, they lost 1,800 square kilometers of their holdings in the northeastern part of their operational area. You would think, and I agree with you, if Kherson can be wrapped up before winter time, the Dnipro River which is now functioning as a logistical barrier to the Russians, with Kherson surrounded, let's just say not taken, but besieged. That river that's now a logistical barrier to the Russians would become both a logistical barrier to the Russians and a defensive bastion, as you said, for the Ukrainians. I think one of the brilliant things about this counteroffensive is, and very troubling for Moscow, they don't have any idea where the major blow is going to fall. Will it be Kherson, or will it be forces out of Kupiansk and Ukrainian forces resurgent from Liman? They don't know that. I have a hunch that what the Ukrainians are doing is they're going to play a little game of both with the Russians. the two forces engaging Russia in Kherson and around Kupiansk, they are not mutually supporting. Ukraine is a big country. It's about the size of Texas. You can imagine that this is the difference between fighting going on in Amarillo and fighting going on in Houston, if you're a Texan. If you're anyone else, it's these two fronts are separated by hundreds of kilometers, and it isn't always going to be easy for Ukraine to decide to concentrate on one of these areas or the other. What is going on, though, in the Kharkiv section, the breakout from Lyman, it's going eastward. There are several important highways that the Russians use to supply themselves. One of them is the P66, which goes from the very northern part of the section through the city of Savatova and down to Kremenna. The Ukrainians are very close to cutting this highway, and I mean cut it with infantry. But already, and already they control it with artillery. And again, that highway is watched from one end to the other by partisans who can report the movement of a convoy. And the Ukrainians are in the process of filling the P66 highway up with wrecked vehicles. I expect that the next effort is going to be on the city of Savatova, which is the first big city to the east of the Oskil River. I think also that I don't know, but let's say 72 hours maybe for the city of Kremenna. I don't know if it will be taken, but I think it's becoming increasingly untenable for the Russians. Once the P66 is cut, you're really looking at Severodonetsk. It's possible that could fall again. We already hear that the Russians are evacuating non-combat assets from Savatova and even from Strabolinsk, which is the next city over, and that's 50 or 60, 70 kilometers also to the east. So the Russians don't know where the blow is going to fall. I don't think the Ukrainians want them to do. But both of these battle spaces are being prepared, and I think we're going to see movement again. So that was a great question.
Thank you, Chuck. Yeah. Well, I gotta go, but I really appreciate you taking the time to answer that, and hopefully I'll catch you in another space and we can talk more, because I do definitely have a ton more questions and speculations.
Absolutely, it would be a pleasure. So see you soon.
Thank you very much to you both. I believe Border Collie was next. I beg your pardon, Border Collie, you've been waiting an awfully long time. Questions for Chuck, please.
Well, thank you. Actually, it was a previous issue, so maybe I'll just defer for now.
Very gracious of you. Thank you very much. Latam.
Great, thanks, Tim. Chuck, first time speaking with you. It's always a real pleasure to hear your insights, and I look forward to your maps every night. Quite interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have first of all, on the subject of the electronic warfare kind of domain, there's just a reminder to you and to everybody else that we're gonna have a guest, I think, on Tim, if I'm not mistaken, on Tuesday. And Chuck, you may or may not have heard him yet, but he's a retired U.S. Air Force colonel that comes from an EW background, and he'll be speaking on Tuesday, I believe, 7 a.m. Eastern time. I'm going to repost an interview that he did on a podcast about 2 weeks ago, where he really took a deep dive into this aspect of the war and what the Ukrainians have achieved, and really also a pretty objective look at some of what they have not been able to achieve and the results of that. Overall, he's clear that they've been able to do quite a bit. Do you have now you were mentioning some Ukrainian Air Force activity just now. Did I hear correct? I think I heard 3 attacks on SAM sites and 1 air-to-air engagement.
Let's see. The air-to-air engagement, I believe, was a couple of weeks ago. the air defense sites were taken out. That was said in this morning's general staff briefing. So those were recent. And if you go back into the Kherson maps for a couple of days ago, there was one day where I think 5 air defense sites were taken out, and that, that's a big number. But again, the Ukrainian General Staff doesn't always report what sort of sites were taken out. So just to let the the layman listener, that could go anything from an S-300 system, which is extremely complex, that heavy hitter of their air defense, down to a lowly mobile Buk launcher. This is the sort of mobile surface-to-air missile system that took out the Malaysian airliner. It could also include an air defense system, could include a Pantsir mobile air defense, which has AAA anti-aircraft artillery and shorter range heat-seeking missiles. But in any case, suppressing those systems is important, but it also shows a really vital capability that, look, the Russians are not employing strike fighters firing anti-radiation missiles. We just don't see that. But the Ukrainians are doing it almost every day, which is amazing. And I'm delighted to hear an EW expert, because I get up here and talk a good game, but electronic warfare is not, it's not my thing. So I'd be fascinated to hear that.
Well, I'm gonna post that, and I'm sure I see Gunny's on here. He'll be speaking in a minute, and Gunny, have a look at when I'll be posting that link later. It is maybe for the average listener, it's a little bit too much of a deep dive, but it is outstanding analysis. And Chuck, just quickly, another thing was, did you have any other breakdown on some of the other sorties, or were those the only specifics? Well, yeah, the air-to-air was a couple of weeks ago, and the 3 SAM sites. Was there any other detail in that report? I haven't had a chance to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just bring it up. I still got the map up with the sub notes on it. Yeah, okay. This is today. It said 23 combat aviation sorties. Their language exactly was that they made 23 strikes, and so
wow,
again,
that's terrific.
Yeah, that's a lot of sorties, but unpacking that a little bit, and we have to intuit a little bit. But again, to say for the civilian listener, those strikes would probably be broken up between what close air support missions, which are usually flown by Su-25 ground attack aircraft. But when you start saying strikes, you're also telling me that you're also flying suppression of enemy air defense missions, which are flown by more sophisticated, more highly capable strike fighters, MiG-29s, some of the more advanced Sukhoi fighters, and they are packing that HARM missile. Again, and these sorts of missions, of course, every combat aviation mission requires a little bit of the Top Gun in everybody, but those suppression of enemy air defense systems, look, you literally go out there and you fly in your airplane at 80 feet off the ground at transonic Mach numbers, maybe even exceeding the speed of sound. You pop up and you make sure that the enemy has targeted you with his radar. I mean, this is literally like going out and finding yourself a mugger on the New York subway and getting mugged, and then you launch your missile. Much to the chagrin of the Russian air defense operators, it doesn't matter if they turn their radar off. And it doesn't even matter if you turn your radar off and start to move, because this missile is going to find you. And that's really good.
Well, just another teaser then for the upcoming conversation, because he does address in great detail exactly what you're talking about, exactly how it is that the Ukrainians have been able to, with a very basic interface of the, it's not really an interface, but they've been able to operate the HARM from these Soviet platforms, and they're interceptors. They're not multi-role aircraft, but they've been able to use them as a platform for HARM that has been very effective. I won't go into more detail on that because he explains it very well. But the other thing I was going to just quickly mention was that what I'm seeing recently is a lot of video showing their Su-24, very active, as Americans like to say, down low moving mud. And the ground troops have just got to be so encouraged to see because they're using it has a tremendous load carrying capability, and they're using them for free fall bombs, very close support, the kind of stuff I'm sure you're familiar with your background. And man, what a morale booster to the guys on the ground. It's just so great to see the Ukrainian Air Force in there and keeping their force, keeping their numbers up, getting aircraft serviceable and into the fight. It's incredible.
Yeah, and that's it's even more incredible when folks, if you can remember long ago, into February and March, the Ukrainian Air Force was almost obliterated. They lost scores of aircraft on the ground. Their air defense system was an absolute shambles. The only aircraft they were able to maintain were those that were hidden, often under underpasses and in forests. And again, I mean, still on paper, the Russians have an incredibly capable and superior air force. But the suppression of enemy air defense, that move in mud, those close air strikes, wow. But also, blunting frontal aviation, the wide distribution of man pads over the battlefield, it's blunted Soviet close air support. And look, no more long-range missiles are almost never fired from Ukrainian airspace. They're always fired from Belarus, sometimes as far away as the Caspian Sea, which, folks, is a long way away. And the Russians have to do this because Ukrainian air defense over the home country is getting better and better. It's amazing. I'll be an avid listener for that one.
So have we finally answered the question, what air defense doing?
They're burning.
Very good. Very quick PSA. We will be joined in 7 minutes, by Dr. Ian Garner, who is an academic specialist on Russian propaganda. Beg your pardon, somebody else coming for an ashtray. So we'll be joined in 7 minutes by Dr. Ian Garner, who is a specialist on Russian propaganda, and he is also a translator of war-related stuff. So please stick around, which for what will be, I'm sure, a very fascinating interview. We've got a couple of hands up. I believe it was Anne Frank's battle tank next.
Thank you. Hi there, Chuck. We talked a bit about the Ukrainian progress towards Savatova. If Savatova falls, that will obviously be a big blow for Russian logistics in the east, and also really hamper their ability to move troops and equipment. But while I'm looking at the map here, I can see that the Russians have positioned themselves in such a way that moving towards Savatova is easier said than done. Is there any alternative ways for the Ukrainians to go about the challenge to, if not capture Savatova, but severely hamper their ability to move equipment and stop their logistics? Thank you.
That is an absolutely great question. And I think that they're close to making Savatova perhaps even irrelevant, because you've got a map there. So you can see the Savatova, the H26 Highway, which essentially goes east to west, folks, although it sort of comes from the north and does a curve to the east. The P66 highway is more of a straightforwardly north and south highway. They converge in that area. I agree that the Russians realize how absolutely vital Savatova is to their logistical efforts, but also their ability, a center of gravity in that battle space. But the Ukrainians are already commanding both of those highways with artillery. You know, being able to interdict the highway is not the same thing as cutting it with, you know, a brigade task group. But what I do think is, Savatova, because you had a great question, what I do think is it can be threatened both from the north, from the thrust coming down from Kupiansk, but also Savatova is threatened by any move that would take Kremenna, which is 10, 20, 30, what is it, 50 kilometers to the south. Because that means the P26 highway, even if they control it, it doesn't go anywhere. It's just not going. If you send convoys down it, you're only going to be supporting Ukrainians. So I think that the break may come from the south, and that's the short answer, but a terrific question.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's a little windy. I hope it's...
Can I get
sorry,
a small...
Frank.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, a small follow-up question here. Yeah, because I can see now that we have taken, or the Ukrainians have taken Kupiansk, and you can take the P26 highway from the south and cut it out there. Wouldn't it also be, you know, if you cut them off further north from Savatova, so you have cut off the P66 from the south and the north, and then you can just slowly attrit Savatova that way. Wouldn't that also be a possibility?
Yes, it is, and it's something that Russian battle planners have to react to, and those two axes closing on there is only one line of communication, and that is the H26 Highway that could possibly support. It's the only major highway going east-west. So the Ukrainians are going to play off both the northern and southern attacks. And the H26 is really only useful to defend off a northern attack. But you are also right that by hitting it higher up, farther north from Savatova, once that's cut, as you pointed out, they might as well just go home. We find that they don't do that. They overstay their welcome, and they're given political orders not to retreat an inch. And we may see another encirclement. That's something I don't see happening in the coming week, but I've often been pleasantly surprised. So good luck to them.
Let's hope so. And yeah, always great to listen to you, Chuck. Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to take a final question from Anthem. I believe Domi had his hand up before, but he seems to have dropped his hand. So Anthem, please go ahead.
Yeah, hello. Thank you, Chuck, for your blog. Always a pleasure to read it. Speaking about HARM missiles, do we see results of its work? Do we see the result on the ground? Sorry, my language. Because I'm trying, but I don't see broken weapons on the ground. Do we have such things on the ground? I hope you understand my English. Sorry.
Yeah, I do. There are, of course, you know, I'm taking the Ukrainian reports from the general staff at face value. You know, they're reporting these systems have been interdicted. I'm sure that they have their own protocols for battle damage assessment. I have only occasionally seen photographic evidence of these systems being destroyed, often days or weeks afterwards. But I think that we can take their reports at face value, just because, for example, there were the numbers of 20, 30 close air support missions launched in a day. That's telling me that the local air defenses are Russian air defenses have been suppressed. So that's the way we do it. And you know, after I get off here in just a minute for the next guest, I think I'll repost the HARM missile infographic on my Twitter space, so everyone can take a look at that again. But Guys, thank you so much. And I appreciate being on. And yeah, I wish someone was asking me to pass the ashtray, but I'll just go back to listening here.
What? You can pass the ashtray. That's fine, but you don't have to smoke everything in it, right?
No, I don't actually. I just, wished I was having a beer somewhere.
Chuck, it's very simple. I can give you the coordinates, lat and long, and you'll just show up.
Thank you,
I'm going
Chuck.
to be there one day. I'm going to be there one day, so you'll be surprised.
I will take this as the most gentle and most acceptable threat ever.
Thank you, sir. Thanks
All right,
again.
see you soon. Cheers.
Thank you.
Chuck,
Thank you.
don't feel the need to drop. Don't feel the need to drop. You're very welcome to loiter on the panel for our excuse me, for our next guest.
Well-
but if you got to go, you got to go.
I do, but I could be back later. But I do want to thanks and listen. I'll be listening as I carry out my my task here. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Always a pleasure. So you've just heard from Chuck Farah, who I'm sure needs no introduction. Ex-commander of SEAL Team 6, now military analyst and great friend of the MriyaReport. You should give him a follow on Twitter, simply because he publishes really quite excellent daily updates on the military situation in Ukraine. So our friend Chuck Farah, please do give him a follow. We should be joined very, very shortly by Dr. Ian Garner, who is an expert on Russian propaganda and a translator thereof, also a noted historian. Hopefully see him coming up very shortly. Who's got comms with Ian Garner?
I have, and he's already a listener. I'm just trying to cycle him up. Ian is probably just listening to some piano lesson in the background.
Hey, everybody.
So there we have him. Hello there.
Hello. How are we?
Good evening on this wonderful day of the Tsar's birthday.
Yes, indeed. What a day for a celebration. I hope you all plan to party.
Let the mockery begin.
I don't even know what to say. You know, as I'm finishing up writing a book on youth culture right now, and I was just writing a passage a couple of days ago about a song that came out, I think 2015, called "My Best Friend is President Putin." And this isn't one of these. I mean, yes, it's absurd and shit, but it had quite high production values. It was a Timothy production, if anyone's familiar with the Russian rapper Timothy, who's like Russia's Jay-Z, basically. He has this huge production studio, incredibly wealthy, got burger chains, clothing lines, all this stuff. Anyway, this piece came out for Putin's birthday in 2015, and it's the most absurd thing you will ever see in your life. Him and the guy he sings with are on Red Square, and there's like skaters, and they go to a club, and then a guy wearing a Putin mask comes in, and these, beautiful young models just draped over Putin. And it's all kind of a joke, but it's also not, because Timothy really did party with Putin and does party with Putin and loves the war. It's really messed up. So a real disappointment that nobody's done a big new song this year.
So how can you not want to party with him?
Exactly. You can go to the club, be just like Putin, and you'll get all the girls. That's the message of the tune.
Is that strictly inaccurate in Russia, though?
I think it's strictly inaccurate everywhere. He's a funny-looking little man. Sorry, that's not my academic side. That's my human side speaking. Putin looks weird.
He does look weird, and apparently he smells.
Really?
I've got a mate here in Tallinn. Yeah. Apparently this is true. I've got a mate here in Tallinn who was once at a function with him when he was still the KGB bloke in Leningrad, and apparently he has the most appalling BO.
Wow, that's embarrassing, and nobody would tell him, right? I mean, it's awkward telling anybody they've got BO, but imagine trying to tell Putin.
Exactly. It's crazy. All right, so the best rapper in Russia, I guess that's like being the world's tallest dwarf, but he's released a birthday special. That's fun. So, Ian, why don't you give yourself a quick introduction or a long introduction, your choice, for the benefit of our listeners.
Perfect. Thank you, Tim. So, hello, everybody. I'm currently in Canada, and I work here in Canada. I've been in Canada for a long time. But as you can tell from my accent, I grew up in Britain. So hello to those of you in my native country. I hope it's not sinking as fast as it seems to be from what I'm reading in the news. I have a background in Russian war propaganda and understanding really what is it in particular about stories about war that make people tick? What makes those stories work, and why is war the thing that often people gather around in society? And so I have one book coming out in December. This is my shameless pitch for my work. One book coming out in December that is about the Battle of Stalingrad.
Please, plug it now.
So if you go to my profile, you can buy a book that costs an obscene amount of money because it's an academic publisher. That is about Stalingrad. It's about, and this is actually an interesting topic if anyone wants to talk about this more, how the state basically did a much better job of producing propaganda in 1942 and 1941 by gathering up all of his best writers, you know, these fabulous literary writers of fiction. They packed them off to the front and said, go write as good and appealing stuff. And of course, the stuff that Russia produces today is nothing like as brilliant, right? And then I have a second book. This is the one that I'm currently melting my brain trying to finish because I have a deadline from my publisher of the 17th of October that is called Z Generation, Into the Heart of Russia's Fascist Youth. And I have spent, ever since April, all of my time talking to some of the craziest people that you will ever meet who are wrapped up in youth education in Russia, who are members of youth paramilitary groups, people who are spending their time putting out like social media content for kids, teenagers who are doing fan art for the war online and figuring out how has the state produced a youth culture and encouraged a youth culture where it is okay and cool to be what I would term a fascist. And I think given the way this channel goes down, I presume most of you would be fairly comfortable with me using that language, although academics might quibble, and I'm happy to elaborate on that. And
I'll quibble.
And how is it then that the state has also smashed apart the possibilities for having different identities in Russia? And the most obvious example being people who are LGBT, people who are queer, have been, you know, attacked, torn apart, you know, forced into kind of these battles within themselves, as well as being attacked by the state, by legislation, and by thugs and hooligans that are supported by the state. So that's me. I have, as you can imagine, a great time reading this really cheerful stuff.
I was just about to say, isn't it? Tim and I already have the cheerful task of every single day reading through Russian propaganda, looking at their channels, listening to their listening to their poetry, and then trying to make sense of the rest of the world, because we actually are real pragmatists. We couldn't care less what they say, but it's nice to hear from time to time that we were right when we detested them in the first place. Now, Russian military schools have been set up. There was a new plan coming out in 2006, if I'm not quite mistaken. You may be correct. It could be also January 2007, whatever. But there's a new plan which came out then. This precedes this imbecile's speech in 2008. And they already had it in mind to militarize the future of their young men. And they couldn't quite hack it. But since, 2011, they really created more and more, yet again, paramilitary schools to miseducate and abuse the young in their culture. And they've really taken it to the limit, because currently there's a real movement, a youth movement. Maybe you can talk to this.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I think in the 2000s, the problem they had with these military schools was there was some, and by military schools, I really mean, you know, this might not be familiar as an idea to some of the listeners here, so maybe we should expand. We're really talking about kind of cadet college, where kids dress in uniforms and will go, and yes, there is academic content, but you're also being trained as a soldier at the same time. But in the 2000s, there were still lots of appealing alternatives to that lifestyle. And yes, there was a demand amongst some of kind of the old school, the more nationalist types for, you know, Russia's on its knees. The 90s have been terrible. We need to defend ourselves. But there was, there was a much greater appeal of money and wealth and gadgets and goodies and going into tech and IT and being able to travel and go abroad and doing all of these things, right? And the government was essentially always trying to juggle these different things as it waged war in Chechnya in the 2000s, as it waged war in Georgia in 2008, as it was doing things like opening military schools, and as Putin was using really violent language throughout his speeches and throughout his appearances in public. Going back to my favorite, or at least my most memorable Putin quote is after the terrorist attacks, right at the beginning of the Putin era. He said, we're going to hunt these people down and we'll get them wherever they are. We'll kill them on the shitter if we have to.
That was his first public speech at that time, wasn't it?
Yes, I think this was when he was maybe prime minister. I'd have to check the date. But the point is, this is right back at the start, right? And he's always balancing this: we're going to kill out our enemies, and you need to be on the watch for enemies. And it's quite sort of gruesome stuff. With you can have everything you ever wanted, you can have everything you've ever dreamed of. And so they're just, in the 2000s, it was a hard sell getting the people who were much more attracted to this vision of sort of the empire resurrected, glittering palaces of commerce, and Russia is competing in Eurovision and on the sports field, and we're richer, we're better, we're moving faster than everybody else. People wanted that, but they didn't want the military stuff so much on the whole. Right. And so what the government was really faced with, and I think, you hit the nail on the head, 2011, 2012, 2013, that's when there's a lot of protests because of the corrupt parliamentary elections, Putin's coming back to power, wrapped up with the embarrassment of the war in Georgia, which didn't go too great. And of course, at the back of all of this, the global financial crisis, which Russia really wasn't prepared for, because they're never prepared for anything, because everything is always so superficial in terms of progress there. That's when suddenly the state was confronted with the idea that we can't let people choose some alternatives, right? We can't just dangle these different possibilities. We have to make sure that there is only one way to be Russian. And that was the military way. That was the violent way.
Could we talk a little more depth about this youth culture that they've managed to develop, right? Coming from the UK, I live in Estonia, but as you can probably tell, I'm originally from our United Kingdom. Nationalism isn't cool, right? National stuff is not, it's not cool. Military stuff is not particularly cool either. Okay, so if you go to one of the elite public schools or whatever, you're probably going to be in the CCF, and you're probably going to do some military stuff. Maybe from a different background, you'll be in your county ACF or whatever, but it's not considered a kind of cutting edge, hipstery, cool thing to be doing. Here in Eastern Europe, nationalism is cool, but it's kind of a gentler form of nationalism. So it revolves around kind of folkish traditions. For example, here in Estonia, where I live, folk dancing is cool. Folk dancing is something that youths do, and it's a cool thing to be doing. But you translate that into the UK context. That my old French teacher used to say, "I'll try anything once except incest and Morris dancing." It's not a cool thing to be doing. How did Russia manage to create? How did they manage to make nationalism cool? How did it become a cool youth thing? Because you go back to the Soviet times, right? There was a big, at least in the periphery of the Soviet Union, for example, here in Estonia, friends of a certain age, they reached for anything except communism in search of cool. Like, for example, one of my friends here is he's a chap of a certain age, he's in his late 50s. Back in the 80s, he converted to Roman Catholicism because that was countercultural and that was cool. Yeah, Roman Catholicism was cool in the 80s in Estonia. Go figure. It's not like it's a Soviet tradition. How did Russia manage this? How did they manage to create cool out of nationalism?
the simple and short answer is that you co-opt the vehicles and forms of Western culture, which for a long time in Russia was uber cool, right? Nobody was listening to Russian music in the 2000s, in the early 2000s, because they just wanted to listen to American pop stars and British pop stars and watch American movies, right? So what do? Well, you create a whole bunch of Russian pop stars that literally are carbon copies of Western pop stars. And in fact, I'm glad you asked this question because I have the perfect example. So this birthday song that came out in 2015, My Best Friend is President Putin, was by Timothy. And Timothy's whole shtick is having this production studio, Black Star. And you can go Google Black Star on YouTube now, right? Look it up and you'll find all of the stars there look like Western stars. The sounds are like Western music. You can go back through the last 10 years of Black Star material and you'll find whatever was cool in 2012 in the West, they were doing it in Russia too. Now, this birthday song, the guy that Timothy sang it with was called Sasha Chest, right? And he came and went, you know, he had 3 songs, whatever, doesn't matter. Transient pop star. But the big song that he made his name with was, I can't remember the name of it, but it was, in terms of the video, pretty much a frame-by-frame copy of the video of Drake's Hotline Bling. And of course, Hotline Bling was a huge song back, and again, I don't remember when that came out, 2013, 2014, right? Big song, worldwide, everybody was listening to it, you had it on in Russia. But then, you know, if you have the TV in the background, or your friends are liking and sharing things, you see Drake, oh, and you see Sasha Chest has a version too. And it might not be the coolest thing ever, but you see, you know, this guy's up to scratch, you know, he's cool, he's doing the current kinds of stuff. And so Timothy will release 100 songs on the label, and out of those songs, 5 of them will be ludicrously patriotic, right? And so this patriotic stuff just sort of worms its way into the culture without you almost noticing, because, oh, look, it's just another Timothy song, it's just another Sasha Chest song. Oh, this one's about Putin. Well, that's funny and cool. The other thing that they've done really effectively, and they've done it with film and music and books and you name it, they've done it with everything, and in particular online, they've done it by basically imitating the content of bloggers from the West, in particular the kind of conservative bloggers that we have here and, you know, video YouTube stars, whose whole attitude is, fuck you, I don't care if you don't like me. And there is a certain cool around, you know, not the national symbols of Russia, not the eagle, you know, these kids aren't going and putting up imperial eagles on their profile pictures on VK or whatever they're using, but they are watching videos with influencers, some of whom are sponsored by the Kremlin, but many of whom are doing this entirely out of, you know, entirely out of spontaneity because they just want to do it. Videos where they say, haha, we poisoned Navalny. You know, everybody said we couldn't do it, or Russia wouldn't be brave enough to do something like this. Isn't it funny, right? Isn't it cool that, you know, I went out and I had a hangover, you know, this morning, and it feels just as bad as probably when that Navalny got poisoned, right? That was a video blog that I watched fairly recently, right? It's this very sort of ironic, mocking, cruel kind of a culture that kids are given. But it's all wrapped up in this sparkling, glittering, fast-paced internet stuff. And so it looks just like anything else. And of course, finally, the very last thing they've been doing over the last few years is clamping down on people's ability to do to access information from outside, right? They've been banning access to Telegram channels, news websites. Now they're trying to lock down on Instagram, Facebook, things like that.
So how did the Nashi came about from that?
So Nashi was an early attempt at doing this. There was actually one youth group that I think is worth drawing attention to called Walking Together, Идущие вместе, that started very early on in Putin's rule. And these groups were funded by the Kremlin, but always at arm's length. The Kremlin never really quite admitted they were funding them, even though it was obvious. They would often, in interviews or when making statements, deflect and say, well, you know, this is just a series of private interests. These are concerned citizens who are making this happen. And so these kids would be usually not really members of a group, right? They would pay people, entice people into joining a movement by giving them, they gave them, back in the day, they would give them pages, free pages. They would give them concert tickets from the surrounding cities into the center of Moscow to come to an event for the day that would usually be a rally. They would turn up, they would be given matching t-shirts and Russia flags. They would all wave the t-shirts and flags, and then they would go home again with a bit of chanting. Now, a lot of it was just staged for the cameras, right? There were, of course, many people involved in this who were quite enthusiastic, but it clearly was a minority at the time, and a lot of it was careerism, right? People who wanted a career in government or wanted a career in kind of politics and thought that joining something like Nashi would look good. But what's really interesting for me is the fact that these things played so well on television and on social media, where there is a real disconnect between the reality of the parade. It's messy and mucky, and the flags might go in the bin and the t-shirts might go in the bin as soon as the rally is over. And the fact that if you're sitting in Chelyabinsk or wherever it is 1,000 miles away from Moscow, and the pictures pop up, sort of creep their way into your social media feed, all you see is kids having a good time, right? These kids are all together. These cool kids in Moscow, they're all super into Putin. Maybe I should be into Putin too, right? And that's when you suddenly, you know, you like and share the content that's there. And then your friends in Chelyabinsk, they're like, wow, this looks awesome. They like and share, and thus the virality builds. And it doesn't really matter that none of it, when you pull back these layers, is actually real, right? Nowadays, however, the state is quite openly funding these sorts of groups, and walking together in Nashi came and went pretty quickly. But today there are a couple of groups. Victory Volunteers is one group who are nominally about celebrating World War II, but are really about celebrating Russian sort of machismo and warlike attitudes. And that's been around since 2015. It has a huge amount of members, and it's mostly an online group, right? They do lots of stuff in person, but it's mostly an online phenomenon. And of course, the other one is the Youth Army. And the Youth Army has been around since 2016. They are targeting kids. You can join if you're 7 years old. Might be 6. I'd have to double check my manuscript for that, my notes. But 6 or 7 very, very young children, kids dressed in uniform. This is funded by the state. They're putting huge amounts, millions of dollars into looking after this. And kids go to the local community hall, to the local school gym, and they parade, they march, they learn military skills, they learn to shoot guns. They are given lessons in the history of Russia, and you can imagine that those lessons in history are not very fact-based. They get talks from veterans. They go out to parade on national holidays. They go and stand guard at war memorials. In the holidays, they go off to summer camps where they dress in their uniforms all the time and do all of this 24 hours a day. And this is a growing
paramilitary exercises.
Yeah. And this is way more military than anything that happened in the Soviet Union in terms of these young kids. It's genuinely quite frightening to think that, you know, this is the generation. This is why the title of the book is Z Generation. This is the generation that is going to walk into adult life who do not remember that sort of frothy promise of the 2000s, of glittering, sort of harmless, we're not really interested in war. This is a generation who are being brought up on war and will know very little about a different worldview. And they're going to be ready for war because they're being trained in it.
Now, Ian, here comes the question. It seems they still have failed. It seems they lack the ideological arch. It seems they lack the commitment of the society, because amongst those 700,000, supposedly, it might be more, might be the fewer, doesn't matter. Amongst those many young men who have recently fled, ages 18 up to 35, And rather than doing anything in Russia against the government, they knew very well, because they like to consume and they like to be around, they like to have all the nice prerogatives and privileges, but they fled. Amongst them have been found already thousands of people who like their Instagram profiles, their VKontakte profiles more than anything, and who are part of exactly those organizations you just highlighted, and they're currently in the West. There's people in the former Georgian military intelligence. There's people in Western military intelligence who consider this to be an infiltration campaign as part of their failed mobilization. How do you see this?
Well, absolutely. I think you're right that the state has so far failed in this indoctrination campaign because it came too late, in a sense, because they were, if, bear with me here, this is pretty morally messed up, but if you were going to launch a fascist country, you would need to start indoctrinating a lot faster and a lot more effectively than Putin did, because it really took him 11, 12 years to really get started, because he spent his first decade in power trying to sort of juggle these different plates. And so when you look at people that are in their 20s, in their 30s, especially well-off people in Moscow and Petersburg, and that's the majority of the people who are of Siberia, who are poor, right? Those people, they don't want to die for some quite abstract dream of the idea of we're all going to sacrifice ourselves and turn into these sort of Orthodox come World War II cult saints, save Russia from a threat that's clearly not real. There is some self-interest there.
Yeah.
But I worry more about the kids who are underrating.
Master strategists.
Sorry, what's that, Axel?
Very good point. No, sorry. I was just laughing because as always, you drive me to burst out in laughter because you're so on point in this regard. So, master strategists and bad at fascism too.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is it's a paper tiger, right? Unfortunately, it's got very sharp teeth, as Ukraine is discovering, and as we know from Chechnya and Syria and Georgia and Abkhazia. But Russia there is so much corruption around these campaigns, around the youth groups, that when you look at the people that are leading the youth army today, well, the majority of the people that are on the ground doing the training are not 30-somethings. They're not 40-something people. It's quite comical when you look at the pictures on local groups' websites and local groups' VK groups, because these people look like they died in like 1975 and their corpses have been badly preserved ever since then, right? These are old men who are in charge of this campaign, because Putin has always struggled to persuade millennials. Now, of course, there is a core constituency of millennials who are really on board with this, but it is clearly a minority, right? And so the question becomes, what happens over the next few years? If Putin dies tomorrow, what an if, then these people that, the kids who are learning this stuff in schools and in youth groups, yes, the youth groups may be absurd and obscene and their leaders may be very old, but if you've given them no alternatives, no alternative ways of being Russian and being non-violent, of being Russian and being queer, of being Russian and being, well, anything except the worst kind of drum-beating nationalist, then how are those people going to grow up, right? And I imagine, if the state collapsed tomorrow, if Putin died tomorrow, there would be a period of real chaos in Russia. And who is waiting on the liberal wing to step in and re-educate those kids? What plans are being made in Russia? The answer is none, really. And, the opposition is so fractured and fragmented that it has nothing to offer, really.
a bit more ethno-fascism, a la Navalny?
Yeah, like this. I mean, this is Putin's brilliance, as well as starting to kind of create these identities and means of being militaristic and Russian in a really serious way in 2011, 2012. At the same time, they went on the offensive. And they made it impossible to be Russian and liberal. They made it impossible to be Russian and somebody who liked the West, somebody who could be anything but this kind of very narrow form of identity that the government was putting it forward. And they said these people were evil. And when you look at what they did in particular to queer young Russians in the 2010s, it's appalling. People talk about fighting battles within themselves, about tearing themselves apart because of the things that they were hearing on television, because they were hearing from state TV presenters that gays should be killed and ritually burned. They were hearing from teachers that their existence was wrong. And when you look at the youth suicide rate amongst young queer Russians in the 2010s, I believe something like a quarter of young queer Russians tried to kill themselves in the early 2010s. A quarter, right? That is monstrous. And so Putin has been waging this genocide against Ukrainians, right? Yes. But in another more oblique sense, he's been waging this genocide against anybody who didn't fit into this narrow form of identity that the government was promoting. Right. And of course, in addition to that psychological war, there was genuine warfare on the streets from gangs of nationalists and neo-Nazis that the state was hiring and paying off and organizing very under the table, of course, and saying, yeah, go out, beat up some queer looking kids. And of course, it was enough to look queer, or, you know, you can imagine that the roaming neo-Nazi gangs didn't do a very good job of figuring out who was queer and who wasn't. And so they, you know, random arbitrary.
But they were very good with any minority already, Ian.
Exactly.
They've done, the neo-Nazis have been instrumentalized by the Soviets already in the mid-1980s in Moscow.
And indeed, extreme nationalists before that, right? This has a very, very long history. And it's really sad when you speak to people that these things have happened to. It's devastating at how many of the victims of this campaign within Russia, whether it's ethnic minorities or whether it's the LGBT community or anybody else, many of these people blame themselves. And they think it's my fault. I should be a better Russian, right? It's my fault I was attacked. It's my fault I tried to commit suicide, right? It's monumentally fucked up. And so, of course, when we think about why this sort of glamorous Instagram lifestyle, the YouTube videos of Timothy singing his songs about Putin, and the videos of your friends at, you know, youth army rallies and youth army parades, why are they appealing? Well, wouldn't you rather go to a youth army parade? Wouldn't you rather have a little moment of a Nashi rally of these beautiful uniform T-shirts and grand flag waving on a sunny day? You would rather have some of that in your life than the violence that the state is wreaking on you for something that you can't change. And this is one of the reasons that Russia is fascist, because it is always seeking out a victim. It always has to be destroying something to reinforce that movement towards where it wants people to go.
But Russia also always had the fact that it could get rid of many of those, especially in moments of crises, who would flee, who would run away and not fight. That's another thing. The pressure rarely has ever been high enough for those who want the democracy and rights to fight for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think clearly people made huge errors in the 90s and the 2000s. Right. But if I were a young Russian, you know, if I were a 16-year-old today, sitting in Russia, sitting in my apartment in Novosibirsk, in the middle of Siberia, thousands of miles away from Moscow, I would be wondering, where are the leaders? Where do I go? What do I do to fight? Right? How do I turn this one drop of resistance that I am into a flood that's going to actually make a meaningful difference? Right? And I think it is up to people who are in positions of responsibility, people who have large followings on social media, and indeed people within the state apparatus. And it is going to be hard for us to forgive people, and in particular for Ukrainians, to forgive people who've been involved with the state apparatus, but they do have some power. They have to say enough is enough. Those are the people that really need to fight, not the fucking, you know, teenagers in Chelyabinsk and Novosibirsk, because they're just going to be bummed all the way and beaten up by the police and the hooligans and the heavies. They have no chance until somebody in some position of power does something. Right?
Yeah, the Treaty of Freedom, right? Well, why don't we leave them alone for a little while and let them figure it out by themselves? It hasn't happened for a long time. North Korea has taken until 2022 to not find it out.
I actually think this is, I totally understand your rationale, but I think the danger is we could leave them and find out what happens. But what if things get a lot worse? What if we drive Russia, or Ukraine drives Russia back to, you know, sends the troops packing, sends them back to Russia. Putin dies tomorrow. New era. But where are the saviors going to come from in the younger generation, when especially the younger kids, are being taught these militaristic values, right? This is only going to get worse. It's starting to take on a life of its own on social media, online, and in schools, in these youth groups. Is it more dangerous to leave them alone than it is to do things like launch information warfare campaigns where we actually reach into Russia, in particular while we still can, because that is the problem with North Korea. It's extremely hard to do this, and start targeting these young people, in addition, of course, to inducing those in positions of power to actually do some leading for once and take some morally wise decisions.
But
and we start
these
giving those
measures
young
mutually
people
exclusive? Ian, are these measures? I think before we go into this, because I don't think it's adversarial. I don't think that these positions or these streams of actions are mutually exclusive. You can completely and utterly shut out Russia from the Western world, block them, embargo them, and increase pressure, and still actually torment them with information.
Yes, I think you're right in that regard. But the idea of kind of leaving them to it completely, doing nothing and hoping they go away and that they fix it by themselves, that seems markedly unwise.
Of course. No, I would never have suggested that. No, I meant really actually increasing the pressure and at the same time incentivizing giving them information, of course.
Then I've got you.
It'll be interesting to find out how we can actually do this and work this, because evidently Ukraine will win this. Evidently, Ukraine has the capacity and now has our support to win this. But when they win this, they cannot be asked to compromise, and they should never be. And I don't think the West should compromise either. The atrocities and the how shall I put this? The lack of civilized behavior of the Russian army, yet again, as found out in Liman, does not necessarily justify any compromise, does it?
Sorry, I missed the last word. It doesn't justify?
Compromise.
No, I mean, one of the things that strikes me in my conversations with Russians over the last few months, research for the book, is that even the more reasonable people I've spoken to struggle to understand the idea that Russia doesn't have to be a great country with a capital G and a capital C. Right? They don't understand that Russia could or should be punished for what is happening in Ukraine today. They still seem to genuinely believe that, you know, those are the Putinists. Those are the crazy people. It's a few bad apples, right? That's the defense, basically. But the rest of us aren't like this. And you're right, that makes it extremely hard to come to a position where we're ready to actually, or they're ready to actually even conceive of the idea of compromise, let alone really make it.
So, no compromise. That's fine. The moral reckoning, the stuff which actually missed, or which was missed in 1990, 1992.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, there has to be, and I'm going to steal a word from our friends in Moscow here, there has to be a process of denazification, a meaningful attempt to bring people to justice. And yes, it goes all the way back to the 1930s and the 1920s to thinking about the Stalinist period and understanding really what's happened in Russia's history and teaching people about what has occurred and how it happened, and why to us it's self-evidently an utterly terrible thing, and that there should be no pride in Stalin, there should be no pride in violence, there should be no pride in murder and lawlessness. And I think at the root of all of that is this notion that Russia is a great country. And that, to any listeners, I would say nowhere is a great country or should be. Right? In this sense of, you know, being this grand sort of exceptional place to be. You can live in a nice place, you can live in a nice community, it can be very pleasant, but its inherent greatness, or the idea of a country being inherently great, is simply absurd and is inherently dangerous. And you're seeing that, well, you've seen that in a much more nuanced fashion in Britain over the last few years, right? As Britain has wrestled with Brexit and its post-imperial, or not, depending on who you talk to, you know, this inheritance. It's a difficult debate to have with people because they're emotionally attached to myths, and countries do need myths. And I think one thing that I think you might find, Axel, more controversial, that I would say, is that people do need collective myths. And by myths, I don't mean lies, I mean stories of community that unite. Right? And people need narratives to understand how they relate to each other and how they relate to their communities. But those narratives can't be that we are inherently the best country or the best place in the world, because that always makes the country violent.
Other than, of course, Wales, right? Tim, I apologize. Other than Wales, of course, again.
Other than Wales. Do you think it goes a little deeper than this? Do you think it transcends Russia? And I'll explain myself a little. So there's been this reckoning on my side of the political spectrum, pretty much globally, that there are times when, shall we say, ideas on our side go a bit too far and give disastrous results, right? There's been this rejection of the idea that taking right-wing conservative ideas to extremes is a good thing. And it's kind of led to a political quarantining of the extremist forms of what people on the right and the center right believe. It seems to me, and this is something that a number of people have brought up, Douglas Murray, for example, talks very well on this. It seems to me that there hasn't been an equivalent reckoning on the other side. And so if we can consider Putin's Russia to be a direct inheritor of the Soviet Union, which I think we can, there's this idea that they haven't had a similar reckoning. You know, these types of things are still sort of intellectually respectable. Do you think it might be a kind of political, a symptom of a broken political compass that you know, makes apology for things that are coming from a particular ideological direction or tradition? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, Tim. And I on the one hand, I see what you mean. I agree with 95% of what you just said. I think, you know, there needs to be an end to this slavish appreciation of old voices from the Cold War, especially knowing bloody Chomsky, who's just, you know, jumped the shark, which is a phrase that people are not using much anymore, but sums it up, right? And certainly the hard left needs to forget Russia. And the part of what you said, though, that I disagree with is today's Russia is the inheritor of the Soviet Union. It is not, right? The one thing, it is one of the folks that I talked to for this was worked for the state media for the last 10 years. And he quit in spectacular fashion. You'll have to read the book to find out exactly why. But this guy, early 30s, he says what we basically did was we constructed a Frankenstein state. It's bolted together bits of all kinds of stuff from all over the place. Really, at the core of it is a much older narrative of Russian messianism. And that is that Russia is the great nation which is fated to save the world, fated to save humanity, fated to save Christianity from those who would destroy it. Invaders from the east, invaders from the west, invaders inside. Right? And that goes back hundreds and hundreds of years. And that is a narrative that the Soviets themselves picked up and amplified and said, you know, we are the leading communist nation. They did it again in World War II and said, you know, look, Russia and the Soviet Union have saved the world from annihilation. Utopia is, you know, it really is going to happen this time. And yes, there is lots of Sovietism about today's Russia. So you get the parades, you get the symbolism, you get the hammer and sickle everywhere, you get the Stalin calendars and the Stalin pictures. But this is a very visual inheritance. And of course, there are elements of bureaucratic life that are still handed down from the Soviet era. If anyone's tried to basically get anything done in Russia, it requires a lot of stamping of pages and passports from bureaucrats, and it's usually impossible. But the one thing that Russia does not have today, and that it has never had, is Marxism. They've never had, and I agree with you that the hard left is basically barking, but at least Marxism makes some sense, right? In the same way that you might say that neoliberalism has gone too far and Reaganism has been pushed too far on the right. But at least there's a core of it that, you know, is based in logic. It's not just the ravings of a madman. The culture, the political ideology that the state has put together today is more in line with Mein Kampf in being a ragtag bunch of myths and dreams and ramblings drawn from all over the place than it has in common with Marx. And of course, Marx is not taught, so there's nothing to do with the Soviet Union in Russia's schools. Marx is the one thing that really nobody ever talks about. Nobody reads Marx anymore. It's a joke. Nobody reads Lenin.
Replacement guidance, guardrails of a, say, replacement religion, whilst one had to fight the power of the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, absolutely. What they've produced is a kind of a political religion, and there's lots of studies that academics have done about the nature of fascism as political religion and belief in faith. And we see this in the language. I was looking yesterday back actually at some of the videos and materials that the patriarch has produced over the last few months, Kirill, who we all know as a bearded, corrupt lunatic. And when you compare his language to the language that Solovyov the journalist uses and to the language that Putin uses, you really can't tell who is saying what. If you didn't know, you would be hard-pressed to say this is a Putin quote or this is something that the press says, because they just mix this
Same
language.
directorate.
Sorry, what was that?
Same directorate.
Sorry, I
They're all
can't hear
from-
that.
They are from the same directorate.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, exactly. They all come from the same directorate, and it is a directorate of a sort of bizarre language that mixes bureaucracy, private enterprise, Russian messianism, and the language of biblical apocalypse.
Shall we go to some hands? We've got a very patient audience with their hands up. I believe Craig was first. Craig.
Oh, this is going to be great. Professor Garner, thank you for joining the space. I actually literally just handed in my master's thesis, which was on the American construction of denazification programs and the prosecution of Baldur von Schirach. So this is like literally all I've been reading about for the last like months. I think your point's really well taken that sorry, my son's eating in the background. So if you hear a small baby, that's not me. It could be me. You don't know. So I have several questions. I guess the best place to start is, what is kind of the guiding myth about her? Like, what is the motivating myth in the Russian? It seems like to me it is this kind of, we are this great nation, we deserve to be this great nation. You know, 1912, we save Europe. We're always saving Europe. We're both European, but not European. We save Europe from itself in 1912. We save Europe from itself again in 1945. We protect from like we are the bulwark against China, and we deserve to be this like great nation. Is that kind of just the general overarching motivating myth about her for like the Russian kind of national consciousness that they're building right now?
Firstly, congratulations on finishing this thesis. Very well done. Round of applause, everybody for it. And secondly, I think, yes, you've basically got it, but there is something slightly darker that underlies it. And that is, and I briefly mentioned it at the end of the last comment that I made, this myth of apocalypse. The idea of sacrifice and martyrdom and rebirth. The idea that we have to die. We have to be on the brink of destruction. When you look at those myths, you know, when you think about 1812, go read Tolstoy's description of War and Peace and what happens to Moscow in 1812. It is hell and fire is wrought into the city. And that is what creates the conditions for victory, the suffering of the people. It is not the brilliance of the battlefield generals or the Tsar, who are mostly self-indulgent and, you know, proud of military honors and glittering medals. It is the fact that the people suffered, the fact that Moscow almost died, and Moscow embodies the people much more than St. Petersburg, which is, of course, an artificial European city. And then you look at Russia's World War I, it's another apocalyptic experience. World War II, for obvious reasons, and you can read my Stalingrad book or my Stalingrad materials. I've written about it elsewhere on this. But Stalingrad is painted as an event in which it's not just regrettable that 1 million people died to win the battle and turn the tide of the war. It is written as an event when Stalingrad is literally dead. That's the way they talk about it. Stalingrad died. The nation is dead. And it rises back from the grave because 1 million people died. So those people, in that logic, had to die to save Russia and therefore to save the world. It is not a regrettable loss that there is destruction. It is an essential part of Russia's mission. And so, when you look at Ukraine today, when you look at the genocide, when you look at the way that the state is talking about this apocalypse, and some of the more loopy people on the religious right are talking about it, they are talking about Ukraine and Russia are brother nations. We are one and the same people, but we have to kill our brothers in order to purify Russia, in order to save them from the threat of Nazism that they are somehow infected with, and they use the language of disease. And that's we make everything right again. And, you know, all of this, of course, wraps the modern language of political economy as well, and the idea that this is going to collapse NATO, it's going to collapse American hegemony, there'll be a new sort of trading bloc in the East. It's all because stuff. That's what underlies the myth. Something has to be a sacrifice.
Oh, they need the outgroup. They need the outgroup. They need to project the lack of their capacity, the lack of their information, the lack of their progress. They need to project it on someone. Any fascist regime needs the enemy more than anything else, because otherwise the subjugation of the enemy, the fight against the enemy, the ultimate subjugation of the enemy, if successful, cannot be justified in any shape or form, because they need to have that. That's their going concern.
So, and you mentioned that they need the outgroup there. And as I was talking about earlier, in the 2010s, when they were done with Chechens, that's why they picked the LGBT community. They created an outgroup from inside Russia and set about them with the same sort of attacks and the same sort of violence. And that's what they'll keep doing until something more fundamental changes in the culture. And that's why I'm so alarmed about what kids are learning today in schools.
Now, let's change tack in that regard before we go to further questions. Ian, now with the degradation, the absolute degradation of the Russian economy, there may be significant lack of resources for the currently appeased and consumerist society. They have an outgroup, but the outgroup, the Ukrainians, are not just fighting back, they're winning. What would the lack of resources and the resistance, the successful resistance, and even the victory of an outgroup mean for those who currently have believed that they are part of the still complacent, therefore successful in-group?
I actually think the real test of the whole edifice is in money and consumer goods. I genuinely believe that Russians will tolerate losses on quite a large level, and they'll tolerate some pretty embarrassing battlefield failures as well. Right? I think probably in terms of battlefield failures, the intolerable loss for Putin would be the loss of Crimea. But everything else, I don't think many people actually really care very much about. And there is always this get out clause that the propagandists can attempt to activate. Now, whether they can do it successfully or not, I don't know, but they will attempt to say, well, it was only ever a special military operation. We achieved whatever we wanted to achieve. Now, if I were them, I would be starting to drop some really big stories right now about we've actually evacuated all of the Russians who wanted to leave this territory. Now we will abandon this godforsaken wasteland that Ukraine has destroyed in Mariupol and the other cities. Thank God all of these hundreds of thousands of Russian children and their parents are safe in Russia, right? And of course, it's a fairy tale. It's gross. It's monstrous to talk about it that way, but that would be a story you could sell, right? But I think the question becomes, when people can't get laptops, when their cars can't get replaced, when they don't have medication, when their plumbing breaks in their apartment and it can't get fixed, those are going to be the things I think that will really, really test, because those things matter to everybody. You can't say, I mean, you can say you're not interested in politics. I don't care what happens in Donbass, Donetsk. You know, we lose it, we keep it. You can just ignore it and go about your daily business, but you cannot ignore if the fact that your toilet is not working and you can't source a replacement either because it's not available or because it suddenly costs 10 times what it did last year. So it's always going to be about the money.
So what happens then? You
Good
said it was
question.
interesting, and I wanted to tease out what you could envisage.
I hate making these predictions because who knows?
Me too, mate. Me too. But what do you think? In your wildest dreams, what do you think?
Honestly, I think most realistic is a period of turmoil, a sort of a semi-shared leadership, and the people that are going to be in charge are going to be people who are as bad as Putin or worse. There is no white knight waiting in the wings to ride onto stage and take over this great spectacle that is Russia.
Okay, so I agree with that, by the way, completely. I think this is an expectation which pretty much everyone who's ever lived, worked in Russia or with Russians has observed it, has dealt with the culture, learned it, would probably agree if and when he or she is honest about what a reliable, say, projection could be. However, still, even if they are worse, even if the Siloviki find yet another person to man the fort, that's still with the degradation of their economy. And we're talking about a loss of anywhere between 40, 50 years of production capacity. Will be in a period not just of turmoil, but complete and utter destruction of what they perceive to be their entitlement, their right. Meaning, without having Western society enjoying the fruits of Western society. Meaning, without having a rules-based open society with all that entails, they now have to also forfeit consumerism. What would that mean? Looking from the outside into the window of the West, whilst being consecrated to an isolated environment.
Given the extent of the propaganda over the last 22 years and this generation that I think is much more ideologically indoctrinated, that is going to start to mature over the next 5 to 10 years, what will happen? Well, they will seek somebody to blame. And there is, given the indoctrination, a much greater chance that they will once again blame the West. They will blame traitors within. They will find a new group and say, it's your fault, it's not our fault. And they will go on the attack again. And whether it's a military invasion type attack like we've seen in Ukraine, or whether it's an attack like we saw on LGBT Russians in the early 2010s, or whether it's an attack like on Chechens in the 2000s, it's going to be violent and it's going to be brutal, right? And it's not going to solve any of the problems, and thus we will go round again. Society is falling apart. What do we need? We need to renew ourselves. How do we do it? Violence. That is the fascist way, right? That was Putin's promise.
Okay, so that means fascism continues, like in North Korea, because that's nothing else. It consumes the population, and at some point in time, parts of the population which may or may not agree with that culture have to fight back. Now, in North Korea, that's more difficult because it's, by comparison, as a starting point, a more homogeneous society. In Russia today, we still have a large Central Asian population. We still have a Tatar population in Tatarstan. We have a few small cultures, although they are often, more often than not, already completely co-opted, kaput, gone, no homogeneity. But the Tatars have still a little bit. And some of the Central Asian nations have, which is why they were so fearful of Chechnya, Dagestan, and the likes, were they not?
Absolutely. And you know what? That's why it makes it equally likely that the ethnic Russian majority will point the finger at the people, I don't know, Bashkirs, and say, well, look, there were thousands of Bashkirs at the front. Why didn't you fight better? You lost us this war. Let's punish you. Right? And that all the power and all of the means of violence is in the hands of the ethnic Russian majority. And there it will stay. Unless a huge change takes place, and it's hard to see how it will.
Well, less money, less access to weapons, so they start normalizing on a low level, don't they?
Yeah, of course. Now I have, I don't know, another 10 minutes or so.
Okay, then
sorry to jump in. On that bombshell, I'm afraid I have to drop. Ian, it's been an absolute pleasure, but it is 9 o'clock, and I'm going to cook sole manière and get shit-faced with my wife. So you are very, very welcome up on the space anytime. Thank you so much. This has been absolutely fascinating, but I do need to disappear. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
Friday night in Estonia. Thank you, Tim. All right. So why don't we cycle through? We have 8 questions. We'll do this. 8 questions, 10 minutes. Let's do this. Rack and stack them. So we'll start from the bottom right. And that is, I'm sorry, from what I can see, Psy, whatever that is. Psy. Psy, you have a question? You have your hand up.
Hello.
Hi there. How are you? Do you have a question for Ian?
Yeah, for Ian. I just wanted to ask, what do you think of Stepan Bandera? I assume you know who that is.
I do know who that is.
So, obviously you're aware how important this figure is in Ukrainian history, and how Russia has a different point of view. So kind of what is your take on that?
I mean, what Russia has done with Bandera is take something that's happening in Ukraine and inflate it out of all proportion. And this is what Russia does with its own historical figures. Its own heroes become the greatest heroes of all time. And Ukraine's heroes become the greatest villains of all time. And now I'm not an expert on Bandera and the history of it, but if you're interested in somebody who has written some good work on it, then Tarik Amar, that's Tarik and Amar, has some good academic articles on statues and memory and things like that, in particular in the west of Ukraine over the last few years. So that would be a good starting point to understand what's happening there.
All right, and if you want to learn of real fascists, just read about the history of Stalin, Beria, and his gang. But there you go. Having said this, let's go to Rusty.
Hi, Ian. So I didn't catch the first part here, but so I didn't get your introduction, so I don't actually know what you have studied or what you're expert in your doctor title. But I listened to the last part of what you talked about there, and want to ask about Kadyrov, because I've noticed that it seems like Russia is Putin supporters are using Kadyrov to threaten their own population in a way, and I wanted if you kind of have any views about why they are doing this, why they are using Kadyrov as a threat element to their own domestic population.
So Kadyrov has kind of always played this role to some extent, but his entire shtick was not, we're going to make peace in Chechnya, and I'm, ushering in this lovely harmonious era in 2007 when he became the despot. I think it was 2007. It might have been a bit earlier. Mid 2000s, as the war was drawing to a conclusion. It's always been, I will use all of the violence and all of the worst things to keep this peripheral area in line. And so I think by inviting him into the center of Russia's political discourse today, the state is really making it obvious that those same methods might apply anytime, any place, in the classroom, at work, online, expect violence from the state, right? It's a reminder to people who are sort of wavering or on the fence that the bad guys are in charge. And of course, as I pointed out earlier, with all these blogs and this culture of kind of, you know, we're not ashamed to be bad, people don't necessarily think that this is wrong in the way that it seems to us.
Could I really just quickly ask you, do you think the Russian domestic population reacts to the fact that Kadyrov is the threat element instead of the Russian police or special service?
Honestly, I think for a lot of, especially for more sort of liberal and metropolitan Russians, Kadyrov is a bit of a joke. You know, he clearly, if you've heard him speak, you'll hear he speaks slowly and dimly. But for a lot of people, he's a kind of an ideal of this macho national culture. And he's just, you know, he could be you almost. You could be him. He's just an enthusiastic guy who's in charge of stuff, who wants to right the wrongs in the world by going and beating people up. Lovely, lovely man, our sort of guy.
Sorry, I had to laugh. A lovely, lovely, lovely man. So, Edward.
Hi, Ian. Fascinating. So I think it's clear that Russia itself is not going to be conquered or occupied by the end of the conflict. So there will be no reckoning imposed by an occupying force.
Could we agree on the wording war, please?
Right, yeah. With that said, those of us who've spent a lot of time on the space have grown, I think, a little bit tired of a particular topic, namely the extent to which the West should accept an influx of Russian tourists or draft dodgers. There's a group of people who sympathize with what they perceive to be the lot of a subjugated people. It would be unreasonable to expect people to protest because they'll be carted away to the gulag. Although a counterpoint to that is that once the Russians have fled to the West, we don't see much sign of them voicing any opposition to the genocide. So there's another group that say, well, anyway, it doesn't matter, we should all let them leave, because for every middle-class Russian that leaves, that's going to undermine the Russian economy, result in one less recruit in the mobilization drive. And there's a third group of us who say that we should just kettle the Russians in Russia, or at least exclude them from Europe and the West, so that they miss their consumer goods, luxury holidays, and this will put pressure upon Russian society to create political change within Russia. How do you see it?
I think, you know, without rehammering the same old arguments, because I think you've laid them out quite well here, and it seems impossible to resolve them. The one thing I would say is that when we think about trying to break people free of this sort of cultish mindset, one of the things that psychologists find is most effective is to remove the cult member from the space of the cult, right? And that means friends, family members, neighbors, and of course, social media nowadays is so important because the Russian state is everywhere. Its propaganda is everywhere. You've seen some today. I've seen some today. And I think if things can be done, and it's a big if, in a safe way, that, you know, there isn't this infiltration campaign that Axel mentioned earlier, that if we're not using money on this, that we should have used money on housing Ukrainian refugees or arming Ukraine's army, right? So yes, perhaps a dream world, then yes, I think it makes sense that maybe we don't accept people as tourists per se, but we give paths to the West. And the other thing I would say, the last point on this is, think of those people who genuinely have been attacked by the regime. And I am not an expert on the politics of immigration and emigration and the laws around, can you get an asylum seeker's, you know, visa easily or not? But think about the people who really are in danger for the regime. Let's not race to cut off their means of exit as well, because some people really are in genuine danger and are genuine asylum seekers, and we have to make sure they have a route out of Russia, as any asylum seeker in any country of the world should always have a route out of that country and towards safety. How to do it, I'm not the expert.
Thanks.
Good point, and thank you for that. Let's go to Victoria. Victoria, our Ukrainian friend, member of parliament, and by now resident expert here with us.
Thank you. The point that I wanted to make about the future of Russia, since I was born in the Soviet Union during the Soviet Union times and lived quite significant time during those days, I can tell you that Homo Sovieticus, that is deeply enrooted in the minds of Russian population, is there. And if their lives, quality of life, deteriorates with the strong propaganda that they have, they will not try to seek revenge against the current regime. I'm not talking about Putin. I think with Putin, maybe one day we will learn that he will not feel well, will need some treatment, and there will be someone else appointed instead of him. Because the regime, of course, wouldn't like the fact that they lost in the war against Ukraine. But for ordinary Russians, those who do not live in St. Petersburg or Moscow, the quality of life is not going to deteriorate that much. They don't have much anyway right now. And even in those regions that are populated by certain nations, again, they are not ready to stand against the ruling elite, the regime. That's the first issue. And the second issue, and its most important one, is that the West is not prepared yet for Russia to fall apart into separate countries, independent states. Although, in case of, for example, Dagestan, they tried to do it in early 90s, but unsuccessfully. Their attempt was unsuccessful. So that reminds me, by the way, of the famous speech, the Chicken Kiev speech that Bush made in the parliament at that time of Ukrainian Soviet Republic, trying to convince us Ukrainians that it's not worth becoming independent and we have to stay together. And the last point, when we were discussing today the oil cap, the oil prices, etc., the decision made by OPEC Plus, that's of course has certain economic explanations, grounds, and reasoning, but that decision obviously plays in favor of Kremlin. And I want to remind you that the history of the USSR, and one of the key reasons why it fell apart was because of the oil prices that went all the way down and basically brought the Soviet Union into a state of bankruptcy. They had no other way but to basically dissolve this bigger country to deal with the challenges that emerged at that time. So I want to finalize and say that I don't believe that there will be any uprising in Russia, unless, of course, there will be millions of Russian so-called soldiers brought in plastic bags back home. Maybe then there will be some sort of an uprising, and maybe there will be a request to change Putin himself, and it will be Putin whom to blame. But will it change the overall, I wouldn't say psychology, but the way Russians treat the rest of the world, the way they perceive the rest of the world to be, especially Ukraine and democratic countries, being their enemies? I don't think so. They will still try to find someone, as with that statement, I agree, someone to blame. I don't think they will look for someone inside of the country. They will still continue to blame everyone else outside of country. And I want to remind you that when sanctions were introduced back in 2014 as a result of annexation of Crimea and occupation of Donbass, a part of Donbass, at the end of the day, all propaganda was doing was blaming the West for deteriorating or limited access to certain types of food, services, etc. And still, we need to remember that those who have wealth in Russia will be able to enjoy their lifestyle in Dubai, in Istanbul, or some other parts of the world. eh, and the rest of the nation will be just to keep on blaming others for their miserable life. And if that would be the scenario, without demilitarization of Russia, denuclearization of Russia, I'm afraid then we will can face the situation that there will be a second attempt to on not just Ukraine but on Europe overall. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Excellent. Those are great comments. So thank you, Victoria. And the one thing that I want to draw out is that the Russian state and the ideology is not, it might look like a regime that is a cult of personality because Putin's so prominent, but this is not a regime like Hitler's Germany, where without Hitler it was very hard to see how it could keep going. This is a regime where Putin can be replaced because all the images, all the stories are about Russia and nationhood, Russia's greatness, Russia's messianism, not really about Putin at all. Putin is, the icing on the cake. But he could easily be replaced by somebody else, and might well be replaced by somebody else who is really kind of social media friendly, social media savvy, right? Everybody's looking at the old graying men around Putin. But I think in the long term, over the next 10, 15 years, you might get somebody quite young coming in. And I mean, look at Trump in the States, right? And this is the last thing I'll say because then I definitely have to go. But look at Trump in the States, right? Trump seems to be receding in popularity in the Republicans. We're kind of skipping all of Trump's peers, and people are looking instead to a slightly younger generation of people that seem less extreme, more palatable, more media friendly, right? And that will imbue that project that Trump has with a sense of youth, even if Trump is no longer attached to it. Now, if Russia can pull that off, despite the millions of problems that we've talked about and that Victoria has just talked about, it's going to leave them in a strong position again, because the country will seem to have a new youthful leader who really gets the kids and who really gets this Z generation of kids who are attached to war and militarism. And they will go marching forward off to wherever the war takes them.
So why did the Siloviki allow Navalny to live?
I mean, have they allowed him to live in a?
Absolutely, they have.
I mean, in a poetic sense, you might say that he's not really living at all.
Well, yeah,
he's
of
just
course,
being
prison zombie
tortured
at the moment. Yeah,
he's being made into a martyr, but such a sorry and pathetic martyr. And those, I'm not judging his character there. I'm judging the image that's being made of him. That Navalny is this, he's the West's plaything. If you believe the propaganda, he's just a puppet of the West, and he's funded by Washington. And look where this ridiculous little man has ended up. The Russian state is just toying with him. He's a traitor to the country. So we're going to torture him and torture him and torture him until he admits that he's wrong. But of course, it's already too late because, you know, you've seen the pictures of the guy. He's has no meaningful life anymore and never will again. So on that very bleak note, I really do have to go.
Before you run, Ian, they projected exactly that. They need this so that they can build up a young person who has positive charisma for their cause.
Yep. Okay. Thank
Ian,
you very
we need
much,
to finish
everybody,
this. You need to come back. You can't leave. Thank you very much.
I do have to leave. I have to go home. But it's a real pleasure, as always. Thank you, everybody, for listening, and very happy to chat with you all on Twitter and talk about whatever you want to talk about anytime.
This has been tremendous, Ian, as you know, and it's really, really, really helpful. I think our audience has enjoyed it. We have so many messages. We really need to repeat this. Whenever you have time, let's have a chat. Thank you.
Cool. Bye.
Everybody, give a hand to Ian. Splendid. We could have probably talked for another 3-4 hours if only Ian would not have had to go back and make sure that the piano lessons for the kids are okay. All right. Craig, you want to sum it up? Craig? Mr. Applegate.
All right. Så väl lärd mina äldre kamrater. My old man. Back in the days when I used to be around more. Well, like I said, I just finished my thesis. I'll be around more.
We're very proud of you. Seriously,
Thanks,
thank
dude.
you very much,
Yeah.
by the way, and sticking out. Really cool. Well done.
I guess one of the things that I wanted to bring up, I wanted to ask Mr. Gardner. I'm actually messaging him on Twitter. My son might yell at me real quick to see if that's up. But I think it was interesting. He's very correct about the concern about the subsequent generation. There is a possibility in my mind that losing the war might actually break that indoctrination a bit. You'll still have the hard life. You'll still have some youth who would like fully buy into it and will buy the propaganda of like, we lost, we were betrayed, we were stabbed in the back. But there'll be plenty more who, you know, because of how documented this war has been, we'll see, you know, videos of blowing, Russian tank columns early in the war blowing up and convoys being blown up, and you know, NATO weapons that are in some cases 30 years old defeating quote unquote modern Russian technology. The economic damage. I think it's interesting. The reason why I'm saying this is that I think it's interesting is because I studied Nazi Germany and Hitler Youth and ideological indoctrination there. So like trying to apply what I know from there to Russia, it's difficult, obviously, because Russia's not going to be occupied by Ukraine the way Nazi Germany was. It's also not going to be destroyed as extensively as Nazi Germany was. But there is a debate that I would love to have with him at some point about the idea of, or just discussion on my messaging on Twitter, about whether or not it is possible to fully to de-radicalize from the outside a Nazi, or not Nazi, a fascistic youth and society, because there's a lot of people in the United States who were writing stuff about Nazi education, Nazi ideological indoctrination. They hit the youth in the pre-war period, so from 33 to 38 and early 39. But by then, everyone was like, these guys are coming. Who are like, oh, maybe we can encourage some sort of internal resistance against the Nazis. Maybe we can encourage some sort of internal challenge to the pedagogy and the indoctrination. Of course, that didn't work. So I wanted to ask him about that, but he vanished. Also, read Life and Fate. His book is about Stalin. Dr. Garner's book is about Stalingrad and Vasily Grossman. Life and Fate is by Vasily Grossman. It's a novel. It's War and Peace, but in World War II, set in Stalingrad. It's fantastic. It was also banned by the Soviet because he basically says the Soviet Union is very similar to Nazi Germany. Side note.
Very good points. Let's go to Leonard, and then we go to, who has this? Anne Frank Battle Tank. That's Well, I don't know what to say about this, but let's go to Leonard first.
Thank you, Axel. I will be brief. I just want to congratulate you for bringing on Ian. That was an absolutely fascinating presentation and discussion. And you're right, we could have gone on for 3 hours and just numerous questions to pose to him. But I had just one sort of rhetorical question. I'll just leave out there, and it is with regard to his reference to the overriding ideology that operates in the Kremlin today, and he kind of referred to the absence of an ideology. In other words, if you draw the train from Stalin and Ivan Ilyin and the kinds of dystopian psychological games that get played throughout that relatively modern part of Russian history. My question is just simply this: to what extent is what's happening today in Kremlin the marginalization of a succession of segments of society? So you have the gays, the Chechens, liberals, certain religious segments, etc. So there seems to be a fragmentation or a specific an attack, if you will, on societal groups by a progression of groupings or designations. And it seems to me that that is almost a direct copying of the Goebbels, the Herr Dr. Joseph Goebbels playbook. And I just wanted to get a feel for how much of what's going on today in the Kremlin is a concerted overriding effort to apply that philosophically, or are we just looking at ad hocery? In other words, they're drawing from Goebbels, Ilyin, whatever obscure Russian Manichaean historians they may quote. What is the sort of the philosophical essence of what they're doing, or is this just ad hocery, just drawn as we go, as they go? It almost seems that there's a strong case for that. So yeah, just a very broad question. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think you have a very good point there. The observation is by now that the crisis, the self-inflicted, accelerated destruction of their own political system and economy, the destruction of their projected ideas, the disclosure of the lack of clothing of the emperor, that leads to exactly what you just termed as ad hocery, meaning haphazard, panicky, reactive moves, which they have evidently been taken. And you can see this in infighting and stressed communication and the likes. However, that does not mean that the underlying long-term agenda, long-term trend goes completely away. There will be a number of people, such as the Patrushevs of the world, who will continue to execute and discharge their duties to the best of their abilities, and who will remain as calm as they can. So the question is, can the degradation of the economy, can the failure, and Ian was kind enough to highlight this point, that the symbolism of this fascist Russian government requires Crimea, which is the, so to say, the ultimate sin of this phase of their invasion, because the invasion is a 2014 invasion. It's essentially the reflection on the loss of their dominance, which they felt during the Orange Revolution, because it's not the revolution of dignity, which they are so aggressive about. It's essentially the Orange Revolution, where they really lost, with Yushchenko coming into the office, and hope and the shining light and the potential of joining the EU and joining Europe came to be for and otherwise, during the 90s, subjugated, suppressed, still lagging Ukraine. all of this changes with digitization, the Web 2.0 taking off and the likes, and Yushchenko's government coming in, opening to the West and the likes, and the reactive approach, the fascist approach, the invasion is a consequence of all of this. In 2008, the speech in Munich is essentially a reflection thereof, and the fact that they could not actually subjugate and suppress Estonia, for example, in 2007, as much as they tried, when the symbol of their so-called liberator, because none of the Soviet soldiers ever were liberators, they were always nothing else than the Mongol hordes were, meaning invaders, subjugators, war criminals. The Soviet Union did not free Eastern Europe. It was the fire with which the fire of Nazism and fascism was fought in the East to allow the West to fight. And as Patton quite nicely highlighted, he should have been allowed to go faster and forward and make sure that he could fight the Russians, which would have been logical. Having said this, the agenda at hand, yes, meanders into this short-termism, panicky reaction, which also is a reflection of a non-resilient system. And fascist, statist systems always are fragile. All right. And with that,
yeah, that's a fascinating analysis, Axel. Thank you.
Yeah, Leonard, I really liked your question. I think that it was absolutely key. And well, I hope I did it justice. I don't know how to, sorry, I have to say this. I cannot combine Anne Frank and her plight and her death with a battle tank. But maybe other than the battle tank, so to say, finding a way to justify revenge. But Anne Frank, battle tank.
That's the right way to look upon it. It's the ghost of Anne Frank reborn as a battle tank.
Okay.
My question
then,
was.
I deducted it. Sorry, I apologize. I was just stunned. I apologize.
No problem. But you got it right though. I was gonna ask the doc if he had noticed a difference, or if he saw that the start of the Kremlin's co-optation of youth culture, of opposition, if he saw that started or got any stronger after the 2010 riots. I've always looked upon the Putin regime as before that trying to play to the middle classes and try to have a pitch that went along the lines of we can give you economic security, we can give you trips to Turkey, we can give you a kind of luxury that you have never seen before. But Putin kind of felt betrayed after those riots in 2010 and started trying to build this, meta narrative, this strong man. The strong man narrative was always present, but it got pretty intense after that. But yeah, now the doc's gone. So, but anyway, we should get him back on. Thank you.
Well, I asked Ian yesterday whether he was yesterday or the evening before. I apologize. In this meandering stream of 24/7 information awareness spaces, sometimes get lost. Sometime in the last 36 hours, I had a chat with Ian and said, you know what, come on, we really need to continue our conversation. And he was very, very kind and said, yeah, well, okay, well, let's do Friday. So that's exactly right. I'm quite sure we'll have him back because he's very engaging, he's very knowledgeable, and he has deep reach into dissecting the cultural aspect. So yes, I cannot give a perfect answer to what you said. I think that the youth movement after the riots of 2010, as well as some of the upheaval which was caused in the aftermath of the first 3 weeks of Maidan. By the way, there were at that point in time reflections, especially also amongst youth in certain cities where there is a significant Ukrainian minority also in Russia, where people were very unhappy about what was happening, whilst at the same time they were being manipulated that this was some kind of a CIA-sponsored kind of revolution against a legitimate government. sorry, I mean, a government which robbed Ukraine blind and subjugated people. But let's have Ian back. I'm quite sure we'll come to a decent conclusion in that regard. And with that, by the way, I'm going to
Thank you.
elevate. You're most welcome. I just need to get used to that name, this Anne Frank battle tank. So, but I'll try.
3 times in a row, and that's the charm, you know. Anne Frank's battle tank. Anne Frank, yeah.
Yeah, all righty. And with that, I'll hand to Jonathan. Sorry, I like Wendy, the Jonathan who likes Wendy, who will replace me for a little while whilst I'll deal with my preferred Wendy at home. So, I like Wendy.
Thank you, Axel. One thing that struck me about Dr. Gardner's analysis, and it was great to have him on this space, but one thing that struck me was his observation that the Kremlin acts as a director of an ideology and the rhetoric which accompanies it. And we can see this present in the head of the Russian Orthodox Church in Russia and the vernacular he uses. His actions, for example, in blessing Satan missiles, which is a paradox if ever I've heard one. So we have this fascist state which for years has invaded its neighbors and which has now picked a fight it is losing. So it was really interesting to hear his insight into what he believes is on the cards for the country that lies to the east of Ukraine, because it has it's entirely possible to disagree with some of the things he said, but he was absolutely spot on with the core of his analysis. I mean, this is exactly what enhances free speech spaces, such as this. It's just the diversity of opinion that is accompanied with a cold, calm analysis. But one thing that really did strike me was that Russia has an off-ramp in Ukraine. It has a way out. It has Sun Tzu's golden bridge of retreat. But the only reason that they continue their pursuit of suffering in Ukraine is sheer malice. So they've picked a fight that they cannot win, and they are driven by this sheer malice of, no doubt, identifying with themselves that they are now losing this fight, but they have no other direction in which to go apart from to continue to lose the war that they started. So yeah, it was fantastic hearing Dr. Gardner on this space. Thanks for getting him on.
Glad you liked him. I just think he's very charming. He's very, very perniciously funny, and he can really drill down into the insanity of Russian culture with such gallantry and cast a big bucket of bile on top of it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's an account which I'm sure I'm not the only one. I've been following for quite a while. He's very concise. It's also really nice to see to say hi to Michelle here. I'm not sure if we've spoken before, so it's really nice to meet you through the medium of voice, Michelle.
Hi, Jonathan. It's nice to meet you as well. Yeah, I don't think we've co-hosted together yet.
I believe this is our first time.
Yes.
It's a pleasure. Leonard, you've got your hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Jonathan. I was going to call you I Like Wendy, but Jonathan works too. Great to see you back up here, Jonathan. The question, I just had a sort of a general question with relation to what sort of carrying on from what Ian had said about marginalization of certain groupings and subsections in Russian society. And I was going to sort of just again ask a rhetorical question in terms of where does the mass exodus of Russians from all segments of society, say even in the last 8 months, but specifically if we're to believe kind of the straw census out of Moscow, St. Petersburg, it almost seems as though the entire intelligentsia has departed. And certainly we get a lot of commentary in the West from people who were in the gay community, say, for example, in St. Petersburg or Moscow, and they're just gone. They just up and left. So clearly the writing was on the wall. Some of them obviously waited pretty long to read the writing. But regardless, literally hundreds of thousands of them have departed, and some would even take the number up to 1 million. And I'm just one question, in terms of sort of the demographic analysis that Ian had gone through, that would seem to have fairly dire consequences for the future for Russia, and certainly for the youth. It almost looks as though there's a selective weeding of any liberal elements of society whatsoever, a selective weeding of that, and a banishment, if you will. In this case, largely self-banishment, but banishment nonetheless. So I just was just inquiring or wondering in terms of what we may think the impact of that is going to be in the sort of immediate to medium future years. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Leonard. Michelle, would you like to go first?
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking. I mean, Leonard, we've seen a great exodus from the country that lies east of Ukraine, and no doubt amongst this exodus are a number of people who fill roles within the country, roles on which the country needs to function adequately, and it is seeing and has been for a number of years now, because we have seen a lot of people leave the Russian Federation over the last 20 years. I mean, the strength of this nation is clearly waning. It's not the only thing that is waning. It is the power of its influence. Back in 2014, we saw that the Kremlin could rely on a few actors, politicians, for example, and in the West, from across the political spectrum, to support the 2014 invasion of Ukraine. And it now has a much reduced support, of course, due to this current invasion and the genocide and the war crimes it has carried out in Ukraine. So yeah, the strength of the nation is certainly dependent on the strength of the people within it. So it's a very valid point, Leonard. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Wendy's fine. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No problem at all. Nina.
Hi. Hi, Wendy and Michelle and everybody. There is a huge problem right now. Have you discussed the Starlink is down at the...
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
Nope.
What is this shit then?
So there's no such problem.
Oh, but that would be like wonderful to hear, because my heart went upside down when I heard about this.
Yeah, it's not. All good. It's a narrative. Next.
Yeah, perhaps it's important to point out that there's been many false narratives built up about Ukraine, particularly since 2014, and one should always be wary of any news concerning anything of detriment to the nation. It is a country which has time and time again disproved the whatever they are, allegations or made against it, articles spurning the nation. It's often important just to wait 24 hours, heck, give it a week, and to see where things lie then. That's just my thoughts on it anyway. Troy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say I'm seeing the same thing Nina is seeing, and it's being projected out like gangbusters. I'm not buying it for a second. I have seen no credible word that there's anything wrong with the Starlink system. What I do see on the internet is accounts, including Elon Musk himself, suggesting that, you know, there could be a problem, or we definitely know how to look at Starlink, and we're trying to figure out how to do the right thing, which is another way of saying I'm upset because people aren't saying nice things to me. And yeah, I have had an assful of this fucking guy. And the last thing I'm going to say is he couldn't if he wanted to. And if he did, if he messed up with this U.S. government aid project in the middle of a war because he was upset, it would be the last thing he did. So, you know, fuck around and find out, as they say.
And that is concisely put, Troy, and exactly what we are witnessing. Thank you. Leonard.
Thanks. I like Wendy. I just had an observation earlier when I, like, first thing in the morning, I noticed a new posting of a video of purporting to be an interview of Putin, or a presentation. Actually, he doesn't really give interviews, but it shows an amazing display of almost contrition and almost a major backpedaling, if you will, from his approach on Ukraine. In other words, he was saying a number of things related to, well, we respect Ukraine, we respect Ukrainian culture, we have no desire to eliminate Ukraine culture, et cetera, et cetera. He's going on at great lengths to make Ukraine and Ukrainians sound like his bosom buddies. And it's so bizarre that it almost seemed like a put up job or some kind of a fabrication. I'm just wondering if anybody else had a chance to see that, or if there's any assessments in terms of what exactly is going on there. Thanks.
Yeah, Michelle, did you see this particular news item?
No, I didn't. I actually, it's still early my time, so I was getting ready, so I haven't had a chance to really look at Twitter yet this morning.
One thing that definitely struck me from this is that this is a different direction of the visceral hate that we've seen, the rhetoric from the current inhabitant of the Kremlin. Whilst before he was, of course, saying that he thought Ukraine was not a real country, or that its people did not exist, or what other fantasy, all the fantasies he came up with. It was the bit that I saw from the video today was quite markedly different. Whether this is indicative of a change of policy, well, we'll see. But that inhabitant of the Kremlin has one very easy way to end his problem, the problem that he has created for himself, and that is to just respect international borders and send home safely the 3.5 million Ukrainians he has deported, and to pay reparations for all of the crimes and destruction to property that he has caused in Ukraine, and then probably to go and peer out the nearest window.
Yes, good analysis, there, like Wendy. It almost seemed as though it was such a dramatic departure from all of his previous nonsensical bleatings that it almost sounded as though he was attempting just in desperation to prepare some kind of more receptive, more positive reception in the West in general, if he intends to sue for peace, because I'm sure we'll see lots more analysis and breakdown of how that impacts the battlefield today. But it really seems to be a totally discordant note from everything that's gone on in the Kremlin up till now. And if whenever you see discordance there, it always raises serious suspicions as to exactly what they're up to.
Yes, it's certainly well said. It's discordant and a departure from the rhetoric we've heard. Leonard, yes, well said. Anne, please go ahead.
Hi. One question. I know I just got in my timeline a speech of Reznikov addressing the Russian army and demanding make a putsch, how to say, Putin, to remove Putin from office. Do you know anything about that video?
No, can't say I've seen it, Anne.
Okay.
We've heard, we've seen a number of, should we say, performative incidents over the last few months from that particular region of the world. It's time will tell whether whether such a putsch, as you say, is actually on the cards. But I think it is perhaps safe to say that such claims of any action against the leader of the current Russian Federation is that there is a secondary reason why it may be in the news, and that is to garner support for the current Kremlin inhabitant. So when the Kremlin occupant is unpopular, it's certainly beneficial for that leader to garner the what's the word I'm looking for, the sympathies of the Russian people. So
okay. Okay, I understand. I can send you the link and then you can analyze it. Is that okay? I just can copy it and send it to you. No problem.
Yeah, that's fine, Anne. Yeah, just stick it in the DM to me. Thank you.
So you can do this. You can analyze it. I found it in my timeline. I thought, well, okay, we have to get a look at it. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Anne. Nina.
Thank you, Wendy. Can I change the topic now? Like from Starlink to something else?
Yep, please do.
I watched the Finnish news, and heard something really interesting about energy. Also in Finland, the energy prices have gone up, everywhere else. But we have a lot of wind power in Finland. Not well in our. If I think about, we are 5.5 million people. Maybe saying a lot is not a lot in some other country, but we have wind power and other green energy sources. Actually, we had so windy day that for that day the energy price was 0 for the Finnish people. So if I'm thinking about, we are starting soon-ish the third nuclear power plant, we are going to be okay. But it's going to take a little bit of time, and of course the energy prices vary because of we don't have windy days every day. And it got me to think about Olaf Scholz and his politics about the nuclear plants in Germany, and this is like a topic that I know that Axel will get accelerated if he is listening. But anyway, so it's not black and white. Everything is not black and white. There are a lot of possibilities, and of course, Germany is a much bigger country than Finland in regard of population. I don't know how many tens of millions there are. I don't remember. Was it something like 70? I don't know. But anyway, we are a small country. Not a small country, but not a big population. So about energy, I just wanted to say that, and I think it's quite interesting. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nina. Before we go to Prince, I just wanted to remind everybody that if you get the opportunity, please retweet this space. There are at the very top right-hand corner, there's 3 little dots, and it's on the left-hand side. Press that button, and you can actually send it to people's DMs. You obviously don't want to spam them, but you can send them to their DMs, or you can copy the link and put it on Facebook or Instagram as well. And if you'd like to come up and speak and join Wendy and I, there's a microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. Click on that. We do have quite a few new speakers. So if you're looking to find out how to raise your hand, there's a heart icon in the middle of the bottom part of the screen. Click on that, and the hand icon is going to be on there. MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And when you get a chance, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the really amazing things that they're doing. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things such as tourniquets, bandages, drones, and so on. So if you get the opportunity, please support MriyaAid and check out the website. Thank you so much, and we'll pass it to Prince.
Thank you, Michelle. Good to see you. And it's quite early where you are. I'm sorry, honey. It's noon. I know where you and I live in the same time zone. It's noon.
Noon is early for me.
That's all good. I get you. Leonard, I saw that video that you brought up a couple of days ago for the first time, and I had Axel run through my brain. I didn't run it by him, but I had Axel run it by my brain, just, psychologically or something. And I said, oh my God, that's got to be a load of tosh. I don't know for sure if my load of tosh description is 100% accurate, but what it made me think of immediately was somebody who screwed with the subtitles, and that might not be what he's really saying. Now, I don't know that for sure. It came from an account that I'm not real familiar with, and it is the what you ended up retweeting is exactly the same thing that I saw from the same account a few days ago. So I'm still very, very skeptical that Putin actually said this. I think if he had said it, we'd be seeing it for more and more accounts. I don't know. But it struck me as, I just don't, it does not feel and seem, it doesn't pass the sniff test for me. And I may be wrong, and I'm perfectly fine with being wrong. But I still look at that video with a great deal of skepticism as to those were actually what Putin said. And I mean, and I know sometimes in the translation of things get twisted around, and sometimes people put up totally false translations. I've seen that too. So I'm still looking at it with skepticism, and I would be happy to be proved that it is actually something that that I'm wrong on. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you, Leonard.
Thank you, Heather Fella. I think that is entirely fair comment. And I don't follow or know anything about Russian Instagram. No, it's not Instagram. It's Telegram. Sorry, Russian Telegram at all. But it literally seemed to me as though some kind of posting that a harebrained kind of a post that you might see on a Telegram channel. So yeah, I think you probably have the appropriate response to that particular little tidbit of Russian irredentia. So thanks, Heather.
Oh, not a problem at all. I just, we try to look at things here with a healthy dose of skepticism, I feel like, and I think we're all good with trying to point out the skepticism when we see it. I know you are, because you do it too. And it's something I appreciated about you. But it's just, something to think about. If somebody has proof that it's real and accurate and something that he said, I'd be happy to see it. And I, like you, do not delve into Telegram at all. What I've seen is just on Twitter. And, the same place that you tweeted it from originally, the retweet of the retweet was where I originally saw it too. So I still look at it with some skepticism. So thank you so much for giving me the time, Wendy and Michelle. And thank you for your words there, Leonard. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Heather.
So we'll go to Sabra, and then Nina.
Hello. Can you hear me? I'm driving. I want to make sure I'm not losing signal.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I just caught the tail end of Mr. Ian's discussion, which was amazing. But I don't know if this was already discussed, but I was wondering what happens if there's any Russian soldiers left to go back home with their low morale, and then these mobilized guys, with no food, no weapons, no nothing. Is their crappy morale going to do anything when they get back home?
Well, they've been hitting and raping their own women at home, and without actually kind of punishment, because a few years ago, as Victoria can tell you, the Russians reduced the persecution and punishment and the penalty for domestic abuse, and loosened the requirements for tightened the requirements for reporting, let's put it this way. So they will probably do what they normally do. They'll hit each other, they'll rape their women, the women will kill them, which often is a result of this, and they'll drink beforehand, even more heavily than before.
Right. So nothing good.
It's called Russian culture, as you know. It must be superior to us. We just don't understand it.
Exactly. Well, I appreciate you all so much. I'm in the States. I don't get a lot of great news over here regarding Ukraine, so I am on here as often as I can, sneaking while I'm at work. So I just want to say thank you guys for everything that you do. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and you're always appreciated. And we have a great moderator team, and as you can see with Wendy and Michelle here and other people on the panel, we keep the candle burning. By the way, if I may ask, Victoria, a friend from Ukraine, can you contrast maybe the society and as it has evolved in the interaction between men and women and at home vis-a-vis what we know from our Russian friends?
Well, Russian culture.
Domestic violence and alcoholism in Russia vis-a-vis how men and women behave in Ukrainian culture.
Well, first of all, there is a great respect towards women in Ukrainian culture, and it's been for not just years but hundreds of years. Women are perceived to be and treated with a great respect. And by the way, one of the good examples trends that we've seen is the number of Ukrainian women in Ukrainian parliament, in the government, in local governments. We're still lacking that trend in business, but it's catching up as well. And overall, in Ukraine, I think you wouldn't see it's really hard to find. Yes, there are some cases, but domestic violence, uh, cruel behavior, it's not in our roots, and it's not a trait of Ukrainian uh, culture, family, etc. What I can tell you from my personal experience and my observations is I used to work for almost a year in Moscow, and I saw very many Russian families outside of Moscow and in Europe as well. I think the root of the problem is in the cruelty that is passing from one generation to another and starts with a real cruel treatment of children. Um, Maybe listeners haven't experienced that, maybe they have, but even small children, you would see the way Russians treat them, small children. They yell at them, they scream at them, they using swear words with them. So the way they treat their children, and then the way they treat the animals, the way they treat outside world, it's like, that the nation that is unfortunately broken from the psychological point of view. And one of the reasons I believe is because they have nothing to be proud of, especially when you look at the last 20, 30 years. They haven't achieved much. They don't have much to be proud of. The Olympic Games scandals destroyed this whole thing about Russian athletes to be the best in the world. So they're really so far behind on that matter. The culture and everything around that. Well, you see lots of people unfortunately leaving the country and developing or setting up in other countries and seeking places where they can actually realize their talents and their potential. So unless this chain of cruelty that is there is broken, I'm afraid this whole nation is doomed. That would be my answer to your question, Alex.
Thank you. I was just, curious if I've been reading a lot of Russian Telegram, and they seem disillusioned. They are talking about how the military lied to them, they've deserted them, they've, just left them there to die. So the ones that survive, is there enough of them when they get back to go, you know what, they lied? Does that matter?
I don't think that there is enough. I think you need to turn up the mic because I can hear myself. Yeah, I don't.
Sarah, the mute button. Okay, fine. Please go.
Yeah, I don't think they've reached that critical mass to actually start causing major rethinking within the society. Individual stories will have impact at the local and family level. And I don't want to say that I feel sorry, because I don't feel sorry for those people, but I understand that they will be mistreated and really badly treated by their communities and by their families. I don't think that the state will provide much of the support, psychological support, medical support for them. And that reminds me, by the way, of the stories that my grandfather was telling me as he went to the World War II. He was fighting there, and he was shot, and one of his legs he couldn't bend it. So he was a person with some disabilities, but thank God he wasn't sent away as very many soldiers from the Soviet armies, those who had amputated legs, arms, etc. They were just sent away to far places so that people wouldn't see the sufferings and feel the pain of those people. And I think the same will happen this time with Russia. So few, almost 60,000 dead, I would assume tens of thousands wounded. I don't think it will make a big difference. If we were talking about maybe 500,000 people, or at least 100,000, maybe it might have had an impact. But for Russia, it will just swallow all of them, and they will keep their mouth shut. Sorry for being blunt with that.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your insight. That was very, very informative. I believe they're doomed and they've got a long way to go before they join the human race. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much for the question. Nina, you had your hand up. Did you want to talk now or do you want to wait?
Actually, I have another topic, so I will let those who have their hands up, they can go, and I can wait.
Okay, and I'll bring you. I'll call on you in a little bit. Mikola?
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So speaking of the comparison between domestic violence actually in Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine is far ahead, as previously mentioned. It still remained kind of a problem in Ukraine because Ukrainian women were silenced for a long time and they didn't actually talk about this problem. But we need to talk about what actually, statistically speaking, there are less cases in Ukraine than in Russia. Moreover, Ukraine ratified the Istanbul Convention, whereas Russia didn't. And actually, Ukraine ratified that Istanbul Convention in 2011, although the pass of the act happened only now. So it will come into power in November, on the 1st of November 2022. Yet it still tells you a lot about that Ukraine is kind of moving closer to Europe in a sense, and culturally is trying to kind of be more equal in the sense. Also in Ukraine is more gender equal society than in Russia. And what is crucial to remember is that the alcoholism that is happening specifically in Ukraine is less than in Russia. So Russia is considered to be one of the top heaviest drinkers per capita in the world. And what you should remember is that there is a correlation between heavy drinkers and the domestic violence, and that's what happened in Russia. Moreover, so I will go into a bit into statistics. So 70% of women in Russia experience at least one form of gender-based violence in the home. It can be either physical, psychological, economic, or sexual. And basically, the Russian government passed a number of laws that were absolutely outrageous. For example, in January 2017, they passed with the lawmakers and listened to the council 384 and 3 against for decriminalizing certain forms of domestic violence. So what it meant is that under the new law, first-time offenses that do not result in a serious bodily harm carry a maximum fine of only 30,000 rubles. So that actually, and it was a huge thing. So the kind of the liberal organizations in Russia, they were screaming at the time and saying that how could you allow this? It means that we're actually going kind of in regression. So we're actually going backwards rather than forward and trying to have some sort of equal society in Russia. Moreover, what we should also remember that in Russia, the statistics, and as I was mentioning about the alcohol, so in 2004, the domestic violence when it was reported is that almost 35% of male that were abusing women, they were drinking almost every day, and tells you something about the violence. And now, just to give you two highlights, because I couldn't actually find the highlight of the stories similarly in Ukraine, but I found two in Russia because I remember those cases. They made it to even Western media at the time. So one was about the professor who was a historian, who was 63, and what he did, he actually murdered his student lover, and then he put her into the bag and threw into icy river in Tumoyka, as they call it, in St. Petersburg. And there was quite a serious thing because there was even a footage how this man is carrying a bag with a dead body, and nobody did anything about this. Only after, when they found out the body was, floating on the river, they actually started searching for someone who could kill poor woman. Also, there was another case, which basically about some just Russian man at home. He was jealous of his wife, and what he did, he chopped off her hands. So because of jealousy, he did that. And I think in the end, he managed even to avoid to being sentenced because he had some connections in the government. And I think those two cases and the statistic that I told you previously, they tell you a lot about the comparison of domestic violence in those two countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm assuming as well, like even if there were resources in place, women most likely would not be leaving the situation given their circumstances. So thank you for sharing. Victoria, did you have anything to add?
No, not really. I think everything is said quite well. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so we'll go to Nina because I know you had a change of topic.
Thank you, but I could also comment this discussion a little bit that we know that how the Russian people are raised with already as children, they experience a lot of like violence. And then when they grow up and they use a lot of alcohol, and also there is a lot of drug users in Russia. Of course, if you have aggressions and use alcohol or something like that, it's not a very good like combination, and we can just guess what it will be in families and in the society. But the other thing I wanted to say, something like positive. Maybe you saw in the news and also Twitter this when Sanna Marin, the Prime Minister of Finland, was interviewed in the European Parliament today, and somebody asked about how to stop the war, what she thinks, and how she commented it, that the war will stop when Russia leaves Ukraine. I don't remember the exact words, but she was very firm and very decisive in that statement. And then I started to look about the comments, and mostly there were like really nice comments about this and good comments, of course, those who are pro-Ukraine, but strangely there were some Finns who were not happy about this. One of them said that, well, this is not really good diplomacy, and I got triggered by that, because actually I asked her about the diplomacy when we are talking about the genocide and all the horrific things that the Russians are doing to Ukraine, that should she be somehow polite, Sanna Marin, about this, and she wasn't unpolite. I think she just said that when Russia leaves, the war will end, and that's it. So, but I can see that in the social media, at least on Twitter, there is a lot of more pro-Putin things going on right now. I don't know if somebody else also noticed this, but I think that it's some kind of turmoil right now.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for your thoughts. I just wanted to remind everybody as well, we do have a few spots as speakers, so please come up and join Wendy and I. We'd love to have a conversation with you, and we have a lot of amazing speakers that are already up here, so feel free to click on the bottom left-hand corner. There's a microphone button, and when you get the opportunity, and you want to raise your hand, there's a heart icon in the middle of the screen. Well, I guess it's not in the middle, it's in the bottom middle of the screen, and the raise hand is on the right-hand side. So we're looking forward to chatting with you. We'll go to Leonard.
Thank you, Michelle. Just two quick comments. Firstly, regarding what Mikla has revealed as far as the crime rate, if you will, or the kind of social, almost, it sounds like a disintegration in certain levels of society. But that raises another point that will be an issue in any future Russian outcomes, and that's the state of their judiciary. What Mikla has kind of revealed is that there seems to be an element of corruption that goes literally both from the bottom up and from the top down, and that the criminal justice administrative structure, it sounds like it is in dire need of major upgrades. But also, Nina, you made some very interesting comments about how extensive this is in Russian society, and that again puts them in complete contrast to the very basic social structure throughout Western Europe and North America. I mean, they just are marching to an entirely different drum, and that attitude and treatment towards women, and specifically the alleviating, if you will, the penalties for beating, abusing, and just otherwise completely mistreating other human beings. That seems to be almost embedded in the very fabric of their society, and that obviously is a major issue to be contended with, regardless of what the outcome of and how seriously they're beaten in the current Ukraine war. So yeah, excellent commentary. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Leonard. We'll go to Vishniakovsky.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for hosting. I've not been part of the conversation, of discussion so many times when you were around, and I appreciate some fresh air. I wanted to add to Nina's comment. I do agree with her observation that over the last course of, I don't know, seven days or more, I also observed that anyone who remotely can be maybe labeled as Russian asset, may it be in Austria, newspaper called Express, or in Germany, different peaceniks such as Warwick or Todenhöfer. Everyone now in the last 7 days came out to push two main talking points, Russian talking points. One is nuclear threat in all the different shapes and colors. So they seem to be, all those Russian trolls seem to be escalating on the topic of nuclear threat, wanting us to be afraid, giving Putin's threats some more credibility. And secondly, the other talking points are to push Ukraine to negotiation. If you read those talking points, most of them are there needs to be negotiation, like Nina said, diplomacy. So everyone who is saying no, there can't be negotiation as long there's a genocide and as long there's civilians being shelled and killed by Russia on Ukrainian sovereign territory, everyone who states the fact is met with, this is bad diplomacy, we can't do this. In my opinion, there is a huge uptick in this propaganda. And yeah, maybe I find some time on the weekend to collect some bot Twitter data to see if there's really been a measurable uptick. Thank you.
Yeah, oh, sorry, go ahead, Wendy.
Thank you, Vishnakovsky. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly been a consistent threat, which many countries in the West have heard from the Kremlin since well, for longer than for much longer than just the 24th of February this year. It is the threat of a diminished power and a diminished state. So thank you for your comment. Mikola.
Yes, I just wanted to add, because you mentioned about the corruption in Russia, and I wanted to talk actually about how this domestic violence actually is affecting kind of not only the Russian government, but Russia as a state, because it's not only about the corruption, it's about the values. And what is actually interconnects with is with Russian Orthodox Church. It has a very kind of a significant control over what is passed in the government. And of course, we know that basically the Russian Orthodox Church is kind of the best cronies with Putin in the sense. But we need to understand that the values that are being pushed through the prism, right, in Russian society is quite a big threat, because essentially, even before the war, and actually now during the war, Russian Orthodox Church is pushing the narrative that it's okay to kill Ukrainian people and it's okay to rape women and everything because it's accordance with what God says and tells the Russian, kind of people what to do. So it tells you that it's not only being pushed through the government, but it also pushed through the religious entities, right? And it also tells you that, unfortunately, there's a huge control from the religion side of the society. So it's not that the government controls it, but it also means that there's someone in the kind of just coming out of mind, this guy, Kirill, yes, that's the one I was talking about. So Kirill, he's pushing his own agenda, and we've seen how these things are also connected with the whole narrative that basically Russia and Ukraine is one country, because basically Kiev and the whole Rus was baptized there. That's why it belongs to Russians, because it's the center and the capital kind of the Russian-speaking world. So those things, they're all interconnected and we shouldn't forget about them. And I think if compare, for example, to the United States, where we had arguments about the abortion and so on, that was due to Trump and his kind of idea of putting certain judges in the criminal court, justice court, right? But in Russia, there was no need to put people in a justice court, because all those people, they just do what Putin says, and they have been doing that since 2000s. And that's what tells you, because we remember that Russia is an authoritarian regime and it's not a democracy.
Thank you, Mikola. Mikola, can I ask you, as a Ukrainian, how do you view the I mean, like you said, the ideology and the rhetoric which accompanies it is present within both Kirill and the current Kremlin inhabitants' speeches. Do you see, as of today, a potential change in direction simply because the speech today was unique, if the subtitles are correct, I should say, or do you just see this as a continuation of the same tactics used by the Kremlin against Ukrainians, which have existed for years?
Sorry, what specific speech you're referring to? Because
well, there was a speech given by the current Kremlin inhabitant today, in which he did quite an about turn, if the subtitles are to be believed in their entirety. Would this be something which you would see as unique? I'm sure you would. It's, apologies to ask you a rhetorical question here, but it's I'm just curious as to whether you've seen this play out before.
I think what is quite crucial to remember is that the Russian narratives, they always seem to be a bit of escalatory, right? So with time, they become, further and further more extremist, because what essentially is happening in Russia is a clusterfuck. So, for example, I'll just give a simple example. So Russia is the state that continuously claimed that they are against the terrorism and so on. And then what happened is that they invited the Taliban, that is actually prohibited in Russia as a terrorist organization. They invited to speak to Vladimir Putin, right? So it tells you that all of this stuff that they're actually saying doesn't match with the reality. And they can escalate quite a lot. And the reason why they do the de-escalation, and when they start pushing the different type of values like family stuff and that we are the same brotherly nations or something like that, is only when it's when it's needed. So what we've actually seen for the previous, let's say, 3-4 months, is that the people in Russia are continuously prepared for more escalation in war. So we're talking about not only the kind of mass graves and everything, and the Ukrainians are continuously lying, but the population is generally prepared that there might be a nuclear nuke, right, in Ukraine, because basically Russians are fighting against whole NATO. So all this kind of rhetoric that they're using, they're doing it. They also quite I'll split it into 2 points. So the first one is basically we need to remember they have 2 rhetorics. One rhetoric is for internal population of Russia, which is in Russian and which is quite extremist, right, in terms of speaking against Ukrainians and so on. But then we have a second rhetoric which is used by RT worldwide, and that rhetoric is calmer, because people kind of on the West and everywhere else, they're not used to that violent rhetoric just yet, and that's why they differ quite a lot. And then the second point that I was going to make is that this escalation and de-escalation are used by Russians in their speech only when it's for their benefit. So they wouldn't talk about the brotherly things if some exchange is required, or they wouldn't mention the nuclear stuff if they're not trying to scare the West or seeing the reaction on the West. So what we've seen quite recently is that even Elon Musk, right, he was making the statements about how Ukraine should return to its borders and how basically the peace should be established. What we've seen is that for some reason, a lot of famous people start actually talking about how Ukraine should return to its borders after Russia started making statements again about nuclear stuff. And we also should remember that somehow we start receiving different reports, like from Times, that it was quite baseless because we didn't know about the sources they're coming from or on what is based on. But we've seen that after this, the West and the people, who are in power, they start making some bizarre statements after that. Yeah, that's kind of it.
I can definitely see how one speech is meant for foreign audiences and another speech for the domestic. I think the breadth and brevity of your response answers my ham-fisted question rather well. Thank you, Mikola. Nina.
Thank you, and thank you, Wisniewski and Mikola, for what you told. And actually, Wisniewski, if you are going to dig a little bit about this acceleration in Russian propaganda, or what it can, how many different forms it can take. If you find something like, I would be interested to see it also. And yes, about the Russian propaganda, we have seen what Julia Davis is sharing on Twitter, for example. The domestic audience, this TV shows what they have. This one woman who I don't remember the name of, but it's something that as a Westerner it's impossible to understand, and I don't even bother to try to understand because it's impossible to understand. Yes, this was just a comment about that. And then I just saw some news on Twitter. Sorry for jumping from one thing to another, but I saw that actually there are already 20,000 socks for Ukrainian soldiers in Ukraine. I saw, was it Gerashenko or who was it who tweeted it? I think I put it in as a comment in MriyaReport comment section, and it made me really happy.
Thank you, Nina. I'd like to recognize one of our veterans here, Battle Moose. It's wonderful to see you.
Who awoken me from my slumber?
Well, you're up here now, which is it's great. It's great to have you here.
I'm a little behind on the back chat there, so I heard there was some discussion about satellite communications, so I came up, and I also heard that somebody was going on about the possibility of global thermal nuclear war, and I'm going to stand by my stance that I would rather die in nuclear fire and be vaporized than watch a democracy be snuffed from existence. And this is kind of the stance we had during the entire Cold War. And if you don't think we came close during the Cold War, go watch the video on Able Archer. That should wake you up a bit.
Yes, please say it again.
Yeah. Go watch the video on Able Archer. Go watch a couple of videos on the Cuban Missile Crisis. Everybody knows Axel. Who was that political officer on the Russian sub who basically stopped World War III?
Wait one. Andreev. Hold on. I'll find out. Yeah, the guy.
Okay, you go look that. So there's actually another Russian officer, Stanislav Petrov, and he is widely known as the man who saved the world. And he was a Russian colonel working for essentially their NORAD, right? So their missile defense system. And Russian monitoring is sketchy at best. Their satellites are subpar, and basically they haven't replaced them since the 50s. So during the 80s, they were getting anomalous readings over the United States, and it looked like missile plumes. And the orders or the SOPs was launch on site, right? So as soon launch on warning. And he waited, and he waited, and he waited. And his underlings are, and his political commissars are pressuring him, like, you need to make that phone call. I believe it might have been Yeltsin back then. I'm not sure. You know, you need to make that phone call. And he says, something's not right. The dude went with his gut, and it happened to be a false reading. You know, so the computer's the computer malfunctioned. That also happened with us during the 50s. Somebody loaded a exercise tape into the NORAD computers, and it looked like an entire launch was being conducted against the West, and it was a training program that was being run in the background. All I have to say is, don't worry about it. You know, it'll be over in about 10 seconds. And I certainly hope that the Russians have the common decency, if they're going to nuke us, do it in the morning, so I don't put in a full day's work and then get vaporized after I clock out.
Arkhipov. Vasily Alexandrovich Arkhipov was the other guy during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, so you see, there are cool, calm, collected Soviets back then, but you know, Russians in the chain of command. So even if Putin goes off his rocker and says, "I want to press the button, get me the button," I can guarantee you his general of I almost call them Soviets again, of Russian rocket forces, is going to have something to say about that.
And the chain of command.
Should we go in,
the
Axel,
chain of
about how
command.
Nixon almost started World War III?
Yeah, but hey, there it's funny because there is
Because he was drunk.
Yeah, but it's also, there is a nuclear football, and still it is more than a 4-eye principle. The Russians have a completely different chain of command to the best extent that we know it, and it's significantly more complicated. So that's good.
And don't kid yourself. I'm not going to go out on a limb and say when they turn their keys, nothing's going to happen. But I'm pretty sure when they turn their keys, nothing's going to happen.
You know what the good thing is? That what Petrov is credited with is that that Andropov was so utterly shocked that he deceased a little earlier.
The unfortunate thing is Stanislav. He died penniless in Moscow. You know, they basically put him through the ringer and gave him some kind of posting up in Siberia. You know, basically changing light bulbs in radar complexes for the rest of his career, till he died penniless in a Russian or Moscow apartment.
The man who saved the world from a Soviet strike died of pneumonia. And he died of pneumonia because nobody treated him. And he was shafted because he did what he was supposed to do. Astonishing, huh? That's fascism for you, right there. But Battlemoose, let's start again with the statement you made. You'd rather
Oh,
die
what about
how?
SATCOMs?
No, you rather die how?
Oh, in nuclear fire than watch a democracy be snuffed out.
Yeah, I need that on a t-shirt.
I would say maybe I can get my own bumper sticker.
With a lot of fire on it.
Oh yeah. It's for the listeners that don't know, we do have a back channel chat where we talk about every single one of you, and every time somebody says nuclear or Russian strategic forces, I put that burning Elmo GIF into the chat, and the one where it's got his arms raised and everything's burning behind him. Yeah, it's we have a little fun back there, but no, it's I don't know the average age in our listener group, but this was common dog back in the late 70s and 80s. It was always the sword of Damocles that hung over our heads. That maybe tomorrow morning that might be it. Maybe the Soviets are going to launch. We don't know. And but what I can tell you is the diplomatic process is still intact, and long before anything like that happened, I'm talking weeks before, we're going to have diplomatic indications that things have gone sideways. I think it was Gunny that came in here. We'll tell you when to shit your pants.
Exactly. And Battle Moose, we only need 6 minutes, right?
Yeah, you're in Talon, right? Yeah, you're screwed. Well, CJ could come up to the eco bunker up here in northern Alberta, but I'm pretty sure CJ is going to take one to the face.
I mean, I'm on a base with 50,000 U.S. soldiers. I think I'm a little bit more in danger than you all are.
Yeah, you're done, buddy. Love ya. It was nice knowing you.
Yes, gloom, doom, nuclear waste, everything is going to shit. Oh, sorry. Oh God, bad movie. Thank you, Hollywood. Let's be undermined by Soviet propaganda, huh? No, we're the West. We can deal with this. Guys, girls, ladies and bruises, man and woman up. Get on the horse.
Yeah, you know what? We're just going to, and to say that we're going to be cool, calm, and collected like we were with the Soviets is exactly the way the United States, and they are taking quite the leadership role in this. They were a little slow off the start, but they're staying the course now, and we're on course to bankrupt the Russians just like we bankrupt the Soviets, and we're going to bankrupt the Chinese.
100%. And by the way, may I just highlight, just for the sake of good order, just so that nobody gets it wrong, we've done now 10 hours without so much of an incident, and the whole space was really calm, collected. We were talking about, domestic abuse in Russia vis-a-vis the appreciation of women in Ukraine. We discussed Russian disinformation. We discussed with Ian Gardner all sorts of topics about the failure of Russian culture, the militarization of their youth, the failure of their society, the degradation of their economy. We've had beforehand Chuck Farah on. We discussed health on the West. We actually managed to get off nuclear. And now comes my friend Battle Moose. And NORAD.
Dude, I worked for almost a decade for NORAD. Like, I used to have dreams of not having nuclear war.
Oh man, there you go. All right, shall we? I don't know what Wendy and Michelle want to do, but shall we go for first strike Thanos or Lima?
Lima's got a cooler avatar.
Let's go with Lima. The other thing I was going to mention as well, we have quite a few people that are requesting to come up, so I might be moving people down. Don't take it personally. It's nothing against you guys, and you can always come back up later. So I might be doing a little bit of that in the background.
So thank you guys for handing over to me. I usually don't crack open the topic of nuclear, so I just hook on the train, but not to join the hype train, but to more look onto the technical side of things. And I dug a little
train?
on the hype train of nuclear.
I thought
weapons,
it was the one
so
which
to
was
say.
supposedly went to Rostov-na-Don. Okay.
No. So I did a little bit of research this afternoon about like the technicalities as well as the economical aspect and maintenance aspect. And I came across an interesting summary of a guy that kind of sketched up the maintenance costs of nuclear weapons, and he said, like, just from the numbers, doing rough math, nothing sophisticated, it should be around, I don't know, 10 billion, not 10 billion, 10 millions, to maintain a single nuclear device, and the US has about roughly 8,000 of them, so they spend a lot of money on that maintenance of these weapons, and they are quite complex things. So, and it's also the case that you need to maintain these things because they are aging and there is corrosion, and you have to maintain the internal workings of these things. And if we think about how Russia is able to maintain military equipment, put a big question mark on what their state is of their nuclear stockpile. And what is quite interesting is that the newer type of nuclear warheads are kind of little bits of radioactive material that get kind of very controlled, pressed together via explosion, and that is a very complex, error-prone process. And if you are not maintaining your nuclear warheads right, this very precise process may not happen, and you get not the yield of the nuclear weapon you're expecting to have, and it basically just cooks off in a not very impressive explosion. And like I said, that is just a matter of fact. And if I remember, like the maintenance state on Russian vehicles, for example, where the tires were just blown off by itself by driving the vehicle, oil being not replaced and stuff like this. I wonder what the technical state is of their nuclear arsenal, and even if they have warheads, how many of these things actually work with the intended or once engineered effect, and how much of them are just going to like cook off in a fizzle and not do that much if they lift up at all. So that is my personal thought I had this afternoon. I just wanted to raise this question in the group if there were any.
I think I know the article you're speaking of, and if it's the same one, it was written by Mr. Peter Doran, who is one of our speakers here, and was back when he was writing reports for SIPA.
Okay, that's great. Like, unfortunately, I think he's not here this afternoon or this morning, depending on your time zone.
He was. earlier.
Okay. So maybe you can have, if someone was there, 50 seconds recall of what he said or what his expert opinion was. And I mean, it's good that I
He
kind
will
of
be
hit the
back in
same.
about an hour.
Oh, that would be brilliant. And maybe I just shoot the question a little bit later again.
I can get into some of the stuff, but I'll let us go to the hands here first.
Well, with that, it must be our veteran military expert, CJ. Wonderful to see you.
Well, don't give me too much credit. I was just trying to, both address, the very valid concern with also some, a little bit of good news. In terms of talking about Russia's nuclear weapons, one of the ways that they, might use these, of course, is with their long-range strategic bombers, such as the Tu-22, which, today may have had some problems in Russia. There's reports that perhaps two were taken off the map by some type of loitering munition. And this is 200 kilometers, inside the Russian Federation, so a pretty long-range strike there. The initial satellite imagery is a little bit unclear, but there is a lot of cloud cover, so no one quite knows exactly what happened there. Russia said there was definitely a drone attack on the base. They said they intercepted the drones before they got there, and then they showed a picture of a downed TV-2 Bayraktar from Nagorno-Karabakh 2 years ago. So clearly that's not a good sign that they stopped the drone when they're using 2-year-old pictures. But we'll have to wait and see if it does. I mean, it kind of shows you how Ukraine is able to defend itself against even just the the talk around these threats, if they can reach out and touch and affect the ability of Russia to even pretend to threaten them with nuclear weapons, and this is definitely one way they can do that. So encouraging news for sure.
Yeah, and I think thank you, CJ. I mean, I think perhaps one thing that laymen might be asking themselves is, well, aren't these Russians highly ideological? Well, they were really ideological back in the Cold War. As both yourself and Battle Moose were saying, in Able Archer 83, there were many great human chains in that link, and those many great human chains exist today. I mean, back in the Cold War, they thought that they had a pretty low. The Russians were fed a pretty low opinion of the West. They thought that we were somehow injected with hours upon hours of daily TV propaganda, which somehow took our souls away, or some total rubbish like this. They were ideological back then. They are ideological today, and as yourself and Battle Moose have said, the same human element exists within this chain. Thank you for your answer. Chris. Chris, go ahead.
Sorry, bear with me. I'll get there in a minute.
No problem at all.
Yeah, obviously, mic check's obviously okay. Battle Moose, thanks for that, because that's what I was thinking a while back. Obviously, I was in the Navy in the 70s and 80s and that, and obviously I lived under nuclear, what's the word? Stress or whatever it is as well. Obviously, I can neither confirm nor deny the presence of nuclear weapons on board Her Majesty's ships and submarines, but still. And also, actually, for me, since my dad was in the Royal Air Force and we moved from one German station to another German station for the first, till I was a teenager, basically, I always felt like that when I grew up as well. So, so until I was about 30, I was always thinking about nuclear war, basically. So
it's interesting because especially when I was working for NORAD, we always thought it would, the wheels would come off the bus, not in a land exchange, but at sea.
Yeah,
and I don't know, you being a Navy guy, maybe you want to talk about, like, especially those submariners, how sketchy their life is.
Well, I'm glad to say I never was one of those. Although I have a business partner who was the equivalent of me, a weapons engineer officer in nuclear subs and that, So, I mean, you wouldn't have caught me down in one of those things ever, type of thing. So yeah. But obviously, when you say sketchy, I mean, obviously, we definitely thought ours would work, type of thing. I don't know what you mean in Battle Moose.
Well, I wanted to get around to the point that the Army, the Air Force, we look across a line, we see the enemy, we're on our side, they're on our side. The Navy and especially the submariners, like it was an unwritten rule, the submariners are always at war. Underneath the waves, you're always at war, and it's it's kill or be killed down there. And there's stuff that went on under the waves we will never know about.
That's true. No, that's very true. And obviously, like as they do now, the Russians would play games with us at sea that, I mean, we would never play the same games with them, type of thing. We would never push them like they pushed us, maybe do the odd thing, but nothing like they would do. I mean, they were literally crazy Ivans, weren't they? At times.
I want to get. I got a buddy that kind of peeks in here every once in a while, and he was a Canadian submariner, so he's on the diesel subs, right? So they would actually go in between the screws of the Russian intelligence ships and just ghost them in, like they'd be like 50 meters underneath the screws.
Yeah,
and just following these Russian intelligence ships.
Yeah, well, again, that's Submariners, isn't it, for you? But anyway, still, yeah. And the other day, I don't know whether you ever had an equivalent, but did you ever see the Protect and Survive brochure that came out over here in the UK?
We never had such things. Like they had those in Canada in the 50s. And I was actually watching some like old archived videos, and they actually did a full-scale evacuation of Calgary as a test. You know, they set up a bunch of evacuation points outside of Calgary, and they evacuated. Well, Calgary wasn't that big back then, but they evacuated like several neighborhoods, everybody on the bus, and they went out there, schools, people, work, everything. They evacuated everything. They went out there. They, I think they fed them like lunch and dinner, and then sent them all home.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, well, I'm with you anyway, Battle Moose. You know, let's go up in fire rather than let the Russians, have Ukraine. I'm with you there, mate.
Sorry, Abdullah, we kind of stepped all over you there, buddy.
Oh, no, no problem, no problem. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hey, yeah, thanks, guys. Interesting conversation. Just wanted to just let you know, one of the reasons mainly why I'm interested in the region is due to the fact that my father spent some time in the USSR when he was young, and actually one of my brothers was born there. Believe it or not, the Soviet system provided my father with good education in mechanical engineering, and he was particularly fond of the Ukrainians. And his time spent in Crimea. He spent some time in Crimea when he had time off. When I was very young, my father took some of us to Russia and to Ukraine, and we met some of his old friends and some of his professors. This was post-Soviet era. It was a particularly tough time for the people, but I don't remember much. But it was really a good trip. I was planning to go back one time when things improve, and maybe take the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Yeah, that's it's on my bucket list. And also my father keeps telling me and telling us that to just ignore the Russian nuclear saber rattling. That's something that they do, and he told me that, and he told us that it's mainly to scare the EU audience. So he just told us just to ignore, and one of my colleagues who's Russian, he's a bit extremist Russian. He told me that there's no way the Russians will give up Crimea, and if they had to, they will use the nuclear weapons. It's just BS. And also, I want to talk about there are some unconfirmed reports coming out of on Twitter. I don't know, believe it or not, saying that the Ukrainians attacked a Russian military base within Russian territory, and with Ukrainian drones. I hope to God it's true, because I know there are a lot of people, wise people, saying that we shouldn't be attacking Russian military assets within the Russian territory, and not to escalate and not to piss off the German chancellor and all that. But I'm in the camp that we should attack anywhere where the Russian military is, because they are attacking Ukrainians and killing innocent Ukrainian civilians, and it's a full-out war. So I think we should limit Ukrainians, if they can, to attack the enemy before they come to their territory. And the final thing I wanted to say is that today is the dictator's birthday, and usually what happens on something big usually happens when it's his birthday. A lot of Putin's enemies were assassinated on this day as a gift to Putin. But so far we haven't heard any assassinations today, so it's actually a good thing. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Maybe he'll find himself at the top of some very slippy stairs, or gazing out a window in his Sochi mega golden toilet mansion there. I had a question for I see Peters in the listening gallery there, and I know it was a meme for a second. I'll come back. I gotta go.
No problem at all. Thank you, Battle Moose. Yeah, Abdullah, do you want to finish your point?
Yeah, I think that was it. That was it. Thank you so much.
No problem at all. CJ.
Yeah, just as a heads up here, we're working on getting John up, John Ridge, who's a great friend of the program, satellite expert, and all around smart guy, much smarter than me, that's for sure. And so if you all want to hang in there about 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to kind of go through the rundown of all the news relating to Starlink and satellites today, because I think it's been a pretty big point of contention, and it will affect the war in one way or another, and there's a lot of rumors flying around. So we'll do our best to kind of parse through all that. So just hang tight, and we will talk about it, because it sounds like it maybe hasn't been brought up in a while.
He has to get permission from his mom to come into the space.
I mean, yes, he is still in college, but I don't think that limits his natural talent he has for knowing more about artillery pieces, especially from former Soviet countries, than I.
Oh, I'm not saying he is by far the smartest person we have on the report.
Sounds great. John, please go ahead. John Stewart. Welcome.
Mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, sorry, I've got really strange audio on this side. I was just going to say, I was going to make a Yehuda joke, actually, which is that when I was young, there was two movies made. One was called The Day After, which was set in the United States. One was called Threads, which was filmed in the United Kingdom, about a nuclear attack on my hometown of Sheffield, and I was an extra in Threads. So if anybody wants to ask what it's like, I can share those experiences. I mean, all we did was lay on the ground, and they poured vegetable soup around us, which is stage prop for sick. And yeah, they got hold of us because they went around the local CND and the anti-nuclear groups and said, does anybody want to be in a film about what happens in a nuclear attack? So it was a pretty entertaining day. And fortunately, I don't, for what it's worth, at the moment, I think it's risky, but the fact that Biden made that statement, I think possibly has more to do with the election than anything else, because it was a Democratic fundraiser. It wasn't at the presidential podium, as far as I understand it. So whilst it's significant, it's not quite DEFCON 1 yet, I don't think. I hope not anyway. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about, I know from the side of the film side, the face makeup and the various props, but other than that, it was all make believe, thankfully.
Indeed.
What happens now? I now know somebody that was in Threads.
Yeah.
This is
Yes.
better than meeting Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, cheers. Well, it was actually written by the guy who wrote that famous Yorkshire film set in Yorkshire with the hawk in it, which now Kez. Barry Hines wrote it, who was at school with my mum, which is my other claim to fame. But yeah, it was kind of weird how they recruited everyone. They just went around all the sort of local anti-nuclear campaign groups, and it was a big, you know, the nuclear marches in the 80s were a big thing. I went down to Greenham Common where the American base was, although I've since been told that the nukes weren't actually there, they were somewhere else. So, and now I think I have a very different position on on the role that the army plays in protecting everybody, and I've kind of turned around completely on it, to be honest with you. I published a book on anti-war peace songs, and I'd quite like to write another one from the perspective of the importance of having strong defence and the right to national self-determination. It would be, if I was to do another one, that would be the next work. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to see how it works soon. I mean, Russia, as I understand it, just basically works on game playing, isn't it, and messing with people's minds. That's all. That's really what they do, and there's nothing will do that more than threaten nuclear war. So yeah, I think it's. I guess we'll see. We'll see, but it's a one-way trip if anything happens. I was expecting maybe a test or something a bit like North Korea does, would possibly be the next stage, but I don't think we'll even get there. But you know, I'm a musician, not a nuclear strategist, so take that for what it's worth, which is very little.
Well, here, let me put you at ease. They haven't changed the strings on their guitars since the 50s.
Well, that was the thing for a friend of mine worked on Bob Dylan's crew, and he got a new tech, and he noticed one of his guitars had really old strings on it. So he thought, I'll do him a favor and change his strings, and they were like, "What have you done?" They were his favorite strings. They'd been on there for a long time. So yeah, it's who knows? I mean, I guess to be honest with you, I trust a lot of what I hear on here from the people who know their stuff, and I hear a lot of discourse around what are reliable and informative sites about the Ukraine issue, and most of the stuff I've heard of on here that's been ahead of the news has come true, and so yeah, that's kind of what I go on, and just the fact that people are doing this space in their own time, out of the goodwill of their hearts, because they see an injustice and they want to do what they can to publicize that. That's a pretty rare thing, I think, and I just think, imagine what the world would have been like if something like this was available in 1939 or 1936 to get the message out about what was happening in Europe then. The world might have ended up in a very different position. So it's a very precious place to me, and thank you everyone for taking part in it.
Well, maybe in your next book you can write a couple of songs about the report.
Yeah, I have really bad audio, so I can only hear like a fraction of what's been said, so I'm going to drop down. But thanks for hosting the space, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, and thank you so much for your kind words. We really appreciate all of the speakers and the listeners as well. And before we go to Chris, I just wanted to remind everybody, when you get the chance, please retweet this space. CJ just mentioned that John Ridge is going to be on, hopefully in a few minutes, to talk everything satellites. So if you get the opportunity, please retweet the Twitter space, and we'd love to have you share it with your friends and family. The MriyaReport has been on for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you'd like to, and you get the chance, please check out MriyaAid.org and see some of the wonderful things that they're doing. 100% of their proceeds go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like tourniquets, bandages, drones, and so on. And if you feel free to, please check out the website and support the cause as much as you can. If you would like to come up and ask a question, on the bottom left-hand corner, there is a I keep saying microwave. I mean microphone. So a microphone button on the bottom left-hand corner. Please press that. And I know that we do have had a lot of new speakers lately. So if you want to come up and speak and raise your hand, there is the heart icon or emoji in the middle of the bottom screen. Click on that or press on it, and there will be a hand signal. So we will go to Chris next.
Thank you, Michelle. CJ, I'm also awfully impressed that you were in that film, and I'm just wondering if there's any pictures of that, that you can post up and that, because that would be rather interesting. And the other thing that this conversation got me thinking about is that I'm not sure if many people would know, but obviously when I was in the Navy, and I hope nobody in Ukraine takes this the wrong way, but obviously everything was the Soviet Union to me then. The Black Sea was the Soviet Union's pond, as it were. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that there was 2 strategic nuclear capable ballistic missile squadrons in Ukraine at the time. And I always like to say that, we wonder where Ukraine got their expertise in missiles and rockets from. Well, I believe that Gunny would know better than me, and other people would know better than me, but I believe that they were still manufacturing missiles for the Russians up until about 2000, well, before 2014. So there are literally in Ukraine rocket scientists, and that's why they are one of the reasons anyway why they're so technically competent.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, no, I share your sentiments absolutely. I think maybe the scene you're referencing in Threads is the one where everyone's running down the street. But John Stewart would have to come back up and correct me if I'm wrong. I should say, if you were in the Navy in 1917 or between 1917 and 1920, you'd like I would know the Ukrainian People's Republic, as it was back then. Soviet Union, yeah, it existed, of course, around that time and after it. But yeah, no, your comments are really interesting, sir. Thank you. Abdullah. Oh, sorry, Chris, if you want to follow up, do go ahead.
Well,
thanks. No, but you guys crack on.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I just want to mention that we often make allusions to the Soviet Union and Russia and being one and the same, and they are not. They are definitely not. Russia is a ghost of what the Soviet Union was like, and I said on the space many times, the Soviet Union was a credible threat to the West. They had a Navy that had their stuff wired tight. Their Air Force was pretty good, and there were elements of the Army that were pretty up to snuff. Even in their weird Soviet doctrine ways. They trained, they had money, they had boots, they ate. Unlike now, and I forget, and maybe CJ or John, if you remember, who was that fella that did the treatment on the fall of the Soviet Union and how they cut spending, how Russia cut spending thereafter. And one of the first things they cut was education. So stuff like higher education suffered immediately. And the Soviets had a credible education program. It was very good. They had very good engineers. They had a thriving space program. And as the years went on in the 90s, the trade started to suffer. So they had less and less qualified people in the trade. So essentially, the boomers are the last generation of properly trained people in Russia. Everything else after that, they brought in third parties. If you need to make a ball bearing, they went and they outsourced that. And that's why they're having a lot of trouble now. Sorry, John. Welcome.
Good to be here, Moose. Good to be here.
Hey, John, welcome to the space. We really appreciate you being here. We've had quite a few questions this morning. I think it's been the hot topic of probably the last few days around Starlink and so on. So just wondering if you have any thoughts about that.
If I may, Michelle, let me go. Let's just take us back in time real quick so we can really hear how smart John is. But no, because I was reading up on this too a lot over the last few days. So John, can you sort of explain, because you know a lot about the production of the terminals and also the satellite launches, just like outside of the war, what Starlink is, how it relates to SpaceX, and what the conditions were before the war even started?
So yeah, so Starlink is really it's just a satellite internet service. The whole idea is that you can more efficiently serve rural areas away from urban centers, that would otherwise be difficult to connect to kind of the main internet connections via either standard copper wire or fiber optic via connection to satellites. So for those living in the U.S. or potentially in Canada and a few other places, you may have seen years ago commercials on TV for HughesNet, Viasat, and some of these other services. Those are all satellite internet providers as well. What's different about Starlink, though, that kind of sets it apart from all of the other previous satellite internet services, is the fact that all of those used a handful of satellites, 3 to 6, somewhere in that range, in what's known as a geostationary orbit. So I'm going to try and not to get too sidetracked with orbital mechanics here, but essentially they operate at very high altitude above the Earth's surface, high enough altitude that their orbital period, the time it takes them to complete one full rotation of the Earth, is exactly a day. So they maintain essentially the exact same position over the surface of the Earth. And in that arrangement, you can, essentially, get global coverage over basically the entire Earth's surface minus the poles with just 3 satellites on orbit. And so that was kind of, for a long time, that was the economical way to do satellite internet. The downside with that is that you get very high latency because of, long travel times for, essentially your signal that you're having to beam, to and from the satellite, and Earth, because it's at such a high altitude, you get some pretty serious latency. Starlink kind of changes the game in that rather than using, 3, or around 3-ish satellites in geostationary orbit, all the satellites are in low Earth orbit, and it uses about 10,000 of them. At least that's the number of satellites they're seeking to launch to build the entire constellation to maintain continuous global coverage. So the upside of that is that you can get global coverage with significantly less latency, higher bandwidth, etc.
And so with this in mind, there was 10,000 of these satellites already in the air. And, in order to get this kind of service, right, to get access to these satellites, there's a couple options. The main one that we're going to talk about, though, of course, is these terminals you may have seen in Ukraine, where you need a terminal, but you also need to have a subscription in order to use the terminal effectively. So one of the first things that was struck during this phase of the invasion was, telecommunications in Ukraine. So while Russia was striking military bases and airfields and areas, they also put a high priority on telecom, so that not only could Ukrainians not talk to each other or put out really much news about what was going on, but also so their military primarily couldn't talk like they normally do. And for reference, Ukraine has used Signal for quite some time, like many other militaries, to do military communications. But to have the Signal app, just like if you don't know Signal, think WhatsApp, but more secure. You need either, obviously data coverage from a cell phone. There's obviously a couple different cell phone frequencies. We won't go into that. Or, of course, you need to be connected to Wi-Fi or some other type of internet. And so there's a couple options which make it good. But if the cell towers are down or compromised and there's no way to get Wi-Fi, then you're kind of SOL and you're in a bad situation. So the war starts, and 2 or 3 days in, we see tweets from Elon Musk, but we also know that, the U.S. government is working to help Ukraine really from the get-go, even if they took a long time to deliver heavy equipment. And on the basically third or fourth day of the invasion, there begins to be this agreement between Starlink, who works for SpaceX, who already has, again, hundreds of millions of dollars of contracts for the U.S. Department of Defense and State Department. And what does this do for Ukraine, John? What kind of capabilities are provided immediately by not only Starlink and the U.S. government providing these terminals, but also the subscriptions to access this service?
So just as a before I go into that, just a quick clarification. There's only about 2,500-ish Starlink satellites currently on orbit. The constellation isn't complete. The first shell is about the first phase, I think, is projected to be 10,000. In FCC requests, they've requested up to a constellation up to 42 or 45,000 satellites. So they don't have continuous global coverage yet. They just have more or less continuous coverage over most of North America and most of Europe and a few other places at this point. But in terms of what this provides to the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian armed forces, and also, to the Ukrainian general public, is that this provides them with more or less a secure satellite communication system, that, I don't want to say it's exactly comparable, but, comparable to, the secure satellite communication systems that the U.S. government would use or the Department of Defense would use for our own, governmental and military purposes. And it allows them to, integrate and, network different units, different military assets, government bodies, etc., together very easily with minimal overhead and minimal infrastructure, because you just need one of these terminals and you're good to go. You don't need to spend time and money and effort trying to build up all this infrastructure. It's just there. It exists. The satellites are already on orbit. You just need the terminals.
And so this is the situation, as these come in February, March, and April, they really help the Ukrainian population, of course. And, Elon Musk becomes somewhat of a cult hero for many Ukrainians. But in the military sense, it allows them to call for fire or, prosecute artillery missions. And it's not something that can be tracked as easily as cell phone signals. And so the Russians can't strike it. They can't find it. But during this time, we must remember, up through April and May and June, Russia is still generally on the offensive. And so they are, in fact, capturing some of these terminals, and they now have, the subscription and the access to the satellite internet. So, John, could you explain what geofencing is? Because, if we look at from the highest level, almost low Earth orbit, it would seem as if, if these satellite systems were given to help Ukraine's, civilians, their government, and their military, it would not be in anyone's best interest that gave them for Russia to be able to use them as well.
Right. So what geofencing is it's the ability to be able to enable or disable, a given, satellite service, in this case, satellite internet from Starlink within, a variable geographic area. So, for example, with GPS, the U.S. government has the ability to geofence civilian GPS signals, so they can more or less selectively deny the ability of GPS to function within a given geographic area. So, for example, if there's a country that we don't like for whatever reason, the U.S. government can literally, with the flick of a switch, shut off all GPS service, for civilian users, non-U.S. military or non-U.S. government users within the defined geographic territory of that country. And so Starlink has a similar capability. And so, for example, one of the first things that they did that Elon Musk announced, when the first terminal started being sent over, was that they had fully enabled, Starlink service throughout the entirety of Ukraine. Because, for example, Starlink service is not automatically enabled, in every country on Earth because of telecommunications licensing and stuff. And as part of that, what they did, and I suspect they did this at the request of the Ukrainian government, was they geofenced all of the occupied territories in Ukraine, which to say that they selectively disabled Starlink service within the occupied territories, mainly to prevent misuse of captured Starlinks by the Russians.
Yes, and so this has been reported not only, of course, by the companies involved and the Russians, but even reporters that went to the front lines. Right, they would go to the front and they would realize they would lose this Wi-Fi coverage because it was too close to the Russians, and so they relied on other methods. And by Wi-Fi, I'm talking about just the satellite internet in this case, which is a different thing. But everyone reported that as you got closer to the front, you lost your service, which is an indicator of either electronic warfare going on. But in this case, it was the fact that Starlink had turned off access to those terminals so that you couldn't, if you're a Russian, you couldn't use it against Ukrainians, and so on and so forth. So as in June and July come about, the Russian offensive slows down to a halt. The updates aren't made as frequently. And then in August and September, of course, we have these pretty large counteroffensives. And so this is where we get to the topic of discussion of today, and really where we want people's input and questions, because there was a report from a journalist who spent a lot of time in Ukraine and Eastern Europe who tried to make a claim in a tweet that basically perhaps Elon Musk had been up to no good and turning off Starlink, when this has been a known issue for over a week now. With the pace of the Ukrainian advance, basically, the Ukrainian military is moving so fast that those areas they're moving into were formerly occupied by Russia and don't have access to Starlink because, as John pointed out, they've been geofenced. So now the question becomes, is this a deliberate effort to deny access to those people? Or is it just a factor of, the war is progressing faster than people thought, and it has been updated? So with that, I'll leave it, back to the co-host or anyone else that has any questions about this, because I don't think it's as nefarious as people want to make it.
Yeah, I think from the layman's terms perspective, CJ, and thank you so much for your insights, John and CJ. It seems to me that this is just a news story which needs to play itself out, and it's certainly best to leave it to the experts like yourself and John to give their insight on it. Abdullah, you had your hand up. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask about in terms of any vulnerabilities when it comes to the Starlink system, in terms of hacking and stuff.
Right. So this is an interesting topic. So since quite literally the first day that Starlink terminals were supplied by SpaceX to Ukraine and the Ukrainian government, they have been getting absolutely hammered with cyber attacks and other, intrusion attempts from the GRU, Russian military intelligence. To my knowledge is that they've all been successfully repelled. There have not been any ill effects that, at least publicly notable, from these attacks. They all appear to have been dealt with relatively easily. So that's very fortunate. One of the interesting things about Starlink is that as a platform, the terminals use what's known as a phased array antenna. So rather than kind of, you might think of your, kind of traditional, spinning, radar communications antenna. A Starlink terminal, essentially, it's a solid state. It's, has no moving parts. It's a solid state antenna, and it has an electronically steerable beam that it uses to communicate with the Starlink satellites. And so what this enables is, essentially the properties of that beam, beam width, steering, et cetera, all these other various properties that are very important when it comes to resisting Russian attempts to triangulate an individual terminal, intercept signals being emitted by said terminal, or attempt to jam it. All of those properties can be altered quite literally with a software update because of the fact that, it's a solid state, electronically controllable array. There's no mechanical, there's minimal hardware limitations. It's all done by software, basically. And so one of the first things that a piece of info that came out with these GRU cyber attacks and other intrusions was that SpaceX, they had tweaked a bunch of the beam parameters for the Starlink terminals to make it more difficult for the Russians to intercept, triangulate, jam, etc. Communications and signals emitted by the terminals. So they have been very effective thus far, as best we can tell, at countering Russian attempts to disrupt communications occurring via Starlink.
Thank you, John. Sounds pretty uncrackable to me. David, please go ahead. David, mic check. David seems to have dropped. Duncan, you've got your hand up, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Wondering about, you know, in the last couple of months, I guess there's been a United 24. I don't know if you heard of it. You probably have, obviously, but you know, I heard about it through Zelensky, just through social media and stuff like that. And I was wondering if you're familiar with that kind of communication channel. I was just wondering what you thought about its effectiveness and stuff like that. If you have any comments to make on United 24.
It is certainly a reputable organization, sir. There are a few, as you know, on this channel. We promote MriyaAid, which for 8 months has been diligently providing life-saving aid to Ukrainians. And as Michelle mentioned earlier, not just the vital medical supplies, which have saved many Ukrainian lives, but things like night optics for ambulance drivers to ensure that casualties can get driven to places of treatment in the dark, which in a war zone we can only imagine must be a very dangerous business. So on that particular organization, I can't really comment, but certainly there's a lot of information about it online.
I guess maybe to follow up just really quick on a broader kind of perspective on that, you know, we're talking about Elon Musk and a lot of stuff's been talked about him and all of these things and how, you know, I guess maybe a better question in this case would be, you know, how do you see the effectiveness of Ukraine's ability to, you know, gather support? Is it as strong as it's always been at this point? Or, you know, we're seeing people like Elon saying some questionable things, very questionable things. So I'm maybe wondering, you know, how is the communication kind of effort progressing for Ukraine at this point?
CJ, would you like to take this?
Well, I'm going to throw it to Konstantin, who, you know, is our favorite, one of our favorite Ukrainian veterans in the space from the 2014 and 2015 phase of the war, who has a lot of friends that are fighting in Kharkiv. And he's got an update actually for us about how all this sort of communication is going on the ground level. And one of the areas where the most advances have happened, so the line of control has changed the most recently in Savatova, you know, on the border there between Kharkiv Oblast and Luhansk Oblast. Konstantin, do you have any updates for us on this?
Yeah, so I wanted I wake up today and read a lot of news saying that the Starlink is not working anymore in the front lines. So I was like, what the hell? It's a big problem, and I had my first decision, and actually purchased the 3,000 worth I think those who aid Ukraine will aid Ukraine more, and those who are against it will whine more. I don't think anything is going to change in terms of support. Maybe even more support will come because I think that leaders, in the NATO countries realize more and more that it's they get intelligence reports, right? They get briefed, and they understand that losing this war is gonna bring much worse results than anything that we can imagine. And I think Ukraine will get more and more. And if that's my personal take on it. Sorry, I don't see decrease in support, but I see a definite increase of Russian propaganda and Russian agents who by their will or just useful idiots, they're stepping up. But once again, I don't think that's gonna have too much effect. I think there was recently a poll in the United States where 78% said that they fully support Ukraine, and United States is our biggest ally, and I think that's pretty much everywhere like this.
The follow-up to that, Constantine, is you're talking about useful idiots and perhaps Russian agitators. Were you aware that the author of the article saying Starlink was no longer working in Ukraine was Christopher Miller?
I'm sorry, I may not that be well versed in United States politics. Who's that?
Christopher Miller. He's a reporter that's been in the Donbass for the last 8 years. I don't know if that rings a bell at all.
I don't think I know, but yeah, I just told you what do you consider him to be a useful idiot or a propagandist, or he's like all right reporter?
Well, I'll give you this piece of information, Constantine. He's written over 30 articles talking about how Azov are Nazis. So hopefully that answers your question.
Oh, that guy. Well, yeah, I guess that's probably one. I think that this article, these words are more they thought about them, and the idea is to say that okay, Elon Musk is dropping support for Ukraine. Let's all Ukraine is forgotten. Let's just pretend that nothing is happening there anymore. We're not interested, and we'll not let's follow the suit of Elon Musk. I think that's the idea, but I don't know the reality. I don't know why he writes that.
Okay, we have a lot of hands up. I don't know first if Johnny, you wanted to respond to anything so far?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the point, of continued support, for Ukraine. Despite Elon publicly being an absolute tool, to be quite blunt about it, I seriously doubt that we will see any material change in the level of support or services provided by SpaceX to Ukraine and the Ukrainian government armed forces. There's competent people in the leadership of that company. They are a major federal or U.S. defense contractor. This isn't, they aren't just going to up and pull out and stop supplying these terminals and the internet services to Ukraine. It's just not going to happen. They would invite the unmitigated wrath of the United States government, which is one of their major customers. So I just can't see it having any material effect, on the ground. His comments.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we're gonna go to a few hands. So I know Reginald, you've had your hand up for a while, so go ahead.
Yeah, no, thanks. I guess first is just a comment, or maybe a question too. Like SpaceX and is sort of they have to follow, I believe it's like the International Traffic in Arms Regulation, ITAR, when they are at least like dealing with rocket technology or anything that could be used for military needs, right? So it doesn't seem to make sense then that SpaceX would, go against I guess, the needs of the United States military and their partners to sort of deactivate Starlink within Ukraine. So that's one thing. So just interested in hearing thoughts about that. And the second thing, and more broadly, like, what is the Starlink being deployed on the battlefield? It seems like it had quite a significant impact. And what are the ramifications for that broadly, like within, I guess, the West and NATO being able to access a technology like this? Like, is this quite a game changer? Is it more significant than, say, when GPS was first released? So those are some of my questions. Thanks.
I would just say, to start from the military point of view, if it's pretty clear that these satellites are providing an incredible service to Ukrainians, but from just the military point of view, the ability to have secured comms is one thing, right? Where your enemy can't hear you. That's important. But what's more important here is the fact that it's very difficult to triangulate. So there's a lot of times where on both sides of this war, where Russians and Ukrainians are shooting at basically signals intelligence or SIGINT. So they'll see someone uses a cell phone and just try and fire a missile at it. They won't really care too much so what's being said on that phone or computer or whatnot. They're just going for the source. And so with Starlink, having something that you can't really find very easily or quickly, that's huge. So the good news is for, I guess, countries with a lot of satellites, i.e. the US and other NATO members, it means that you have a unique advantage over those that don't. So it's playing into the strengths of a country with a space force for one, but really the ability to put a lot of satellites in the sky. So it really is a good thing overall.
And John, I saw your hand go up too, so I don't know if you want to comment on this as well.
Yeah, so regarding ITAR, I'm not sure that the provisions of ITAR are necessarily relevant to selling Starlink services abroad, even if it is for government or military applications. ITAR is enormously complicated and a massive pain to deal with in general. But for the most part, I don't think its provisions necessarily are related to this service. One thing I will add on to CJ's point is that kind of one of the amazing things that Starlink or another competing service, should one develop, is that this provides essentially as he said, secured encrypted communications, as an alternative to kind of the standard domestically built systems that have been provided by domestically launched and built satellites, like we have in the United States or in other major NATO members. This allows countries like, say, Slovakia, Slovenia, Portugal, Denmark, etc., these smaller NATO members that might not necessarily have the military or defense budgets to build up their own indigenous, secure government, military, and satellite communications constellations like the US can, like the UK can, like France can. And, they can essentially, for a much lower price, use a commercial service provided by a company that's based in a friendly country, a fellow NATO member, the United States, that will provide, highly reliable, high bandwidth, low latency, secured encrypted communications that they can then use for, whatever application they see fit. And additionally, the platform itself is, highly, modular and, has a lot of room for growth and development. I think that they're, looking at mounting Starlink Starlink terminals on vehicles. I believe the U.S. government, the Department of Defense, put out a few contracts for some research into that. I believe they're also looking at setting up cell phone service directly. So as a separate service to, their satellite internet, to directly enable Starlink satellites to provide satellite cellular connections. And I believe some independent research has been done on using the signals emitted by Starlink essentially as an alternative to GPS. So there's a lot of room for growth and capabilities that can provide these services that for non-incredibly wealthy, government or state, to develop these own capabilities without having to, spend a massive amount of money developing, expensive domestic satellite constellations.
Thanks so much, John. David, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi. I was wondering if we're able to talk about how they're using these terminals on the ground. Do they set up their own Wi-Fi networks around them, or how are they actually connecting to the local devices?
Go ahead, John.
So I haven't personally used Starlink myself, as I live in the city and I don't really have a need for its bandwidth at its price point. But my understanding is that essentially it comes with a the terminal. When you buy a terminal, it comes with obviously the terminal itself, and I believe either a router or modem, and from there basically you can connect to it just like a normal Wi-Fi network that you would at your house. And that's all, the signal is then routed, through the router that you're provided, to the terminal, and then from the terminal to the satellite and the constellation, et cetera, and there into the wider internet.
And that Wi-Fi network is not something that is easily detected or targeted?
So it is, because it uses a phased array, it is triangulatable, but it is very, very difficult to do. I believe, for example, one of the when we had Roman Ratushny, one of the times that he spoke with us, he had to hop off early because he was in the field and he was essentially connected to Twitter, connected to the internet via Starlink, and he had to leave in the middle of a conversation because a Russian MRL, multiple rocket launcher battery, was attempting to triangulate the position of their Starlink. So it is possible, but it's difficult to do. And compared to more traditional communication systems, and even if you can triangulate it, it's a whole other challenge to actually be able to intercept the signal and to try and actually determine useful information from it, or to jam it all together.
And John, just as a follow-up, your explanation of the phased array antenna, they're using the consumer grade units, right? I mean, the ones that I've seen like on YouTube demonstrations, they have, at least the ones that I saw, had mechanical like focusing, where it was actually like targeting the satellite. I know I saw something else that they just came out with a new version that's like more advanced that doesn't use that. But are you saying that the phase array is instead of the focusing, or how does that fit in?
So I'm not particularly up to date on what the latest version of the terminals is doing. I need to go dig up some stuff about that. I'm not too read into the details of how it works internally, beyond the fact that it does use a phased array, and therefore a lot of the properties can be altered via essentially software update. And that's what SpaceX was doing in the first few weeks when the terminals were first delivered, was when the GRU was trying various means to be able to triangulate, jam, or intercept Starlink signals. They were able to essentially send a software update to all their terminals to modify essentially the parameters of the signal it was sending to defeat those GRU efforts.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. CJ, did you want to add something?
Yeah, just without, I'm just going to talk about it in generalities, mainly because we don't want to get into the weeds here. But if you think, how a cell phone works with cell phone service, right? When you basically send a packet of information, or you try and ping, through a message or anything else, it's not only going to that cell tower and leaving a trace, but then it's going to every other cell tower in the region and kind of pinging off. So one cell phone is very easy to track with very simple software. So because there's just so much evidence of whatever you were trying to do on your phone, just laid about everywhere. Whereas with Starlink, as John pointed out, you're just talking directly with the satellite and back down. And so it allows you to have, again, be much more difficult to triangulate, because the only evidence that you made some sort of communication is if, not only do you have advanced equipment to look, but also you kind of know where you're supposed to be looking. And then an update as well for the outages. So I've asked around to try and find anyone that can report any sort of outage that's occurring currently in Ukraine. And I've only found one example, and it makes sense. So it's in Kherson on the front line near Milov, which is a pretty tenuous front line. Ukraine's advanced almost 40 kilometers here in the last 3 or 4 days, and the lines aren't even stabilized yet, right? There's Ukrainians on behind the Russians. There's Ukrainians, all mixed in with the Russians. There's some Russians left behind that are waiting to surrender or be captured. And so it's a place in the front where, it probably is still turned off, or they're, waiting for confirmation. Again, Starlink isn't just deciding on a whim where to turn on service and when to turn it off. They're waiting from the Ukrainian government. So if there is an area that's lacking service, it's probably because the fight there is still ongoing. But, checking in with everyone else on the front, I mean, there's no other outages reported or any other problems.
Yeah, that's great to hear. So we'll go to a few hands. We'll go Lauren, Troy, and then DI. Go ahead, Lauren.
Hey, thanks for having me up. So I guess I'd start by saying that I'm an Elon Musk fanboy and have been for years. And that being said, there's no defense for his tone deaf bullshit lately. I'm totally pissed off at him about it. But on the other hand, I feel like the guy probably means well, is misinformed, works 15 hours a day, doesn't follow this stuff as close as any of us does, and is getting some bad news from some friends. I've noticed the same kind of talk from a lot of otherwise very smart Silicon Valley tech types, and I don't quite understand where it's all coming from, because it's a weird, risk averse, we can't risk confrontation with Russia, which is the exact opposite of their Silicon Valley business ethos of just go out there and get it done and, win this battle. Silicon Valley, how they live their business lives. But that being said, the Starlink thing, it hurts my feelings a little bit to hear so much trash talked about Elon when I think he's the least of Ukraine's problems, I guess. I understand. The other huge irony of it is within the kind of Tesla, especially, community that follows that company very closely for years, people have been thinking that there's been a huge amount of Elon Musk smearing. This has been going on for years to a just amazing degree. And there's been a strong suspicion that a lot of it was either being fed by or coming directly from Russian counterintelligence troll farm kind of sources. Just because his two companies, SpaceX put a huge dent in Russian's rocket industry, and there people paying them to launch on Soyuz rockets and all that. And Tesla was, by far the biggest worldwide leader in pushing the world towards electric transportation, which dramatically endangers Russia's, biggest source of income with oil and petrochemicals. And, they have every reason to, knowing what Russians do, to throw some dollars and some assets into hey, let's smear the shit out of this guy and try and kill these companies. And it's pretty ironic to hear him parroting Russian bullshit after so many years of thinking he was being affected by Russian smears. So anyway, it is what it is. I like the guy. I definitely can't defend his recent comments, though. They were incredibly tone deaf and stupid. But thanks.
Thanks, Lauren. I'm just going to take this opportunity to say good night to all of you, because I've got to drop down. Michelle, it's a pleasure co-hosting with you. And I'd like to say bonsoir to Ben, who's coming up. So night all.
Thanks so much, Wendy. It was a pleasure co-hosting with you as well. Okay, so a few more hands. Troy, go ahead.
Hey, Michelle, thank you. I guess first, I want to thank Lauren
for that. I'm one of those people that have been posting derogatory things about Elon Musk for several years, and I don't agree with him obviously about Elon Musk as a whole, but I appreciate those points. Those are valid points about the ethos of Silicon Valley and being, running contradictory to that. And I'm sure there are, bots and all that. We won't get into that discussion now, but it's really disappointing what's still legal under the auspices of public relations and what you're able to do with law firms in concealing, amassing these large kind of opinion manufacturing accounts to spread one narrative or the other. And I sincerely believe, in my amateur opinion, that that's what's going on here, and that's why we have people coming to the space and wondering, is Elon Musk doing something about Starlink because everyone's upset with him about the Ukraine and about the Ukrainian comment he made, and I'm so grateful for CJ and John for coming up here and giving us the technical overview and the facts, because the military guys and the scholars in here, I appreciate everyone, including myself, who comes up here and speak, but the military and the scholars, they have, I think, the most content per word ratio, and it's really, really important on days like these. So thank you both. And I wanted, without going on and on about Starlink and Elon, I think that is, a purposeful narrative that's being pushed out now, is to see, what he can do, what he can get away with, what perceptions he can manage. Because in my opinion, and I think this is being confirmed, and I want anyone to disagree with me if I'm wrong, it's a matter of what Elon Musk can do and what he will do. And I don't think he can shut it down, and I don't think he will shut it down. And as John alluded to, this is not the only U.S. government project SpaceX has, and they wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the U.S. government. As much as he would like to espouse libertarian beliefs and small government and all that, this is practically a joint venture with America. So I wouldn't think I don't even think he has the possibility. There's not like some underground Tony Stark control room where he can go and start turning things off. But I did want to ask CJ or John if they could talk about it. What is there? Did you say there was a certain protocol? Like if one of the units goes missing or is compromised, is found by the enemy, they're able to identify that and turn them off individually?
Go ahead, John.
So I'm not sure if CJ is more informed about this than I am, but I don't know if such a system has been developed. That was kind of what I was thinking in terms of not necessarily as an alternative, but as something to support the general geofencing of service that we've seen so far, would be some sort of system to identify or more or less whitelist Starlink terminals that are utilized and actually under the physical control of the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian armed forces. That such a system in concert with the geofencing would ideally mitigate the issues that we've seen, or any potential issues that may arise from of Ukrainian units not having service to the geofencing, while simultaneously mitigating the risk of the Russians being able to make use of one of these terminals. That being said, I don't know if such a system has actually been implemented. I have no knowledge of that, but my hope would be that there's some sort of system to that effect. I'm fairly certain that I have seen some stuff about Ukrainian SSO, soft units, in other words, that have been operating in the Russian rear of them successfully using Starlink, to quite a decent depth behind the line of contact. So that suggests to me that there is some sort of whitelisting system going on for specific terminals.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I feel the same way. I think like any company, no matter what you're doing, if you have more than 50 employees and you issue laptops, usually you have a way to shut those down if they go missing. So that would be along the same procedure. And the last thing I wanted to just re-emphasize is that Elon Musk is he's a 40-something% share owner of SpaceX. He is the founder. He's not Tony Stark. He's not the chief science officer on a spaceship. He's Elon Musk. He's the richest man in the world with a lot of money. And yeah, I can't get into his head or say exactly why he's doing the squirrely things he is, but I certainly have ideas, but that's neither here nor there. The fact is, he's not pulling any levers. This is a government contract and something in the middle of a war. And if he tried to do anything like that, I would think he would end up trying to escape the country in a box like Carlos Ghosn when he went to Lebanon. But that's another story. I'm not worried about that. And again, I appreciate the information, especially from the front lines and Constantine and the units. That's super helpful to tamp down this disinformation.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like this space just provides such a great opportunity for all of us to learn. I mean, for me, I have no military geopolitical background, so I'm learning so much every single day. And I also wanted to acknowledge as well for everyone that does come up. I mean, for me, it's just amazing. I know the first time I asked a question, I think I was nervous for or I think I shook for 10 minutes after. So just the fact that people are coming up and asking their questions takes a lot of courage. So thank you to everybody. And thanks, Troy, for bringing that up as well. So we'll go to DI.
Hi. Just a quick comment on Starlink and jamming. I'm an old communication intel analyst, and I'll put this in layman's terms. I don't think Russia really has much in the way of tactical jamming assets left. And the reason is a jammer is basically a really powerful radio signal. And when that comes up, it's really easy to see, identify, and Ukraine has the ability to take it out. So at this point, they probably degraded the Russian tactical jamming assets down to next to nothing. So I wouldn't be very concerned about Starlink being jammed. And that's outside of the technical difficulties of doing it. I doubt Russia has much in the way of being able to do it at all anymore. And thank you very much for this forum. It's great.
Yeah, thank you so much, DI, for your comments. I don't know if John or anybody else has any a response, or we can go to the next hand.
Yeah, next hand. Oh.
Okay, next hand. So the next person is Irish Ting Tong.
Hey, how is it going? I think that Elon Musk is just looking for attention with all this stuff. Because even, do you remember a few years ago the Thai cave disaster where they were all in the cave stuck, and he came up with, oh, we can make a submarine. Like he's just, because he's just trying to get his name in the news. Like I think everyone just needs to shut up about him and forget about it. Because like he loves this kind of attention. Like he likes to raise, everyone's back up, and like I think he's just looking for attention to the whole thing. I don't think he's gonna, I don't know what he achieves from it, but I think all the speculation of buying Twitter and all this, it's just like he just loves the, to stir people up. I think everyone's overreacting to some shit that he's just, people just shouldn't even listen to him. But that's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, he's definitely made a lot of controversial comments in the past. So I hear you on that. So we have Chris, and then BTD, and then Haimar.
I was just going to say very quickly that I was an Elon Musk fan when apparently he helped Ukraine out with the Starlink. So I thought that was a great thing. So I would have supported him a long way because of that. But since he's done what he's done, I'm no longer a fan. And I would just wish I'd shorted Tesla stock, because that would have been a good deal.
Yeah, I was just laughing about that. Yeah, no, I agree. So let's go to BTD, and then Haimar.
Hey. Hello. Good
Hi.
morning. Hi. I would like to share some thoughts from me about me. Can I start? I've written it. I've written it. Can I start? Yes, you hear it, please. The red button in Putin's house could be a dummy in any playroom in his tiny house, you know, villa and villa. So maybe it was a labyrinth.
Mic check. Michelle, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think we might have lost. I don't know if his name is B2D,
I think.
but I can hear you, Ben.
Okay, I think Elon Musk is on to us.
Yeah, let's maybe go to the next hand then.
I think John had something to say. I've seen his hand.
Oh
flick.
yeah, John, go ahead.
Oh, I had nothing to add to that.
Okay. And I'd also like to welcome Ben as a co-host. It's been a few days since I've seen you, so I'm excited that you're up here with me.
I'm not sure I deserve that excitement, but let's make it happen. This apparently, whenever you're up there, people flock. I wonder why.
Well, I don't know about that. I think it's all the, I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, let's go to Highmar.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. I just wanted to chime in with regard to several things. So first of all, I want to thank John and CJ for giving us that explanation of Starlink. I think that's super helpful to understand. Just, considering all the controversy that's happening today, it definitely helps to clear some things up. I also want to thank Lauren for coming up to the speaker panel and kind of contributing his thoughts and his kind of viewpoint of Elon, or, just kind of, I guess, being a fan of Elon, and also kind of sharing a perspective on how Silicon Valley sort of perceives the war and perhaps like their lack of support for Ukraine. I think those are really helpful things to understand. The one thing that I will say is that the kindest word that I can use for what Elon did this week is extreme irresponsibility. I think that with the platform that he has, right, it's like, for example, just throwing out his platform on Twitter, right? He has a follower base of over $100 million, 100 million people, right? If we, and I know that that's worldwide, right? But just in terms of, for example, the population of the United States, that's a third of the population of the United States. Somebody like him, which has followers that, for example, take his word as gospel, sharing his viewpoints that are completely uninformed, honestly, they are truly uninformed. It's extremely harmful, and we're not just talking about property that's at stake, right? We're talking about actual human lives that are at stake. We're talking about a genocide, and the fact that he hasn't internalized this and reflected on it, and actually, for example, even reflected on the commentary that was provided to him in response to all of his vocalizations this week on a variety of different responses to other people. All of his tweets have just been I mean, like I said, irresponsible is truly the best and kindest word that I can use for that. So I just want, so I know that we've probably in this space kind of like killed this topic over the week, right? It's definitely been recurring over time. This is my first time kind of talking to you guys about it vocally, but I will just say that this week has been very emotional personally, looking at the continued commentary from him. It's extremely cruel, and once again, we're talking about a genocide. We're talking about human lives. And he simply, with the platform that he has and the sway that he has, when some people take his word as gospel, it's just very, very irresponsible. That's all.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. He has such a big platform, and to your point, all the followers he has, and it was a very irresponsible thing to say, in my opinion. I think also, and anyone who's been following for a while, like he's made so many controversial comments, and unfortunately his followers do have a tendency of following everything that he does. We've kind of seen that in the past in I don't want to bring up crypto, but in crypto. So in a way, it's not surprising because he has a way of making these outlandish comments. And you're right, like I'm pretty disappointed in his comments as well. So thank you for sharing. Bradford.
Yes. So I agree with much of what's been said. I think Elon is a social retard. I love the guy, but he's a double-edged sword. And I'm really deep in the Tesla community. I've given money to Maria Aid, and like the only reason I could afford to give that money was because of Tesla. But like I was extremely disappointed with Elon, and he was speaking very ignorantly. And what I agree that his further tweets like displayed a lack of curiosity. And like he got rid of his poll because he didn't like how it was going, and then he started another poll, which was ridiculous. I would comfort people a little bit. I think maybe some people were swayed by what Elon tweeted, but there were many people who agreed with me. I came out against what Elon said, even to the point of just saying, Elon, I'm sick of your bullshit. And there were a lot of people who sent me DMs and stuff like that, and they're from all sides of the political spectrum. There's one person I know that was like supporting what Elon was saying, but he's been like pro-Russia in his views like this whole time. So anti-US is what I know about the guy. So like nothing really changed, but yeah, I share everyone's frustration, and what I expect as a Tesla shareholder is that Elon is going to continue to do things like this, where like him buying Twitter, conservatives love that because conservatives love freedom, and they value freedom more highly than equality, and liberals hated it, and he's been supporting Ukraine, and for some reason that's a political issue here in the US. And now like people are pissed at Elon for these comments. Is like he manages to piss everyone off. That's the funny thing. So anyhow, love you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Bradford. Thanks for your thoughts in the comments. Go ahead, Ben.
I just wanted to take the opportunity of John being here to ask him whether there were alternatives to Starlinks that he knew of, or if there were like sort of a cheapo Starlink available somewhere, or is it sort of one of a kind type of product?
Right. So there are a number of other satellite internet providers. There's a handful of others. The most notable one is so hold on one second. So there's kind of the older satellite internet companies like Viasat and HughesNet, and there's probably some others that they have their relevant satellites in geostationary or geosynchronous orbit. So because of the extremely high altitude of those orbits compared to what you would get from a satellite in low Earth orbit like Starlink. You get dramatically more latency, on the order of, easily 5 to 10 times more latency. And there's just, due to the laws of physics, there's not really much you can do about that, constancy of the speed of light and all that. So there is one company that provides a similar service that does have a semi-operational constellation. That would be OneWeb. Their constellation is not as developed as Starlink's is. They had fewer satellites on orbit, and I believe the constellation itself is smaller. I think it might also operate at I'm pretty certain operates at a higher altitude to decrease the required number of satellites. Downside is that it's going to inherently have greater latency than Starlink. Again, that's just basic laws of physics, special relativity. They don't have as much market share as Starlink, mainly because of that fact that they have greater latency than Starlink, their service. And they also have greater internal costs, mainly stemming from the fact that SpaceX is both, a satellite internet provider through Starlink, but it's also a launch service provider through Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and eventually, hopefully next year or so, Starship. So they can launch their own satellites into orbit. OneWeb is just a telecommunications provider. It can do no such thing. It has to actually contract with another company to provide launch services to get its satellites on orbit. And they've had a lot of difficulties with that because take a wild guess who their launch provider was before the war began. It was Roscosmos. They were launching aboard Soyuz. That's a Russian rocket. And so because of the war, they had to shift. And I believe they're now being launched by ISRO, which is the Indian Space Research Organization. That's India's national space agency. I believe they've been contracted to do the rest of OneWeb's launches going forward. And I think Ariane Group, which is affiliated with ESA, European Space Agency, may have been contracted for a few launches as well, potentially. But because of that, they just don't have the market share that Starlink does in terms of the actual, speed of the service that you get. I suspect that Starlink is going to be a decent bit better, just because of the fact that satellites operate at a lower altitude than OneWeb's. And I'm not exactly sure, how portable, a OneWeb terminal is, or what their exact setup is. I'm not too familiar with the technical specs of OneWeb, mainly because I don't follow them very much, to be quite honest.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very thorough, and I think I'm speaking for everyone too, saying that I am so glad you're back on rockets. Yeah, this is where you belong, Rocket Man. No, this. Okay, scrap that one. Michelle, do you want to go? You follow the hands better than I do.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. I actually have a question from my DMs for you as well, John, and this is from one of our longtime listeners, Ukraine Will Win 7.0. So she's wondering, I guess there were some discussion today, and forgive me if you've already talked about this, but just around interruptions in work with Starlink that may be related to field test of the Tirada electronic warfare systems. So she's wondering if you could maybe explain this new system. And hopefully I'm getting that correct.
Right. So the Tirada electronic warfare platform. So I read something about that earlier today. I was perusing through the insane, alternative dimension that is Russian Telegram. And that was all they were talking about. Oh, Starlink is being disrupted by our brand new satellite jammer, Tirada, blah, blah, blah. This is clearly the work of our amazing, brilliant electronic warfare. I'm going to hazard a wild guess and say it probably isn't. I don't know very much about Tirada, to be quite honest. I'm not sure if it's even operational. I haven't found very many good sources from it that don't directly quote Russian sources. So I've had some difficulty finding, independent assessments of its capabilities and readiness. So I'm not sure if it's even operational. And even if it was, I'm going to be honest, I'm skeptical of its capabilities to seriously disrupt the Starlink constellation. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure that the Russians want to start down the path of playing electronic warfare games with satellites that are owned and operated by a company, operated out of the United States. I really don't think they want to start barking up that tree for risk of potential retaliation by the U.S. government. I don't think that is a hill that they particularly want to die on at this point.
Yeah, no, that makes sense for sure. Thank you. So we'll go to some hands. So I know, Abdullah, you've had your hand for a while. So we'll go Abdullah, Actams, and then Edward.
Hey, yes, thanks again. It's thank God Starlink is contracted with the U.S. government. That was good information to know. I'm not the kind of guy who delves into conspiracy theories, but since Russian intelligence they're well known for employing honey trapping, does any one of you have any idea whether Mr. Musk has fallen victim to one, or has any new images of a potential new girlfriend of Mr. Musk? There's no other way to explain the garbage he has been uttering lately, and it would be nice to have our in-house clinical psychologist to comment on him regarding any personality traits of Mr. Musk. Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
So, in terms of Musk being in some way compromised by the Russian government, I would recommend that everybody keep in mind that Elon Musk has a very high level security clearance from the U.S. government because of the fact that SpaceX delivers highly classified Department of Defense and national reconnaissance payloads. They are responsible for launching some of our most advanced, complex, expensive, and extremely highly classified reconnaissance satellites, among other payloads. So he and everybody around him, they all have security clearances. They're all, periodically, have to, redo background checks from the FBI, and other relevant government agencies. I'm not too concerned about that, given the fact that, the U.S. government's going to be keeping, an eye on everybody with access to, information that's sensitive. So that's not really a particular concern in my mind that he might be in some way compromised by a Russian intelligence agency.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So Actams, you're next.
Yes, as far as Elon Musk, I think all he cares about is his bank account. I'm more disappointed with the rhetoric coming out of Washington from Biden. I feel like he's playing politics with people's lives right now, and he should know better. He's been in Congress, in the Senate since he was 30. Look at all the committees he's sat on, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing. But I'm just disappointed because I think that we need to put everything else aside and focus on ending this genocide instead of all the other special interests that people have and their governments have. We need to be supporting Ukraine 100% and end this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts. So we'll go to Edward.
Yeah, mic check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Love to talk about Elon Musk, and my opinion is the guy just wants to be important. He wants his voice to be heard, and so on and so on. And for me personally, I couldn't care less about what Elon Musk says. Actually, not taking. I know that a lot of people follows him and believes much of it, what he says, but for me personally, I couldn't care less about Elon Musk. What I care about is the Ukraine pushing out the Russians from their country. And on that respect, I have a question about to John, because I might have missed the answer. But so when Ukraine gains ground, could you just switch on the geographical of Starlink so that they get the Wi-Fi and the internet access to the new grounds they take? I missed that. Is this how it works? So someone can just press a button and say, "Yeah, now we're taking this village," then Starlink will work there. Is it how it works?
So more or less, yes. It isn't. My understanding is that it wouldn't be quite as simple as just pressing a button. There'd be a little bit of work you have to do, but it would be done in fairly short order. The issue isn't the technical ability in and of itself. The issue is really twofold. It's A, properly coordinating the timing of that with the Ukrainian armed forces and their advances, to make sure that they receive access in a timely manner as they advance and liberate, previously occupied territories. The other thing is, and it's kind of related to the whole whitelisting topic that was discussed earlier. Some stuff that I had read indicated that there was also a desire by the Ukrainian government to not immediately enable Starlink access. Right as a settlement or other piece of territory is liberated, not just because of the potential of a fluid front line where the Russians are where the front line's going back and forth, and the Russians could potentially temporarily return to a position, etc. But they also wanted to prevent there from being a Starlink service accessible to the general public for the first 48 to 72 hours or so after liberation occurs, to preserve operational security in that area, so that way they don't immediately have a bunch of civilians posting stuff and indicating that the area has been liberated, etc. So they were trying to reconcile getting down the coordination of SpaceX essentially pushing the geofencing back, geographically speaking, to represent the new line of contact, as well as making sure that OPSEC is preserved. And there's a number of different technical ways that you could probably go about doing that, such as whitelisting Ukrainian government, Ukrainian armed forces, Starlink terminals, implementing some kind of, authentication or verification system to verify that they are actually in Ukrainian hands. They haven't been captured somewhere or another, and the Russians attempting to misuse them, etc. There's different things that you can do, but that's kind of the gist of what was being discussed.
Okay, thanks. It's seems to be a pretty smart system in my point of view. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah, and thank you, Edward, for the question. Current resident, you're up next. Oh, actually, current resident's gone, so we'll go to Lauren.
Hey, thank you. Hey, just one more thing to add on the earlier discussion about some of the legacy systems that might be available. I believe the story at the very beginning of the war, when this whole Starlink thing happened, was that Ukraine already did have one of the other very legacy systems. I'm not sure which one it was, HughesNet or one of those. And the Russians were actually successful in doing some sort of a software attack that was disabled the firmware in the actual units, and it was rendered unusable for them, which was why one of the reasons it was such an emergency, and SpaceX got involved and shipped out all those units in a big hurry. I'm saying this off of memory from 8 months ago. I don't have the stories in front of me, but I believe that was the story early on. So they may have, assume they've worked out the problems with the legacy systems, but that was definitely an issue in the very beginning, I believe.
John, do you have a comment?
Yeah, so to your point, in about the first week and a half of the invasion, Russian electronic warfare was extremely problematic, to say the least. They had the Ukrainian government armed forces. They had a bunch of issues with Russian cyber attacks and electronic warfare measures. They were able to get most of them sorted in fairly short order. For example, I believe they migrated most of their relevant infrastructure to like the Azure, however it's pronounced, the cloud computing platform from Microsoft. So they've migrated like basically all of their government infrastructure that can be run off the cloud to the cloud, and it's maintained by Microsoft, and so cybersecurity of that is provided by Microsoft, so the Ukrainian government doesn't have to worry about doing that themselves. Microsoft has their own corporate business reasons to keep a tight ship and maintain good cybersecurity practices. They also migrated internet connections to Starlink as much as they could. So yeah, I don't remember this specific reporting regarding a specific satellite internet service provider being targeted. Quite frankly, I wasn't really very much read into that situation at the time when it was happening. I was focused on other things related to the war, so I'd have to go back and dig into that. But I totally can see that as being a reasonable thing that happened.
To answer your question, Lauren?
Yeah, absolutely. It was just something I remember reading because, as I stated before, I follow Musk and his businesses closely, and yeah, that was back when you could be proud of him on his helping Ukraine.
Okay, so we'll go to Dr. Brain.
Mic check.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, perfect. So I wanted to say something. One person before asked about said something about Elon Musk's basically. So let's start with this. With Elon Musk, you have to think about him through lens that he is not neurotypical person. So he's not, and there is good example. If anybody watched it, so there is a clip where he is on Rogan's show, and Rogan asks him a question, and he stands there and he's quiet for several minutes almost, for real long periods. So he shows many characteristics of a person who is on autistic, basically. So who is probably autistic in some way. So in addition to that, so I mean, nobody can deny that he is extremely smart in certain certain topics. So what he is doing, but with that, it's important to know that he is not able to probably understand that he is not everything that he's bad in. He has trouble understanding that he's bad in some things. So what he does, he basically just goes straight forward, and if he hits the wall, he will hit the wall, but he will go until he does everything he can to do what he wants to achieve. And also, he probably has the idea that he's so smart that he can fix everything in the world. So that's how you should approach Elon. When he says something, that's how you should think about him. Okay, thank you. That was just my comment.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And go ahead, John.
Thank you, Michelle. What I would just briefly add to that point is I believe Elon himself said that when he was on Saturday Night Live, that he does have Asperger's disorder. He is he's on the autism spectrum. So what I would say is physicists, we're all weird in our each unique different ways. I say that as someone who studies physics, but in general, probably the best approach in this, the approach that I try to take in regards to his tweets and his general public statements is I ignore everything that he says unless it's directly related to, you know, a relevant topic where he has relevant knowledge or expertise, i.e., I have no interest in what his political takes are or his takes on anything beyond, you know, SpaceX, the aerospace industry, and, you know, space technology, etc., you know, in Tesla and electric cars and, you know, self-driving cars, etc. If it's not related to his area of knowledge and subject matter expertise, then I'm not interested in what he has to say. So that's the approach that I tend to take. You know, people might have their own approaches, but I think that's, in my experience, that's a healthy way to go about it.
Yeah, I remember him on Saturday Night Live too, mentioning that. I just I didn't want to quote it because I couldn't exactly remember if it was Asperger's or autism. And you're absolutely right. Like, we all have a bit of weirdness in us, so I would take everything he says with a grain of salt as well. So, we had a few changes with the hands. We're gonna go with a fella who bonks. And I do love your honesty, because I don't know if that many people would admit that they bonk, but go ahead.
Oh, yes, I bonk often and early. No, I was actually going to come on and say basically what I think it was kind of like CJ just said, that, you know, Elon has talked about him being on the spectrum, and this isn't the first time where, when he doesn't know a damn thing about something, he doesn't have the self-awareness to realize he doesn't know shit. I could make a bad joke about where he is on the Dunning-Kruger scale, but, you know, it's pretty obvious to everybody that when it comes to international relations, he is near the peak of Mount Stupid. So, you know, beyond that, I think Musk might have had a little bit of an eye-opening experience. His tone was a bit different when he later responded to something that Zelensky had posted. You got to remember with him, and I confess, I'm an Elon fan. I'm less of one than I used to be, certainly, but I come at that from the perspective of a Tesla owner, a Tesla stock owner, and somebody deeply involved in crypto. You know, I'm in the business finance world professionally, but I am a developer on a project, and I know a lot of people in the world that follow him. But you have to remember that the Tesla fans, the SpaceX fans, they tend to be a little bit better educated. And he had a few people sticking up for him in his comments, but I would say it was 95% were ripping him a new one. And it wasn't all fellas. I would actually say those were the majority of the ones ripping him apart, because it was mostly people with not handles that you would attach to NAFO. So there's no, he likes to say, bots involved in that. Just horribly misread the room and misread his follower base. You know, Tesla owners, space fans, they tend to be better educated. And, you know, the pro-Russian narratives, I'm not going to say universally don't fly with the better educated people and those further up the socioeconomic ladder, but in general, they don't. That's only going to work with your uneducated people. And so there is a spectrum that follows him, and he just discovered that while the crypto, some of the lower value crypto kids might, you know, walk the anti-US path, they're of the least value and the least number. And I think that's what he just found.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, Troy, go ahead.
Thanks, Michelle. I was gonna hop up, but John said what I was gonna say, so I just want to agree with John. Yeah, he did say he had Asperger's and he's on the spectrum, and that's how the spectrum works. It's all over the place. It's a sliding scale, and it's hard to diagnose. And I wouldn't try to unless he said himself. But I would not give him an excuse or a pass on anything. And I'm not saying that's what anyone's trying to do because of that diagnosis, because it's no excuse. And personally, I take exception with the fact that he is obviously a genius. He obviously is the richest man in the world. So I guess you got to be kind of smart to do that, right? Unless you had a lot of help or something. But I've always had a hard time believing that, you know, this kid with well-connected parents in apartheid South Africa just randomly had a genius kid. And now he runs, you know, he's the face of electric cars in America. He's the face of rockets in America. I guess what I'm trying to say is he's way more of an influencer than an engineering genius. And that's the power he's using. That's the power he has. And that's what he's using. And he's playing with it like a child. And yeah, I can't express how much I resent that.
Yeah, really good points. Thanks so much, Troy. Go ahead, DI.
Yeah, I'd just like to give people a really good resource for Russian military electronic warfare capabilities. There was an article published by the Jamestown Foundation. You can find it by just Googling Russian electronic warfare, Jamestown Foundation. It was published in June. If memory serves, James McDermott was the author. It starts out, it gives an overview of what electronic warfare is, and then it's very detailed on what their capabilities are, what the capabilities have been shown as weaknesses and strengths in the various conflicts, and it includes Ukraine. It's excellent. For a lot of people, it may be too much military jargon, but if you bookmark it and use it as a reference, if you're ever looking for specific equipment, their capabilities, that's the article to go to. And again, you can just Google Russian electronic warfare, Jamestown Foundation. And that's all I had to add.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks so much for giving your feedback and the link. So before we go to Carl, I just wanted to remind everybody, when you get the opportunity, please retweet this space. We really appreciate all of you being here and appreciate all of the speakers. We do have John Ridge here up right now, and we're talking about Starlink and some of the news that's been coming out in the last couple of days. And for some of you that are like me and we're not exactly Twitter literate, the retweet button is right beside those three little dots on the top right-hand corner. It's not the leave button, but it's on the left-hand side. And you can also copy the link and share it with your friends and family as well. I know most of you know this already, but for anybody else that's new to the space, MriyaReport is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's been on since before February 24th. When you do get a chance, please check out MriyaA.org and see some of the really amazing and cool things that they're working on. 100% of their proceeds do go to providing non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and those include things like night vision, body armor, and so on. And if you feel free to do so, please support the cause as much as you can. Also, if you would like to come up and ask a question, the microphone button is on the bottom left-hand corner. So click on that and Ben or myself will bring you up. We are not super scary, and Ben has his soulful, calm French accent. I have my Canadian accent. And so we're more than welcome to have a chit chat with you. So feel free to click on the button and we'll bring you up. So we'll go to Carl.
Hey, thank you. I just want to give my general take on Musk and what I think his thinking is. But first, I'll push back on Troy. Like, I think he probably is a genius, or whether it is intrinsically or just from, you know, somebody putting that amount of focused hours again and again into something, right? Yeah, you maybe other situations enabled him to be more successful with that, but you know, I've seen his engagements on the engineering technical level, and he isn't like that upper manager, CEO. He actually knows the details and understands them, but I'm not here to actually defend him. But on the kind of main topic of like some of the crazy things he said, you know, he's obviously gotten some of the variables wrong, right? And whether he got those variables from you know, Russian propaganda or whatnot. Some you know, some of the takes, like you can actually understand from a historical point of view, you know, if Russia really wasn't doing so bad. And what you'd actually expect, you'd actually expect that a negotiated peace eventually would have to come into play, right? And unless you had an alliance that could force unconditional surrender. But what's been playing out is kind of showing that no, actually, it is likely that Ukraine can win by itself with the kind of current level of help. So that assumption is wrong, but it's an understandable assumption based on certain things in the past. But the main thing I actually want to say for his thinking is I really think he believes that the most important thing in his life is to focus us to becoming a multiplanetary species, right? And in his mind, that we basically have to make sure we don't destroy ourselves long enough for technology and science to get to the point that that is a reality. And then therefore, like, regardless of someone's morality or ethics or whatnot, or lack of them, if they're putting that as prime above everything else, then tolerating a regional genocide may seem a better thing than even allowing for a 0.1% chance of nuclear war, right? To me, that ethic is wrong, right? There's no point in us being a multiplanetary species if we lose our humanity in the process. But if that's truly his thinking pattern, it is kind of a logical conclusion for some of the things he has said. And that's all.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, before we move on to Latin and Peter, I wanted to offer my condolences to all those who said that they've invested in Tesla, because apparently the stock of the company took a significant nosedive following Mr. The recent declaration of the boss. Axel, you want to intervene?
Yeah, I think you know what I'm going to say. We don't have significant confirmation yet, as in we only have information at this point in time from one of the regional representatives. But the reason why journalists have not been able to get into Liman, both for the first day and then at least half, if not the full, of the latter part of yesterday, until journalists were admitted to see the equipment park, images of which many people may have seen already today on various sources of information, including Twitter, is that Ukrainian armed forces and firefighters, including forensic staff, having detected and identified more than 200 individual graves, some of which, as a colleague reminded me, are not individual graves because they were graves in which only a few individuals were, but fresh graves, plus one significant mass grave, have started exhuming bodies, which show clear indications that besides tied up individuals and Ukrainian soldiers and prisoners of war, many civilians, whole families, many children have been tortured and killed and buried by the thugs coming from Mordor. This is the reason why we haven't heard that much from Liman. And it seems that there's a significant forensic effort to ensure that, once more, there can't be any denial. Just highlighting. I was about to talk to Peter Doran, but I've lost my mood for this. I apologize, Peter. There's a question about an article which
Yeah, no,
you're
it's okay.
taking.
Axel. Yeah, we can
So
talk about the reason that's
yeah,
fight.
no, I
I mean,
just wanted
that's
to
why we
highlight this.
fight.
Yehuda can talk about it in more detail.
Which detail? I do have a
Good night and good luck.
good night to you. Europe signing off. We readily accept the torch that our European colleagues hand to us. MriyaReport 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. I did want to do an update. I don't know if it has been discussed. I have it on good authority. If you believe what we say here, sometimes we don't give sources. This is as reliable as it's going to get. The Starlink and the reception of the Starlink devices has nothing to do with Elon Musk or anything nefarious. It is 100% confirmed that it is simply because the Ukrainians advanced too far, too fast for the satellites to keep up. That's a bit of a joke. What it was really the geofencing or the limitations that were in place by the Ukrainian government. You know, they're the ones dictating where they want the coverage. The Ukrainians had advanced to positions outside of that capability. That is being corrected. We can say whatever we want about Mr. Musk's freedom of speech to say what he wants, as wrong as I think he is and how informed he might be. He said, let's have a vote. Well, Ukraine had a vote in 1994, I think it was, or 91, 94, I forget the date exactly. And everyone voted for an independent Ukraine, including Crimea at 54%. Everywhere else was 80% and up. So at any rate, that should put to bed his concerns if he does listen, which I doubt he does. However, his opinions weren't the cause of the Starlink situation. I know there's a lot of chatter about it. It is simply a matter of coordinating with the Ukrainian military and government and Starlink, the United States government. So Ukrainians advanced in an amazing fashion. They increased in such a way that they superseded expectations of where they would be, and as a result, this coverage was denied to the Russians for that purpose, and when the Ukrainians entered territory that was considered forbidden for the satellites to transmit to, what ended up happening was they didn't have access to it in that area. That is being corrected or has been corrected. I'm not sure if you were discussing that, but I thought it was important. I wanted to wait till I got a specific message. That message was received. And for those who want to know, the message was, it seems that Ukrainian forces have moved faster in taking back territory, and the SpaceX team was not able to handle the increase, or they were cautious about it. That being said, we appreciate this from the Ukrainian side. We appreciate the technology and how it's been able to connect us where otherwise we couldn't, and we thank Mr. Musk. So that's not, it's quite a respectful reply from the people doing the fighting. Hope that helps. If anyone wanted to discuss that.
Yeah, thanks, Yehuda. That helps a lot. Probably for the last hour and a half or so, we've had John here as well. So there's been a lot of discussion about Starlink and some of Elon Musk's tweets. So it's been a pretty ongoing conversation in the last little while. And then I don't know if you heard, but Axel just came up and just announced what had been going on in, I guess, what they found in Liman. So I think everyone's probably still reeling over hearing that news as well.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm glad you've had the conversation. I just wanted to make it clear because I know a lot of people were messaging, and I got a lot of messages on the inbox there, in my inbox. So I just want to clarify that. I didn't mean to interrupt, Peter. It sounded like you were saying something important. I'll defer to you.
Oh my gosh, you never interrupt us. We're always happy to see you.
Yehuda, but doesn't it confirm that age-old principle of Occam's razor? Wait to pass judgment, get more information, and in the interim, always make the assumption that the simplest explanation is probably the correct one. Ukrainians were just moving so far, so fast, that not even Starlink could keep up with their progress, nor had Starlink perhaps expected them to move as quickly into to retake their own territory.
Yeah, and I suspect Starlink doesn't expect them to do anything like that. It's really the Ukrainian government and military that probably liaises. And since the advance was so quick, obviously that information to get back to the lines was obviously delayed. And Starlink probably works on the premise of, we'll do what we're told. You tell us where you want to have coverage, we'll provide it there. But as the Ukrainians started rolling down Kherson, boomity boom, 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 who knew, right? Who knew? I mean, it's better safe than sorry. You definitely don't want the Russians to have access to your technology, but that's their answer. The simplest answer is usually it. It's not 4D chess, right?
Hey, Yehuda, can I give our friends in Canada a positive shout out? Because, we can all recall in the space when last week President Zelensky stole a night march, stole Putin's thunder. The moment that he announced that he was, quote unquote, annexing these regions in Ukraine, he announced, Zelensky, that he was applying for NATO membership formally. And in addition to the Baltic states, our great allies in the Balts and other Central European countries, it was Canada's foreign minister who was in Washington at the time. And I was very encouraged by her statement of support. And she pointed out, look, Canada has supported Ukraine's NATO membership for about 10 years now. And that was very encouraging for me to see, especially as she was standing next to Secretary Blinken at the time when she spoke in both French and English to do so.
That's amazing and good news, yes. And also another news, in Canada, most of you aren't aware because you don't pay attention enough, but we had our own referendum in front of the Russian embassy. It was a free and fair referendum. There were people there standing, looking, human beings. There was a box, ballots were put in. They all said yes. And it was,
what did you annex? What did Canada annex?
The Russian embassy in Ottawa. So it was videotaped. You can watch it live on the internet. And a nice gentleman is reading the ballots out. And he even voted for President Zelensky because, well, why not? I think he said. And it's official. Russian embassy in Canada is now formally annexed to Canada.
Brilliant, man. Absolutely brilliant. It's those kinds of subversive protests that are necessary to mock, to ridicule, and draw attention to just how stupid Russia's shanapsations have been.
Yes, and I almost loathe waking up in the morning to read the Russian embassy in UK because it is truly the biggest joke, comedy gold, Netflix special in the making of Russian propaganda. And they had an announcement to make that Putin is 70 years old today, and leaders from around the world sent him telegrams and notes, and it had a picture of, I think, Putin giving a thumbs up or something, or maybe it's sunglasses. It was really a ridiculous photo. However, I did notice, if you read between the lines, they did not say what the notes said. So perhaps they said, I'm not going to say, it's not nice. But at any rate,
I'm going to drop down to listener and let others comment. I mean, I was going to talk about the new piece on Ukraine's NATO membership, but
Peter,
we can do that later.
No, we have you. We don't. I'm sure Yehuda will be delighted to ask you all
maybe
the
he has
questions.
to go eat. Let's ask him. Do you have a previous engagement, Peter, or can you speak more to your point?
Yeah, I was just going to come up and share the news, but can we all agree that may Vladimir Putin's last birthday on Earth be his worst birthday on Earth?
I don't know. Isn't the plan for him to rot for the coming 35 years in Den Haag?
They'll probably embalm him and put him next to Lenin's corpse at some point. We shall see. But yeah, no, Yehuda, you may recall we were talking last week about Ukraine's action. This is a historic move by Ukraine to say, all right, enough talk. We're taking action. As of today, last Friday, President Zelensky officially applied for NATO membership. And a lot of things immediately happened over the weekend and throughout this week. Most significantly, Ukraine has at this point secured 30% of the NATO alliance immediately to support their application bid. We haven't heard from, and that also includes Canada. We haven't heard yet from Germany and France in any significant way. And I was a little concerned by the US response, which was not a surprise. It was to kick the can down the road, to say, well, you know, this isn't the right time. And the reason I was concerned is that since 2008, the NATO alliance said Ukraine and Georgia will become members of NATO. That was in the official NATO declaration back in 2008. And ever since then, Ukraine has been in the waiting room of NATO. And so Zelensky's actions over the last week and throughout this week have been to essentially create a forcing mechanism to ask the alliance, will you honor your word? Will you keep to your commitments? I'm asking you to do that now. And it's very controversial right now. Lots of folks in the DC policy community have said, well, slow down. We know this is risky. And even members of our community are a little concerned. So I thought that was a good prompt to write a piece. I've posted it to my timeline. My organization, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, just published it earlier today. And I'm very proud of it. And I've got an open invitation to any of my policy peers who want to publicly debate this issue. I think it would be necessary, healthy, and appropriate to have a public debate about why Ukraine should be in our great alliance.
Peter, I read your article. It was great. I strongly recommend anyone to read it. It's going to be in the nest in no time. But I do have a question for you. How would it happen? What would it look like? Would it be during the war, after the war, right after the war, or would it be something like an ultimatum? Ukraine will be in NATO on December 1st. If there's still a war going on, then we'll all get in.
Thank you, Ben, and appreciate it if you do put it in the nest. I think it's important for folks to read and form their own opinions. The answer is nobody knows at this point. We are in a period of extraordinary politics. We are on a part of the map that no one's ever been before. So everything that's happening day by day is entirely new. We're setting precedents by the minute. So the short answer is nobody knows. The legalistic answer is that the moment you get all 30 members of the alliance right now, soon perhaps Sweden and Finland will have a say in this as well. But once you get all members of the alliance to say, yes, we agree, and those articles are quote unquote deposited with NATO, then Ukraine is a member of NATO. That's how it works, at least in principle. Again, the bigger issue, and where I've been frustrated, and I'm sure many Ukrainians have been frustrated as well, is that they have been sitting in the waiting room for nearly a decade and a half at this point. Ukraine's experience is like a Kafka novel. It's an existentialist nightmare where you keep waiting and waiting and waiting. Remember the trial. You just keep waiting until essentially you die in the living room or the waiting room. That has been Ukraine's experience with NATO so far. Ukraine had a revolution on the Maidan and changed their constitution to say, we want to be part of NATO, we want to be part of the West. And I think their sacrifice and their fighting capability have proven that we will be better off to have them inside our alliance and not outside. We will be better off to have them as a fortress on NATO's eastern front with Russia. And I think there's a compelling argument to be made there.
Sounds like one. Yep. I'm seeing everyone.
Ben, what's the mood in France? I mean, how I haven't seen any sort of formal from France, but what's the mood in France in reaction to this?
I'm going to be terribly honest. I have no idea. It did not. I don't think it ever came up. And as you know, the French government is extremely fragile, doesn't have a majority in parliament. And this is the sort of question that could bring it down. So I don't think there's any appetite to talk about this at the moment.
Well, one of the main arguments against inviting Ukraine to join our alliance is that they're currently fighting a defensive war. And oftentimes in this space and elsewhere, the point does get raised, well, is that even possible? I mean, isn't there something in NATO about territorial disputes being a bar to future ascension? And, the answer to that is not really. Right now, not a single member of the alliance has recognized Russia's illegal claims on Ukrainian territory. Ukraine is on very solid ground when it comes to the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, the sacred documents that guarantee a rules-based, rational international order where all can live in peace and prosperity. Russia has violated that. So nobody recognizes Russia's territorial claims on Ukraine. Ukraine is Ukraine, as we like to say here. So my argument against this argument of territorial claims is that there are no territorial claims. There's simply a short-term problem of too many Russian soldiers inside Ukrainian territory. And as far as I can see from the battlefield, the Ukrainians are taking care of that problem as we speak.
And doing it with NATO equipment.
And that point really isn't raised a lot. I say it publicly because it is true. And I never apologize for things that are true. The Ukrainians are using NATO equipment to kill Russians so that they can defend their homes, their families, and their country. There's nothing wrong with saying that. In some respects, we already are in certainly an economic war with Russia, and Ukraine is using our equipment in order to defend themselves. And that's ultimately what Zelensky's main point was. And I thought it was a compelling one. He said, look, facts on the ground, we're already a member of NATO. Facts on the ground, we've already met NATO standards. All we're asking is for NATO to recognize that fact in legalistic terms. So we're in principle or in fact, on the ground, we're a NATO member. We just want to be an official NATO member. I thought that was a compelling point. And in the meantime, I'd point everyone to this Kiev security statement in which Ukraine is trying to deepen its institutional integration into NATO structures. It's trying to deepen its bilateral security commitments from other members of NATO. So, for example, an individual country could say, hey, Ukraine, we're going to give you an individual security commitment. This is an interesting initiative. It just launched about 2 weeks ago. I think that we're going to see Ukraine pursue that avenue simultaneously with its efforts to build up a political consensus within NATO. And at the end of the day, that's really what NATO is. NATO is about consensus. It is about working those diplomatic lines. And the fact that the Balts, the CE states, with a few exceptions, Canada and others have come out and said, we support this. I find that very encouraging, but I think Ukraine's got a heavy lift ahead of itself. And that's why friends of Ukraine in the United States should speak up and address the objections straight on. Let's have that debate. And I've actually offered to debate Steve Pfeiffer from the Atlantic Council, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Steve doesn't think it's a good idea. I respect Steve a lot. When I disagree with him, I still respect his opinions. I think we need to have these kinds of debates now in order to get a better understanding of where the trade-offs are and why I would argue it is in America's national interest to have the strongest military in Europe and certainly the strongest military in the world next to ours inside our alliance and not without.
Okay, Peter, there's a lot of questions. I hope many of them are for you because my DMs are bursting with encouragement and questions. Michelle, do you have one question for Peter or?
No, we can definitely go to hands. I just wanted to check though, Lunchtime, you've had your hand up for a while, and I don't know if this is a question that you could ask Peter, or can we leave it till after?
Oh, hi. Yeah, you can leave me till after. That's not a problem.
Okay, we'll come back to you. So it's John, G. Raphael, and then David.
Thank you, Michelle, and good evening, Peter. Just very briefly read the piece. Agree with you completely. I think the Ukrainian-Polish axis is the future for the eastern flank of NATO, certainly as the core military capability on the eastern flank of Europe. And I think really Ukraine is faced with two choices. Either it's joining NATO or it will independently have to become a nuclear power, because it will take one of those two things to guarantee their security against further Russian invasion later down the line. And I think that a mission could happen even, well, I mean, I think the shooting will have to stop, but realistically before they could join. But even if, for example, you know, mainland Ukraine was cleared, Crimea was still occupied, and that was a subject of negotiation, I think at that point I don't see a problem with Ukraine joining NATO then, even though there is a measure of territorial dispute. And I think that the nuclear card is something that would have to be played very strongly to objectors in Europe, and just say, well, you know, if you don't want Ukraine in, be that Paris, be that Berlin, be that Istanbul or Ankara, sorry, you'd have to turn around and say, well, okay, but this is the alternative. Ukraine will be a nuclear power. And I think that's an interesting choice then for Europeans to make, who may otherwise be a bit reluctant.
Just think how many lives could have been saved. Just think how many people in Ukraine would be alive today had the alliance back in 2008 gone ahead and said, yes, not only will Ukraine and Georgia be a member of our alliance, but they are going to be a member of our alliance right now. And they proceeded with that commitment. We never did. And there are tens of thousands of Ukrainians who are dead right now. Children are being ethnically cleansed and stolen from their parents in Ukraine. All of this would have been avoided had Ukraine been part of our alliance. And I think it's a power move that is a necessary one, because Putin only pushes where he feels mush. When we stand united as an alliance, and even if we say, all right, we are going to proceed with Ukraine's ascension and sort out this war and help Ukraine win immediately, but not kick the can down the road, as some of the statements from the National Security Council have indicated. If we actually proceed with this and embrace it and not drag our feet, I think there's a powerful messaging component that we can send to Moscow, and Russia will be concerned about that. Too often, we're on the back foot. Too often, we're responding to Putin's threats. We're responding to his escalation upon us. And I think this is an excellent way to use horizontal escalation against Vladimir Putin.
Peter, would you be so kind as to remind the audience, which may or may not have followed this in 2008, what happened after August 2008? And how did it happen that Ukraine could not, during the transition period in December, get into NATO? Who did this, and why did they do that?
Thank you, Axel. Well, for members of the audience, maybe some of you have been to Bucharest, Romania, which is a fantastic capital there. And maybe you remember this giant presidential palace that Ceausescu built back under communist times. This was the first building that NATO had ever entered that was finally large enough to house NATO. This building was so big, you had messengers and runners on bicycles, literally riding bicycles through the hallways, passing messages back and forth during this summit where all of NATO finally gathered in 2008. And they gathered for a specific purpose. Yes, to talk about issues that were affecting the alliance, but the United States, under Condi Rice and George W. Bush, had tabled a proposal. And that proposal was, now is the time to bring Ukraine and Georgia into our alliance. And there was a lot of pushback, mainly from Angela Merkel and the German government. And ultimately, because NATO is a consensus-based organization, the United States failed to achieve consensus on expanding the alliance, enlarging the alliance to include these two potential new allies. It was Germany's objection, Germany's essential veto, that prevented this from happening. And I think, you know, short of freeing the leopards, short of all of the other things that Germany could do, endorsing Ukraine's membership bid now would erase a catastrophic mistake that Germany made many years ago. And that's why I think there's a moral onus on the German government to finally say, yes, we agree, that was a mistake. Ukraine should be part of NATO, and we're going to support this bid now.
Two more questions, if I may, because I really want to go to sleep soon. And I'm sure that other people want to talk, but two more questions. Was it not clear that still the Schlussakte, the summary, offered Ukraine and Georgia a clear path into NATO nevertheless? Yes or no?
That is correct. They had a very clear path to proceed.
The invitation has never been cancelled, right?
Absolutely not. I see where you're going with this, and I love it because it's an idea I support.
Excellent. So the invitation has never been cancelled. So the only nation which actually paused that invitation, other than France, which also had reservations then, was what? Germany? Interesting. So in Prague, you just had Mr. Erdogan sit down with Mr. Aliyev. And who else? Ah, somebody recently visited by Nancy Pelosi. Maybe, just maybe, this invitation should be stressed again.
Well, Axel, you know, I love any opportunity to point out that we have tens of thousands of Ukrainian dead, and they're dead because Ukraine never was a member of NATO when Russia attacked. We tried, for many years we tried. The Ukrainians changed their constitution to make sure that they would become a part of NATO, and they have died and sacrificed to become part of our alliance. And again, you can look at it from moral terms or just raw national interest terms. Our alliance is going to be so much stronger with Ukraine in our alliance than without. And also, it's interesting to point out that, you know, many in this space remember months ago there was this discussion, well, maybe we can find a peace settlement where Ukraine agrees never to become part of NATO. And there were some statements tossed back and forth about that prospect. What Zelensky has done is, A, created, like I said, a forcing mechanism to force NATO to honor its word, but he's also burned the ships on that. And he's also said, now, we're not going back. We're going forward. We're going forward into NATO, and there's going to be no negotiated settlement where we give up our chance to become part of the alliance. And as Zelensky has said, in all but name, we already are part of the alliance. And I thought that was a very compelling thing for Zelensky to say.
I have a quick comment on that, if that's all right.
Was it
Is that
about
all right?
the apprentices in the transition team of the incoming White House, which then decided that a reset was mandated because the new State Department was given to the still formal wife of a former president?
No.
Or did you want to say something else? Because that
Nothing
is
else.
what buried the NATO aspirations.
Yeah, so give me 1 second lunchtime because I'll pick up on Axel's thread and then I'm keen on your perspectives. But what Axel is pointing out is that this summit occurred in the final months of the Bush administration. So Bush had been president for 8 years. This was kind of the culminating effort, and it ultimately failed to get Ukraine in the alliance. And the negotiated compromise was Ukraine will be in the alliance at some point without stating when that would be. Obama takes over, and by January, we have the so-called secret letter to Medvedev, in which the White House offered terms to Moscow to reset the relationship. And then, of course, in the infamous photo where Hillary Clinton hands the cheesy reset button to Medvedev, which was mistranslated by Mike McFaul. He mistranslated the word reset, and he actually put the word overcharge on the button. You know, we had the reset. And with the reset, then we had the pivot. And throughout all of this, we forgot one thing, our promise to Ukraine. And it was that vacuum that Putin exploited, first in 2014 and then on May 24th. And I think we must correct the catastrophic mistake of generations of...
Peter, you went away from the microphone.
Mic check. Can you hear me okay? I'm having some Twitter issues, perhaps.
No, I think it's a microphone issue. You were loud and clear, and then it got muffled.
I apologize, Axel. I hate it when that happens. Is this better or worse?
Super clear. This is as clear as you were to be sitting here right next to him.
Okay, good. Well, anyway, the bottom line is after Obama came in, the administration looked the other way. They looked to China. They looked for the pivot away from Europe. We pulled our tanks out of Europe, and Putin exploited the vacuum. And I think if we are going to guarantee peace in Europe in the future, as well as in the near present, we must not drag our feet on this. And it's a great way to show Putin horizontal escalation. He only, again, I'll say it again because it's so important, he pushes where there's mush. And when he finds steel resolve, he goes somewhere else. He falls back. And by fully supporting Ukraine's membership to join NATO, we can show Putin that he's in trouble. And this is a way to, and it's probably something he's not expecting. And that's always a good thing.
I would love to continue this conversation on this topic, but Lunchtime had his hand up, and maybe we can touch upon one issue when Yehuda comes back in a few minutes. Lunchtime, sorry.
Thanks, Axel. So Peter, I think it was actually Lavrov that Hillary Clinton pressed the button with.
Oh, who did I say? Did I mess?
Medvedev. No worries, no worries. But
yeah.
it was a particularly repellent photograph. I remember it very well. And
Thank you,
at the time, oh no worries at all. By the way, you are far away from your mic or something. It's sort of muffled again. Do you want to try a quick mic check?
Keep talking. I'll work it out.
Oh, there we go. That's better. So I got the impression at the time that was in response to the embarrassment around the WikiLeaks things, right? Because there were all these sort of previously private diplomatic discussions about a number of diplomatic sort of situations, including Russia. So that to me was Hillary Clinton resetting their relationship, so to speak. I'm sure there were other factors, but I wasn't following it closely at the time. The comment I had was in response to Zelensky's application for NATO membership. So at the outset of the war, to prevent war from starting, I believe Zelensky offered not to apply for NATO, right? And to say, look, stop this. We will not apply for NATO. It is fine. Just, if that's your reasoning, stop this invasion, stop this madness. But he also laid down, as part of those initial negotiations, if I remember right, that there were several. I'm not sure if he personally laid these down, but Ukraine laid down some red lines. And one of the red lines was annexation of Ukrainian territory. So in my, it's not an original view, but I agree with the perception that as soon as Putin crossed that red line, and that was Ukraine's red line, which is performing a formal annexation of Ukrainian territory, well, then that offer to not apply to NATO was immediately taken off the table. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I think you're onto something to a degree. And Lunchtime, I really like your insight. What I would say is this. In many regards, statecraft is stagecraft. So Vladimir Putin last Friday was trying to have a victory celebration. He gathered all of the prestigious people in Moscow and in the government into the Kremlin, and then he had a big party on Red Square. This was supposed to be his big victory, similar to a big victory celebration that he had back in 2014 when he illegally annexed Crimea. So, this was supposed to be a victory moment for him. And what Zelensky did was steal his thunder. And in doing so, he demonstrated once again just what a remarkable politician he is. He solidified domestic political support at a moment when Ukrainians might have been heartbroken by the annexation, quote unquote, by Russia. He generated a tremendous amount of international political momentum, and that momentum matched the momentum that Ukrainian forces are achieving on the battlefield. So I see Zelensky as, like I said, burning the ships on any discussion that we may have had months ago about Ukraine being neutral or so-called Finlandization option for Ukraine. Zelensky's saying, no, we are going west and there's no going back. And I think that is the significant takeaway. And the timing is also equally significant. It happened on the same day that Putin recognized the annexation. So yeah, action, reaction, counteraction. That's what we're seeing. And Zelensky is running circles around some of the folks that we assumed were great international leaders.
Oh, thanks so much, Peter, for those kind words. And I couldn't agree more. It was a masterstroke. I think really in the sort of information space, Putin had what, like an hour to enjoy his Shamixation victory in quotes. What's more, at the time, what I found quite amusing, it was pointed out that his little sort of high five, well, it wasn't really a high five, but like a we're all together kind of celebration with all hands in the middle was directly cribbed off a previous photo from Zelensky. If you, there were sort of several stills comparing the two moments. So it sort of showed him up as both a copycat and also someone who, you know, as you so eloquently put it, you know, basically lost in the information space completely comprehensively to Zelensky. It was absolutely masterful, and I cheered to see it. Anyway, cheers. Thanks so much. I'm gonna shut up now.
Well, lunchtime, I'll just commend you for your insight, and I agree with you. I'll also point out that some folks in town have said, you know, the secret to diplomacy is not to offer something unless you know what the answer is going to be ahead of time. And that's a fair point. But what happened immediately? We had the 3 Baltic states immediately come out and enthusiastically endorse this position. We had the many of the, I think it was 6 in total, Central European countries, the presidents of these countries issued an open letter. The Baltic presidents signed on to that letter, and we saw a ringing endorsement from the Canadian government. So, you know, to say, oh, well, Zelensky is, you know, kind of a lone ranger here, he's acting on his own, I don't see that at all. In fact, I see some masterful diplomacy here, something that I think Washington has underestimated time and time again. And once again, this is why we want Ukraine as part of our alliance, because the dynamism, the insight, the energy here is what NATO needs.
100% amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter, for your comments, and thank you, Lunchtime, for the question. I missed my oat milk latte this morning, but tomorrow I'm definitely gonna have one, so I'm looking forward to that. Before we go to David, if everyone has the chance, if you could please retweet this Twitter space and read Peter Doran's latest piece on Ukraine's NATO bid. It is up in the nest, so please, whenever you get a chance, check it out. And David, you're up.
Peter, I like your argument. I'm wondering, you address partly the concern of a territorial dispute, but let's say that we accept your argument that they're not disputed because we all recognize that they're Ukraine's. With active hostilities going on, you still have the potential for an immediate trigger of an Article 5 request. So how do you see that playing out? What is your thinking there?
Your mic's muted, Peter.
It's probably having to do something quickly. So in the meantime, yeah, Michelle was perfectly right. Please retweet the space, and if you have done so already, we still need your help. You can take your telephone or your computer and tweet #FreeTheLeopards. We need to free the leopards. This is Axel, who launched the hashtag yesterday. It's trending not too shabbily. It can do better though. So let's give it a push. Free the leopard. There's a lot of very cute pictures that are being posted at the moment by a friend from NAFO. You've got those poor leopards behind bars. They need to be freed. Find one, tweet it, and don't forget to tag the Bundeskanzler into it, Olaf Scholz. So he will know that the world is expecting him to make a move. It's never too late. It's never too late to do a good thing. We won't hold it against him if he frees the leopards. All right. So, friends, you know what to do now.
Okay, it looks like we lost Peter. We do have a couple hands up, so maybe we'll go to hands, and if the question isn't for Peter, then we'll try and answer it. So Abdullah, you're next.
Yeah. The question was for Peter. I don't know if he's coming back.
Peter is coming back, as well as Daryl. As soon as Daryl is up, I'll give him the space. Thank you very much, everyone. Free the leopard, and have a read at Peter's wonderful article. It's in the nest. Treat yourself. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ben. Have a restful evening, my friend.
Good night, Ben.
Ben.
Good night, Ben. My favorite Frenchie.
By the way, as to free the leopards, Peter, I see what you did there.
Did you like that? I thought that was
absolutely.
Yep. You get credit. This space gets credit for the concept and developing it in real time. I think it's brilliant. And free the leopard.
There's more coming. We have a few things coming in that regard. The next 72 hours will be a whirlwind of messaging, so that at no point in time, Mr. Scholz can feel safe from the leopards.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I love it. And it's that level of bottom up information war that wins information wars. Michelle,
So Peter,
one question, because I know Daryl's here, and I want to hear about Daryl's flowers in his garden for sure. But was there a question I missed? Otherwise, I'll step back and encourage everyone to read the piece and continue the conversation online.
I have a feeling these next few questions are for you. I know David for sure had a question for you, and I'm going to assume the other ones do as well. So we'll start with David, though.
Yeah, I guess you were out of audio signal. But the question that I had, which let's say we accept your argument, it sounds like you're making the case for them to join immediately. So if we accept your argument that there isn't a territorial dispute because we all recognize these as Ukrainian lands, then what about the active hostilities? If hostilities are going on, then it might trigger a Article 5 immediately. So how do you see that playing out? What do you anticipate there?
Hold on, sorry, David. Is it just me, or was there some mic issues there?
Yeah, I think there were some mic issues. Are they sorted?
They sound like you're beatboxing.
No, somebody's got a hot mic somewhere. That's not coming from either one of you.
Is it me? Is it me?
No, you're loud and clear.
Okay.
Is it Daryl?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear when Daryl's on, but I seem
All right.
to hear it with everybody.
Peter, just continue. It is Michelle. Michelle, it's somehow your signal. It might be just Wi-Fi connection, whatever it is. Peter, why don't you continue?
All right. So the answer everyone is worried about. Let's take it head on. Okay. So this is a thought experiment. Let's think through a scenario. The scenario is all 30, perhaps 32 members of NATO say, yes, we want Ukraine to be part of our alliance. They deposit their documents with NATO. Ukraine is a member of NATO, and the war is still going on. The moment the first Ukrainian soldier is tragically killed, the fear is that Ukraine will say, all right, we want Article 5 and all of NATO to come in. Putin responds with nuclear weapons, and we're all living in a Fallout video game within 90 days. I don't see that scenario as realistic. And the reason is that any Article 5 must have unanimous consent by all members of the alliance. That includes Turkey. That includes Hungary. That includes a lot of countries. And so I don't see us getting involved in an Article 5 if Ukraine becomes a member of the alliance while there is still a war ongoing. It will, however, send a powerful message to Russia. And frankly, it's going to scare the bejesus out of the Russian general staff, because now they're running out of material, they're running out of men, they can barely keep their guys alive in the field as it is, and now they're looking at the prospect of planning for Article 5 in theory. People will say, oh, well, then that will generate nuclear war. Again, I don't see it. I see Putin responding to strength. I see Putin responding to solidarity among allies, and I see him exploiting the mush when he pushes. If he pushes on the mush, he keeps pushing until he finds steel resolve. By saying, all right, we are going to proceed with this application. We are going to support it. We're going to help Ukraine rally other members of the alliance in support. I see that as a signal, a non-military signal that we can send to Moscow to say that you must leave Ukraine. And I got to say, I'm very encouraged to see the Finnish president earlier today answer the question, what do we do about an off-ramp for Putin? And our answer was very straightforward. It was, well, Putin can off-ramp himself anytime by leaving Ukraine. That should be our answer. And I'm very encouraged by the new members of the alliance who are coming on board.
Peter, quick question in between, whilst you're hitting exactly this topic. Is it possible for the United Kingdom to simply issue a security guarantee?
100% yes. So in the end of my article, I link to this new initiative, which is the Kiev Security Compact, in which the Ukrainians are trying to create a framework where individual countries could bilaterally provide security guarantees or deepen military and industrial cooperation with Ukraine while the war continues, and in between the gap between now and the point in the future when Ukraine becomes a member of NATO. So if we look at this as a dual track process, that's how I expect Zelensky and Ukraine to play this one. They're going to proceed with the meta diplomacy of NATO membership while working the lines on practical diplomacy and lining up individual bilateral security arrangements. And all of that is allowed under our agreements. And that's the way geopolitics used to work. That's the way security arrangements used to work. And so if a country like Poland or Romania or the Baltic states want to deepen their military cooperation with Ukraine, now there is a framework and a mechanism for them to do so. And I expect Ukraine to pursue both tracks simultaneously.
So one significant power of NATO, one of the leading nuclear nations in the world, plus 8 other future and current members of NATO, issue individual security guarantees to Ukraine. Nice. Shouldn't that scare the bejesus, because that includes a nuclear deterrent, right?
It absolutely does. And that should be our response. Because honestly, I know we've been debating nuclear weapons significantly over the last week in this space and in the larger policy debate. But ultimately, I view this as an effort to make the Germans weak in the knees. Frankly, make the Biden administration weak in the knees. I see this as an effort to foreclose on Western military support for Ukraine in exchange for not using a nuclear weapon. Well, that's nuclear blackmail. And to appease nuclear blackmail now will only invite more nuclear blackmail tomorrow and the day after. And I think we just need to slam the door on that by saying, we see your nuclear blackmail and we raise you with full support of Ukraine's NATO membership. The Russians will have a hard time comprehending and responding to that. And that's the key. We need to put Putin on his back foot more. We need to make him respond to our horizontal escalation instead of the opposite.
So if the United States of America were to make this an issue and say, we hereby extend again, this comes back, and by the way, I did not have the privilege of reading your article yet, so it's funny that we come to similar conclusions, but then again, we both live off the same treaty charter, right? If the United States of America had the cojones at this point in time to just say, we as the United States of America re-extend the invitation, or stress that we hereby re-extend the invitation made in Bucharest, and we are now in favor of a MAP, Membership Action Plan, which is what they didn't do then.
Well, that'll take too long. So that's the problem. So that's why.
Okay, I'm not finished. But
go on.
They do that so that they don't compromise their current administration's general policy, but say, and we hereby extend an individual security guarantee, just as we did in the case of Finland and Sweden, to Ukraine.
Well, in many ways, there already is a security guarantee, and it's called HIMARS. It's called, howitzers. It's,
Yeah,
it's
but this
all
one
of
is
our
different.
billions
This
of
is the
dollars.
Sixth Fleet bombing the shit out of Russia if they misbehave.
Yep, I see your point. And again, like I said, it's necessary for the United States not to drag its feet and not to try and kick the can down the road once again. And if the administration is slow on this, there's obviously a necessary and important role for Congress to play to light a fire under the administration and say, no, we want you to be more proactive. We want you to lean into this membership bid by Ukraine. So there's a give and take, there's a balance, there's obviously a role for Congress to play here.
I am not sure that I would ever have believed that I would say this, but maybe we get lucky and Nancy Pelosi finds the moral fiber to do this earlier than anybody else.
Yeah, well, maybe, but there's other members of Congress as well. You want to take some hands,
Of
Axel?
course. Sure. No, I don't. Michelle and Daryl will. I was just bridging the gap as to how to find a way to make it amenable for this administration as opposed to other administrations. Because I think George Herbert Walker Bush would have immediately sent an Arleigh Burke through the Bosphorus.
Hey, Axel, concerning that MAP, what if they built one? I mean, what if they made it, but already had some of the more of the boxes checked than not? In other words, they've already finished and completed most of those items.
Very good point, Daryl. And this is where I think there's only a thin piece of paper between what I suggest and what Peter has in mind. Peter says we should just admit them immediately and force Turkey and Hungary to decide, let them fail and extend the securities umbrella. I say take the MAP, cross off everything off the list, just as you just inferred, and say, in the meantime, we extend the security guarantee. There's really just a slim piece of paper between the two proposals.
I think that's fair, and I think that's a fair assessment of what I'm proposing.
They don't?
I will write a counter article tomorrow and make sure that this thin piece of paper looks very valid. No, of course not. And I would never, I would never criticize what Peter has come up with. I should
By the way,
read the article, Peter.
Axel, while we've been talking, first of all, can you hear me okay? I'm trying something with my microphone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, Axel, while we have been talking, Steve Pfeiffer actually replied to me on Twitter and accepted the possibility of a debate. So I'll keep the space posted here. I think Steve's in California, so we may have to do it virtually, but that would be a great opportunity to have one of these discussions where others in this space and the wider policy community could to watch a proper debate on this.
Fantastic. Get Steve to join, set the time whenever you want, and we're ready. We're here. I think, Daryl, are we here 24/7, Michelle? I think we are, right?
We are.
24/7,
We definitely
7
are
days a week.
24/7.
Peter, set it up.
I'll talk to Steve.
That sounds like it's going to be a fun debate. Okay, so we'll go to some hands. Abdullah, then Chris, and then JM Patriot.
Thanks again. Thank you, Peter, for your time. I have not read the article yet, but looking forward to it. I just wanted to say that Ukraine in the alliance, don't you think that would be so strategically important? That more resources, more NATO resources can be dedicated into the Asia Pacific region, and Ukraine can become a check on Russia. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I like your thinking on that. If I understand your point correctly, my point, and we talk about this a lot in Washington, should we focus on Asia or should we focus on Europe? And my answer is yes, and we can focus on both. If we have, think of it as the citadel of Ukraine, on our eastern front with Russia that makes Europe stronger, that allows the United States to be more confident in the security of Europe as we contend with the rising challenge of China. So I see Ukraine as a net benefit along every category you can ask.
And also, what do you think about Viktor Orban and Erdogan? Do you think they'll make any strategic changes in terms of when it comes to Ukraine while Vladimir Putin's in power?
Well, I've been very consistent on this, and my point is actually a significant one. Now is the time for countries to choose. What side of the civilizational divide do you want to be on? Right now, Turkey is allegedly helping Russia facilitate workarounds to the Western sanctions against Russia's defense industrial complex. That's wrong. Right now, Hungary, over the summer, they threatened to derail the entire European oil embargo against Russia unless they got some concessions. Once again, Turkey threatened to derail the application of Sweden and Finland to NATO unless they got some concessions. The time when you could sit on the fence and play both sides is over. That time ended on February 24th. And now we face a very real, almost Huntingtonian clash of civilizations. And I'm not afraid to say that. Now is the time for countries to choose. I'm looking at you, India. What side of the civilizational divide do you want to be on? Do you want to be inside our Western, prosperous, rules-based, rational civilization? Or do you want to be a part of the kleptocratic, despotic East? Countries no longer have the opportunity to choose. And I think by having this debate about Ukraine's membership in NATO, that is, once again, like Zelensky is doing, a forcing mechanism to force countries to choose. And I think we offer so much more than Vladimir Putin ever can offer our allies.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I was actually that was a wonderful storyline, if you like, and plan. And I was going to say, well, isn't there a precedent already with Sweden and Finland when Axel said it? So, and that seems to me to be significant for a number of reasons, doesn't it? Because actually, if those security guarantees are that whatever the word is, comprehensive, then we don't need to worry about what some people are saying, Turkey and Hungary and all of them, do we? I don't think we do. And then so obviously I've been pushing Free the Leopards around, but should we not also have something for the Abrams, which might help them free the leopards?
Well, Chris, I want to give you a lot of credit for Free the Leopards. In order to keep us focused on NATO and Ukraine's membership application at this point, I prefer to keep the focus there. I would say that for now, the leopards seem to be the best option for the Ukrainians if the Germans will free them and let them roam free in their natural habitat, the open plains of Ukraine.
I understand, but I was reading the background to the Abrams story, and I think is it Abrams that tank is named after?
Abrams. He's a brilliant general, and I can wax eloquently about all the great things he's done, but General Abrams, yes.
Yes, and there was a famous quote from Patton, wasn't there, saying that actually everybody thought he was the tank guy, but Abe Abrams was. So it sort of got me a bit excited in that. Well, look, we'll do what we do, but I just think we ought to hedge our bets a bit with the Abrams as well. Anyway, that's just my view.
Keep up the great work, Chris.
Cheers, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So we'll go to Jay Patriot.
Yeah, hey, good evening, guys. I normally don't talk on social media, but I did want to jump in on this particular conversation. I listen to this the space pretty frequently. Just to touch on a couple points, Peter, you make a lot of very valid points as far as NATO is concerned, but one thing that's not coming up in this conversation, and just coming from an intelligence background, I can speak truth to power to this. Part of the biggest reason that Ukraine wasn't brought into NATO earlier, and that's always been a topic of discussion in the military community, is the fact of the corruption. The corruption has been deep, and there's still to this day a lot of people that are being investigated actively in Ukraine for being involved with the Russian government. So that was part of what contributed to that. And then as far as what's going on today, there's no precedent for bringing a country that's actively at war into NATO. There's no policy. There's nothing that supports that happening, because the legal implications for all the other countries, that's a lot of what's coming up in their minds from their point of view. Right now, the United States is providing Ukraine an immense amount of support, billions of dollars in equipment and financial aid. I understand the point of view that them coming into NATO could very likely provide them with a lot more than what just the United States and the other allied nations are giving. But I think it opens a whole nother can of worms that could also create a different bunch of problems along the way. And I think that those things need to be solved as far as the policy and as far as what needs to be done to bring a country actively at war into NATO. That needs to be solved before bringing a country into that's actively at war into NATO. And I just wanted to put that on the tabletop for discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Patriot, I think it's a totally valid point. It's a totally reasonable point. On the corruption front, I would humbly suggest that we are witnessing a change in Ukraine right now. It's revolutionary in the literal sense of the word. We're witnessing the creation of an entirely new national identity in Ukraine. Thanks to Vladimir. Can you hear me? I think I got muted maybe, Michelle, there. Okay.
Yeah, you're good now. We missed you for a couple seconds though.
Sorry about that. I can't explain it. Bottom line, Patriot.
I was putting down my phone there, Peter, and I hit the button by mistake.
No worries, Daryl. No worries. Patriot, bottom line, we're witnessing the formation of an entirely new national identity in Ukraine. A big part of that identity is that we are a European country. We are going to be part of the European Union, and Ukrainians know that means no more corruption. That means no more games the way the corrupt oligarchs used to play. That means at the individual level, the petty corruption of the corrupt cop who pulls you over and asks for a bribe, and that kind of stuff is going away. And I think Ukrainians understand that. So I would draw a line of demarcation between the way things were, which was one of the reasons why people were concerned about bringing Ukraine into the alliance, and the way things are now. As for the implications of having a member that's fighting a defensive war against Russia, we're assuming that Ukraine's not going to be victorious over the next 6 months. Maybe this war will last another year. I can't predict the future. But what I do know is that Putin will respond to our resolve. And if he's banking on the fact that we're going to get all weak in the knees over Ukraine's NATO membership, that will simply confirm to him he can continue to push. And that makes the world a more dangerous place. When we show to him, no, there is solidarity here. We support Ukraine. We're proceeding with their NATO membership application. Whoa, that will give the the Russian general staff fits. They will be very nervous about that. They will have, once again, an incentive to off-ramp themselves outside of Ukrainian territory. That's my take.
Yeah, I think you make very, very sound and valid points as far as those things are concerned. And I just wanted to say one other thing about the leopards. As far as everything that's publicly available, from what I'm able to tell when I'm looking into things, it looks like they're receiving more equipment from Russia right now than they are from the Allies, and they have the mechanical background parts and everything else to support that equipment. So I think from a military aspect, I think logistically they're in almost a better situation receiving the equipment that they're currently getting left on the battlefield than they would be getting a handful of leopards. That's going to create a different logistic equation for them to support. So I think right now, yes, getting more equipment set up to go across the border into Ukraine makes a lot of sense for Westernized equipment. Obviously, it's better equipment, but they're getting saturated with tons of Russian equipment right now, and the burn rate on this stuff is actually pretty high, and I'm sure, as anybody else with a military background understands, that the continued attrition that's going on, they're going to burn through a lot of this equipment even before the winter kicks in, and that's going to be the opportunity for the Allied forces to take a step back, take an assessment of what's taking place at that point, because things are, for no pun intended, but things are going to cool off a bit as far as what's happening in the field. And that's going to be when Russia and the Allied forces with Ukraine make a logistical decision as to what the way forward going into next spring is going to look like. Because just like I agree with you. Nobody knows how long this is going to last, but everybody needs to prepare for the worst case scenario and hope for the best. And I think that's kind of where we're at this point, is we need to work together to stage for what's coming up, as opposed to trying to rush and create a logistical issue right now.
I don't think that there's a logistical issue anymore. I think what you can see, and by the way, you gave yourself the answer by differentiating it later. Tanks are consumables. Equipment, in this case, all consumables. The op tempo, yes, will go down, sure. But the preparation for the winter has been done. Ukraine can fight more comprehensively and with significantly more speed and effectiveness in winter than these Russian forces. The Leopard is a fantastic tank in winter warfare. This thing was built for both the summer, autumn, spring, and winter in these regions. It is fast, and by the way, in comparison to what you just highlighted, that Ukraine is receiving significant equipment from the Russian side, albeit that not all of that actually is in the same state as the upgraded Ts the Ukrainians have, and the quality is definitely not good. If you have a Leopard, it doesn't matter whether it's an A5, A6, as opposed to an A7. If you have the Leopard with its gun, its speed, its sensors, its precision in the field, it'll shred everything on the other side. Absolutely everything. And we shouldn't be phasing and staging. I highlighted this a little earlier today, or this morning, or sorry, wherever you are, about an hour ago, that in Liman, a mass grave has been detected, and at least 200 individual graves. Individual graves as in some graves full with families, some graves with individual corpses, which are being exhumed, which is why the journalist didn't get to Liman for 1.5 or close to 2 days. And he only saw images from today. There is absolutely no moral reasoning for us to scale down the op tempo, given the fact that Ukrainian troops, tankers, have been trained on these Leopards already in at least 3 nations by now. Given the fact that they are readily available in large numbers from 13 nations, both the Leopard 1s in fully upgraded fashions as well as Leopard 2s. That 13 nations have signaled at least twice in the Ramstein round that they are willing to actually donate them or sell them. German industry has highlighted that 59 of these tanks are available in stock, Leopard 2s. There's about 104 Leopard 1s available in stock. There's no reason to doubt that Germany can provide the logistics chain. And there's definitely no reason to doubt that the Ukrainians are capable with both their tankers as well as their maintenance troops to handle them dang Leopards. There is no excuse. Olaf Scholz must release the third-party delivery clause and its restrictions. he must free the leopards. And better now than on Monday. Make a case against that. I'll here to debate it. I'll stay here until you are convinced otherwise.
I'm certainly not making a case for them getting the leopards at all, Axel. What I'm making a case for is from a logistical standpoint. You addressed the training. Yes, they have the troops trained. You addressed that Germany can support the logistical support of the tanks. Of course. All I'm stating is from a military background and the way that we do things here in the United States is you use the equipment that's being serviced or being used in the field at that time. You have more competent people using that stuff at that time. You bring the equipment in to theater. If they're going to release the leopards, bring them into Ukraine, get the crews trained up, put the infrastructure and logistics into place for supporting them, and then you bring them in after you have everything in place. Yes, of course, but that doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to get that set up. It takes time to get the ammunition. It takes time to move the tanks from Germany or wherever they're logistically currently located.
We're not in
And
the
then,
sprint.
yeah, and then once they get them in place, then that's when they start fielding them. But until that time, Ukraine needs to focus on using what they're currently getting. You know, we're sending stuff constantly. A lot of the things that are leaving the United States from our military here are not even making it into public news, and rightfully so, because from an intelligence standpoint, you don't want to telegraph everything you're doing.
Fully with you.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you.
Okay. Well, yeah,
I'm just saying that the decision, when we say free the leopards, maybe the dissent is only in the terminology and the impact in terms of timing. We say that he should release them, meaning release the restriction. Everything else comes from there. Of course, this will take time because we lost time, because Mr. Scholz seemingly wanted us to lose time in his very, very irrational fear of nuclear Armageddon and whatever else he fears or whatever else he wants. But the delay cannot be an argument for keeping it up. The delay must stop. We have to act, because otherwise they're never going to get them.
And in that sentiment, I 100% agree with you, and I definitely think that they need to get the ball rolling and moving in that direction. I appreciate you guys' time for letting me speak, and I'm going to go ahead and move back down so others can get in. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Patriot, really appreciate it. Come up again. I look forward to your insight.
All right, Michelle, who you got?
We're gonna go to lunchtime first, and then David.
Oh, hello. So earlier, there's two things. First of all, I wanted to sort of just point out that apparently, according to a tweet I read, Xi of China, Winnie the Pooh, apparently didn't wish Vladimir a happy birthday. So that cheered me up slightly. And also, there's some footage of an Armata tank. And if a tank could be described as asthmatic, that's kind of what the footage shows. I just thought I'd point it out in case people are interested. That's all, really.
Michelle and Daryl, I'm going to have to break contact in about 10 minutes here. It's Friday evening, and I've got to go walk the dog and spend time with my my wonderful wife. So if we could finish up any questions, otherwise I will tip the hat, and I'll be back in the space over the weekend.
All right.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Pete.
Yeah, we'll take. Oh, go ahead, Daryl.
No, I was just going to say, no problem, Peter. You know you're welcome here anytime.
Daryl,
So,
how's the garden going, man? How's the garden going?
Well, it's fall, and what we're doing is we're gonna, of course, I gotta get everything ready for the winter, but we're gonna put some winter vegetables in. And what's surprising is all my roses perked back up after the summer. When it turned cool, they all perked up again. So it's getting pretty back there, but it's just got to get everything down and cleaned up.
Daryl, I have 3 foxes and a 4,000-pound raccoon in my neighborhood. So that's what we're dealing with here in Virginia.
I got 2 armadillos irrigating my lawn.
Oh, my dog would freak out if it saw an armadillo. Wow.
Yeah, my 2, I got one that will chase it. The other one kind of looks. I got one that'll go after him though.
Okay, guys, I'm going to duck out. I'll drop to listener for a bit, but again, thank you very much, and I look forward to the feedback, and I'll keep you all posted on the prospect of a policy debate with Steve Pfeiffer. That'll be fun.
All right, Fox Peter.
Thanks so much, Peter.
I think that's a great idea, Peter. I shall follow you and retire. Everybody have a good night. Good night and good luck.
Good night, Axel.
Night, Axel. Well, David, I guess you were going to be next, and then Alan.
It was in response to Peter, but I wouldn't want to keep somebody from their dogs and wife on a Friday night. That seems cruel. But I generally like his argument, and the question I was asking before about how it would map out with an Article 5, what I imagine, not being the expert that he is that NATO powers would have to be prepared for conventional deployment to Ukraine if it was requested. And to me, that's what NATO is designed to do. And I was curious why he thought that would raise a lot of fears of nuclear conflict, because those fears are already very high, and to me, they're reduced when both parties have nuclear weapons. When both parties have nuclear weapons, we have a stronger deterrent. That's what I've been arguing. That when that mutually assured destruction is more effective or more in force when the 2 parties are both armed with nuclear weapons. When it's just Ukraine, they're more vulnerable to being attacked, and then there's less certainty about how others will respond. If Ukraine was part of NATO, then the risk of nuclear war goes down, as I see it. But I am not the sort of expert that a lot of these people are. But I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it.
Well, hopefully you get another chance at Peter. He comes in quite frequently, as you know. So you'll when he's up, you'll get your shot, and I'm sure he'll give you an earful of what he wants to say to you about it. So
I have no doubt about that.
He's great. Love him. Alan, good evening.
Good evening, Daryl. Thanks. I did want to respond to Peter's article. I printed it out so I could read it. It's concise. It's on point. It's a great article. It's a short read for everyone, and everyone should read it. Peter suggests that if the Biden administration doesn't move more quickly, and they haven't moved quickly, that Congress should weigh in. And I'm assuming what Peter is inferring is that there should be a sense of the Senate resolution that Ukraine should become a NATO member. I think it would pass overwhelmingly. Maybe it would become the basis for foreign relations hearings, etc. And the only other thing I would say is that I was so disappointed in the American response to Zelensky's announcement that he was applying to become a member of NATO, and pointing out that Ukraine is already a de facto member. I think it was Jake Sullivan who issued the response that you couldn't drag your feet any deeper in the sand when he said this application should be taken up at a different time. I happen to think Anthony Blinken would have said something different, but I really don't know. I wish Peter was still online, but enjoy your walk, enjoy the autumn in Northern Virginia. And Daryl, someday you and I should talk about growing roses. I had a garden with over 100 rose bushes once. And so I guess I don't have a question, just had a comment. Wish Peter was still here. And we'll talk to everyone soon and drop down to listening.
All right. Yeah, we can do that. Not a problem. Let's see. Leonard, and then Erlan. Good evening, Leonard.
Did you give me the nod, Daryl? You did. Thank you.
Yeah, I gave you.
Greetings, Daryl. Good to see you again. Just a couple of quick comments. Firstly, with respect to Peter's article, yeah, excellent work and well done. And insofar as release the leopards is concerned, excellent. And I don't see why anyone would quibble with that very policy. By all means, release the leopards, turn them loose on the Serengeti, and see what they can do. There was a further comment, though. One of the American listeners had referenced an item that caught my attention, and it was with reference to corruption and Ukraine. And I would just like to point out that that entire issue, and Peter had mentioned this sort of tangentially as well, but the whole aspect of concern, if you will, with so-called corruption in the Ukraine state is a vastly overblown trope that seems to have been at the root of a lot of Republican talking points in the previous administration. And I would just point out that a couple of things. For one thing, the Canadian foreign minister, now finance minister, has been involved in specifically dealing with combating corruption in Ukraine and trying to facilitate the transition to a fully modern Western democratic state founded upon liberal principles. And that has been going on significantly since 2007. And I don't know, the gentleman mentioned that he's got some military concerns from the US perspective. But I would just point out that also Canada has been extremely active for the last 8 years with Operation Unifier. There's been an extensive military presence in Ukraine, training Ukrainian troops, and probably the most extensive effort of any country in the world for the last 8 years. And this whole question of corruption is truly a bit of a trope, because if you look at the actions of the last two, well, prior to the lady being fired by Trump, but the last two U.S. ambassadors to Ukraine. Firstly, Maria Jovanovic, the second last ambassador, is actually a Canadian, born and raised in Canada, and became a member of the U.S. Foreign Service. Had a long, distinguished career as a diplomat, an ambassador in the U.S. Foreign Service. She was summarily dismissed in 2018 by the Trump administration in the midst of working extensively with the Ukrainian administration and with Zelensky to complete this transition, to effectively facilitate becoming a modern industrial Western style state. And that was obstructed at every turn by a gentleman by the name of Paul Manafort, who Americans would certainly be familiar with. He was in and out of the prison bars for quite a considerable time after his exploits in Ukraine. And the presence of another famous American in dabbling in questions of so-called corruption, state corruption in Ukraine, by the name of Rudolph Giuliani, who got his buns in a bit of a ringer with his activities in the Ukraine and raising this specter of so-called corruption, et cetera, et cetera. And just fast forward to today. I mean, raising the entire question of corruption is a total misnomer. It's a complete red herring, and as I said, a Republican talking point. And the strides that have been made, and Peter pointed this out explicitly, the strides that have
Hey, Leonard, we lost you for a minute there.
there. Am I
Leonard?
back?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay. How much did we lose? Like 10 seconds or more?
Yeah, just about 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. So anyway, that's the summary point, I think, there. there's been extensive efforts to alleviate these concerns insofar as corruption is concerned, and that should probably be the focus, that the success that's been had, as opposed to recycling old virtually Soviet era tropes. Thank you.
All right, appreciate that, Leonard. Let's see, Ireland. Good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
night. Or good.
Yeah,
There
it's
it is,
not
like
here.
late evening. Yes.
Yeah,
Very
I
good
like the
evening
late
to you.
evenings. Yeah, I don't get a lot of sleep. I want to commend the space. It's absolutely amazing. Listening to Peter and all the other speakers. The last hour has been absolutely super informative, and yeah, you can't get this anywhere else. It's really good, and yeah, I second Leonard. Those points and concerns about corruption and possible intelligence leak, I think they don't really matter anymore, because first of all, we, as Zelensky pointed out, they are basically